Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto were in Flame of Recca world. I'd you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Prologue. A shadow flitted silently through the grass, glowing eyes taking in the surroundings, narrowing at the slightest inclination of movement. The barest hint of a sound. It was being followed. Nothing new there. The beast was used to being followed. Two on each flank, though it seemed that the latest batch of pursuers were a little green however, which presented so many opportunities for it to exploit. A burst of movement from both flanks and the rear heralded its own retreat, tearing through foliage like a streak of copper lightning, even as the pursuers attempted to waylay it. Foregoing the forest, as it had likely been compromised, the beast leapt into the open air, dodging and weaving through streets. Taking routes that whilst easily traversable for something of its noble size, would hinder and possibly discourage its larger pursuers. No such luck. They just kept on coming, ring through the obstacles with a stubbornness that hadn't tormented it since the fox had left. Every beast in the surrounding area knew of the fox, though none could understand why it had chosen to assume the form of the hairless ones. However, they knew better than to cross it, for none had forgotten the terror it had wrought no more than 15 years prior, nor did they dare to dream that it had forgotten it either. Even the other local foxes steered clear of the fox, the males because they weren't stupid enough to challenge something like that, and the females because, well, everything in moderation, right? But this new group of hairless ones seemed to be taking a leaf out of the fox's book, though they didn't seem as capable or as organized. A shiver raced up its spine as something hurtled through the air, cleaving a path of destruction that blocked the way forward. Taking a side route out of desperation, having never come up against something like it before, would prove to be a costly mistake, as it leveled off at a dead end that proved unscalable. And so, cornered and surrounded, it turned to face its apparent tormentors, knowing that it would have to fight its way out. Only then, as it counted the forms before it and a shadow descended from above, did Tora realize that one of his pursuers was missing. Yar yar, Kogane Kaoru grumbled, watching as Konohamaru tussled with an irate Tora. The Kogen Ankin, in its Mikazuki form, resting over his shoulder, the youth was dressed in a gray shirt over a Konoha long sleeve, his shorts replaced with hiking pants hack off around mid-shin level. How many times does this make it? 14 this week. Udon relayed, pushing up his glasses with a sniff, Moegi looking on in concern as the late Sandame's grandson continued to tussle with the vindictive feline Houdini. At least, that's how many times we've been ordered to track him down. Hold still, damn it. Konohamaru snarled over the wailing and spitting of his feline nemesis. We caught you. You're caught. Be caught, will ya? You'd think the dumb thing would have learned by now. Kaoru muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Ah well, better let Ebisu-sensei know. Tora-chan cheered the corpulent form of Lady Shijimi, the fire daimyo's beloved wife, as she pressed the resigned, weeping feline to her blubbery cheek. Why do you keep running away? Mommy missed you so. If I were that cat I'd run too. Konohamaru muttered treasonously, earning sage nods from his teammates, and a shocked rebuttal from Ebisu, who tried to hush the youths up before they lost their heads, literally. Though the Junin had to admit he could finally understand why the fire daimyo spent so much time in the office. But seriously, Iruka-sensei. Kaoru muttered, apping the Kogen Ankin against his foot irritably, don't you got any missions with a bit more excitement? Yeah, Konohamaru agreed, clenching both fists in front of him excitedly, as if to emphasize his eagerness. Naruto Aniki went on A- ranks that ended up saving whole countries. Baka, Iruka hissed, trying to silence the Sandame's grandson, though he couldn't help but feel a little proud at the same time. Naruto, the youth he'd put more effort into than anyone else, his little hellion, had accomplished so much since leaving with Jiraiya-sama on his training tip. Countless allied countries of Konoha had sent word forward, extending the hand of thanks for services rendered in the name of the leaf. He suspected the Godime wanted to keep the hellion on his toes, whilst limiting the opportunities for Jiraiya to pass on his less desirable traits during the training. Nano no Kuni, Hana no Kuni, even as far as Yuki no Kuni, word had spread of a red-headed youth that fought with the strength and resilience of a demon. With a heart and smile even a bodhisattva would envy. Admittedly, having Jiraiya-sama as backup meant a lot of the glory was divided, but the mere fact that the former village pariah was out there making ties that would aid Konoha. That being said, for all his idolization, Sarutobi Konohamaru was not Uzumaki Naruto, just as Kogane Kaoru was no Hanabishi Recca, no matter how similar the two acted to their peers. Konohamaru-kun, Kaoru-kun, Ebisu chastised, hands on his hips as he stood beside the team. You've only been out of the academy for a month at most, D ranks are the most you can expect. And besides, Iruka pointed out with a sigh, Naruto-kun's missions end up like that because of unexplained variables. When the missions were assigned, they were, at the least, C-class escort missions. Quote, that's what makes it exciting. Kaoru teased, a grin on his face that was echoingly familiar of a certain Enjutsu she, wouldn't be any fun if everything was predictable. That's right, Konohamaru agreed, crossing his arms and sitting down, his legs crossed beneath him with an annoyed snort. After all, I'm the future Nanadime Hokage. Nanadime, Tsunade repeated, blinking out of her bored stupor alongside the other adults in the room as she quirked an eyebrow at her late sensei's grandson. What about Rokudime? The youths grinned, Konohamaru fiddling with his Hittite as he did so. That title belongs to Naruto Aniki, he exclaimed confidently, earning looks of surprise from the gathered adults. In the forest just outside of Konoha, a redhead D-team let out a sneeze that startled every bird in the area to wing. Catching a cold, her companion asked, good humor mixing with the maturity in his voice, or maybe someone's talking about you, an admirer. Perhaps, Urusei, Ero Senin, the redhead retorted with a sniff, light glinting off a Konoha Hittite as the tree line gave way to a familiar giant set of gates. We're back. A dial tone sounds, shadow of Kyuubi roaring in the background, fades to an image of Naruto as we last saw him, her, running in profile. Wanna be the biggest dreamer. Zooms out to reveal Recca and Domon as we last saw them, also running. Recca in front and Domon behind Naruto. Zensaku Ryokuda, zooms out further to reveal the other genin, also running in AV formation. Mirai Mo, Ima Mo, Cake Nukuro. The G-Nen turn their heads to look at the viewers. Hokage no Isan, shows prankster trio walking away from camera. Su, Boku wa Kizuden da. Naruto turns to look back, revealing Konoha, with Tsunade's face on the monument. Zudo Shukude Washirteta. Kaoru leaps out from a crowd with Konohamaru and Ko. Fuko is sitting on a telegraph pole and Mikagami is leaning against a wall. Sor wa Hitotsu no Nezo Nezo Nezo. Kagero is feeding doves from the patio with Raren, looks up as the camera zooms out. Boku wa Dare Nanduru. The prankster trio hold their fists in the air. Suraidingu Shite Hiza. Camera zooms out to reveal the other genin, plus San siblings, in similar positions. Itakutat ne. Teammate form rank against a background with a serious Kurenai. Sugu Tachiagaranakaya. T10 form rank against a background with a serious Asuma. Chansu wa Nijit. Team Guy form rank against a background with a serious Guy. Yuku. Wakaduru Sa. Kyuubi Naruto and LVL2 Sasuke clash. Recca summons the Karyu in rapid succession, hiding his form, to be replaced by an older-looking Recca in a traditional Hokage ninja outfit. Big and bigger, biggest dreamer, Yumi Miru Koto ga, brief image of Sasuke, followed by Domon twirling Kubikiri Haucho whilst Kuchibashi O snakes around him, Tetsugen activated, replaced with an older Domon in a worn gi over fishnet, and Oni mask on his face. Subit Hajimari, Sorga Koter Daro. Shadowy image of Kurei's back, followed by Kakashi charging up a Reikiri, his Sharingan visible. Dare Yori Tuku e Tond Mizuru Yo. Kakashi charges at the screen, which zooms in on his Sharingan, which seems to morph before the pupil fills the screen. Subit no. Asu wo. Suranut. Recca. Domon and Kakashi turn their heads towards something off-screen, faces serious. Wanna be the biggest dreamer. Zensaku Ryokuda. Naruto walks towards the screen, drawing a sword from behind, features in shadow. Mirai Mo. Ima Mo. Shadow fades to reveal an older Naruto. Her hair fully red with blonde highlights, the shadow of a larger, male figure hovering just behind her, in a similar pose. Cake Nukuro. A light forms in the background, followed by Naruto, sealed. Recca and Domon walking out side by side, Recca in the middle, Naruto on his left and Domon on his right. Recca holds his teko before his face, Naruto moves into a Batojutsu stance and Domon grips Kubikiri Houcho as they make to lunge forward. Hai no Ishi. Coming soon. The song used for this opening was the Japanese opening to Digimon Tamers, or Season 3 for those that need a little clarity. Here's the translation. Wanna be the biggest dreamer running full speed through the future and the present. That's right, I just realized. I forgot to do my homework. This really is a puzzle, who am I? Even if I slide and scrape my knees, I gotta stand right back up. I know my chance will run away. Big and bigger, biggest dreamer. Dreams are the beginning of everything. That's the answer. I'll fly higher than anyone. Through all the tomorrows. Wanna be the biggest dreamer. Running full speed through both the future and the present. End song. Props to, which is where I got the lyrics. You like, let me know. Chapter 2. Hey folks, Hugin here, wanting to welcome you all back to witness the second series of HNI. I see a lot of old faces out there as well as a few new ones. And I hope you missed me as much as I missed you. Now before we get started, I just thought I'd clear up a few things for those of you that had questions left over from last time. First and foremost, Naruto. Despite appearances as not a girl, he's simply stuck in female form because of the sealing Madogu Koku crafted for him sealing off the Yang chakra. For those just signing in, Madogu, psych. IC devices, ninja talismans, are tools crafted by the Hokage ninja clan of Flame of Recca fame. Some grant elemental abelites, others act simply as ninja weapons, and all are weird as hell in appearance. As such, when in girl form, he will be referred to as she. Second, no, I'm not telling who the father of Anko's baby is, nor will said child be making an appearance for some time. By that point you should have more than enough hints to piece things together. People that died to move the plot along are still going to die. I may hate killing them off, but their deaths were instrumental to the main plotline. And a lot of events only occurred because of them. I.e., Shikamaru getting motivated to take down Kakuzu and Hidan in the Sage Training Saga for Naruto. And finally, yes, there will be Kaka bashing. Kakashi. Walking down the streets of Konoha, I got a bad feeling. He let me walk away too easily. Training concludes. Naruto's return. Konohamaru no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves. Surrounded on all sides by a veritable ocean of trees that put redwoods to shame, with a mighty mountain range guarding the rear, it stood as a symbol of the dedication and power of the people of Hi-no Kuni. Many were the hardships faced by this village since its founding, from the Senju Uchiha conflicts to the Third Shinobi War, not to mention the now legendary confrontation with the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The Hokages, the leaders and heroes of the village, were eternally preserved in the monument that loomed over the village, their faces carved from the cliff face, so that they may forever watch over their beloved home. Recently, a new, fifth face had been added to the monument. The stone features that of a woman of proud beauty, even carved from stone. The owner of the face, the legendary slug Sennin, Senju Tsunade, was currently reading over a set of reports she'd been given with an annoyed scowl. Had anyone laid eyes on her, they'd have assumed she was a woman in her late 20s, early 30s at the offset. Those that took the time to lift their eyes to meet her own, that is. Nary a wrinkle showed on her face or brow, the regal, commanding beauty that generals would have one to war for, marred only by the frown as she delicately tore one of the many attempts to subvert her authority into shreds, before tossing it in the overflowing wastebin by her desk. Needless to say, when the woman's attendant, Shizune, entered with another stack of papers, she was met with a glare that, had she been male, would have shriveled her balls up. As it were, the medic merely smiled reassuringly and placed the stack before her master. These merely require a stamped Tsunade-sama, she assured the irate Godime, they're receipts for the debts you've paid off. She chuckled as the blonde's glare intensified. Before pulling out a scroll, also, one of Jiraiya-sama's toads brought this in. Tsunade blinked, taking the scroll, noting it had already been checked for traps, before bitten. Her thumb and rubbing it along the latch. Security was everything in a hidden village, and private letters between the cages, and the few people they trusted generally had more than one level of protection on them, other than the messenger of course. Unrolling the seal, and promptly ignoring her old teammate's dramatic introduction, with several attempts to ask her out on a date included, she skipped to the shorter, more important scripts, which contained cliff notes concerning the movements of their enemies, namely Akatsuki and Otogakure, as well as the training of a certain hothead the two had come to regard as their not quite son. The brat's doing well. Too well, I might say. I swear it's like dealing with Kushina-chan all over again. Just the other day he slugged me for something that wasn't my fault. Tsunade highly doubted that, considering she knew the antics her former teammate got up to on his little romps outside the village, but pressed on with a slight smirk. Anyways, we'll be on our way back by the time this message gets underway. We're not too far, so I figured we'd take the scenic route, maybe do a little research. Tsunade bit of a growl at that last part, knowing all too well the type of research the old lech had in mind, before pressing on. Gotta go, the brat's getting impatient again. We should be back in Konoha by the time this reaches you. Professing his eternal love for you. Your loyal servant, the master of toads, the courtier of danger. Tsunade snorted, rolling the scroll up, having grown used to her teammates' bravado over the years. It never ceased to amuse her. How highly the pervert saw himself, nor how easy it was to knock him off his pedestal. Good news, Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked, noting the small smile on her master's face that only two people could rouse. Both of which were currently on a training trip. Better than good, Tsunade replied, rising from her chair and pulling on her coat with a flourish as she stepped Saint her confused former pupil, attendant, they're back. 2.5 years, an aged, yet undeniably jovial voice noted. The owner, a bear of a man with a mane of white hair, walking through the gates of Konoha. Smiling as he was absorbed into the crowd, sunlight glinting off a horned headband with the kanji for oil. A backpack landed at his feet, the owner blurring past him, rushing up a post like a streak of lightning. Hey, energetic as always, I see, he chuckled, eyeing his apprentice with wry amusement from below. I missed this place, the teen breathed, inhaling the familiar smells of home as she stretched her arms out wide, as if to embrace the village, the wind ruffling her hair. There really is no place like home. She blinked, noting something a little different about the place, before breaking into a wide grin as she espied the latest addition to the Hokage monument. Well, I'll be a Tanuki's uncle. Big Booby Nichan finally got round to posing for her statue. She snickered at the sight. Looks nothing like her. They shoulda done her when she was pissed. And here I was hoping you'd grown up a little. A bored voice noted, though there was a hint of amusement in the tone. The redhead turned to address the speaker, only to blink as she came face to face mask with a gray-haired Junin that was reclining on a roof nearby, a hardback bundle of perverseness in his hand. Yo, Naruto, Kaka-sensei, the redhead exclaimed, beaming at her Junin-sensei as she leapt over to join him on the roof. Man, you haven't changed at all, still a pervert too. Why change a winning combination? Kakashi chuckled, looking his student over carefully with his visible eye. So, still stuck, huh? Naruto shrugged, having actually grown used to the change during the trip. Meh, no big deal. Smee body whatever way you look at it. She frowned briefly, though a certain someone needs to learn the value of privacy. A true shinobi never lets his guard down. Jiraiya shot back in a sing-song voice, leaning against the pole his apprentice had just vacated, only to receive a tile to the head. A true master doesn't ogle his impressionable students whilst training either. The redhead pointed out, smirking as the Senin's curses rose up to them. Oh, by the way, she muttered, riffling through her equipment pouch, I got you something, sensei. I think you'll like it too. Kakashi chuckled, closing his beloved signed first edition copy of Ika Ika Violence, in order to humor his student. Haruno Sakura and Sakoshita Yunagi were the only member of Tsunade's new medical corps currently on duty when the Godime stopped by. The pink-haired girl had grown in the last few years, her once scrawny frame replaced by one more akin to a kunoichi, black, fingerless gloves on her NDS and the latest medical pack replacing her old equipment pouch. Yunagi had developed also, standing less than an inch under Sakura's height, with a healthier build than the clumsy, unathletic girl from 2 years ago. While Sakura had foregone her dress in favor of a sleeveless vest, short skirt and shorts, Yunagi wore a more traditional kunoichi outfit, a mesh shirt under a red, sleeveless kunoichi gi, with a short skirt over her shorts. Also, while Sakura had cut her hair over the years, Yunagi still maintained her ponytail, though she'd switched the old band for one with beads. Sakura, Yunagi, the Godime called out, drawing their attention from their careful documentation of medical charts. Care to come for a walk with me? Is something the matter, Tsunade Shisho? Sakura asked, looking at the medical prodigy in confusion, which only grew as the Godime smirked enigmatically. Nothing serious, Tsunade assured them, a smile on her face as she thumbed over her shoulder. Saint figured you'd like to greet our favorite lunkhead. Nani, Kakashi exclaimed, his face lined dramatically as he held a disbelieving hand before him, as if to shield him from the sight. How did you? This is. Naruto grinned, holding out a little green book with the image of a squatting silhouette of a man in thought. Yup, the latest edition of the Ika series to come out in 3 years. She exclaimed, dangling the book under the trembling Junin's nose, lifting it out of reach whenever he tried to reach for it. It's really boring though, maybe you wouldn't like it after all. Insolent brat, Jiraiya growled, scowling up at his disciple as the redhead continued to torment Kakashi with the book. That's an unreleased masterpiece as well, it'll be worth its weight in gold in a couple of years. Naruto teased, dangling the book out of Kakashi's reach. You want this boring old thing? You really do, she chuckled as Kakashi nodded eagerly, his visible eye pulling off the Koinugan no Jutsu the redhead had perfected years ago. Well then, what say you buy the ramen at the next team get-together? Kakashi nodded eagerly, for that was a small price to pay, in his opinion. To simply hold the literary ambrosia that Naruto now surrendered to his trembling hands. Hugging it close, resisting the urge to stroke the precious, he instead reached for the hallowed cover. Opening to the first page as light seemed to shine from the pages and angels cried out hallelujah. It's so beautiful, the copy nin wept, a single masculine tear sliding down his mask as he let his visible eye roam over that first blessed sentence, and this is simply the opening credits. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto called out, waving her hand in front of the dazed Junin's face to now response, Oi, Kaka-sensei. She sighed when this produced no result, before grinning and sidling up behind the man, making a tiger seal with her fingers. The citizens of Konoha blinked as Kakashi's yelp echoed over their heads. Watching idly as the copy nin soared overhead, clutching his abused rear with one hand, the other holding a small green book to his chest as if it were his firstborn child. Turning to protect it even as he crashed into a nearby alley, upsetting dumpsters and stray cats alike. It was, after all, not uncommon for Junin to snap in their old age. Several minutes, and a couple of well-placed glares on behalf of Kakashi, and the group were walking down the streets towards Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto singing the stand's name cheerfully while her two sensei conversed a few feet behind her. You were asking for it. Jiraiya chuckled, eyeing the peeved Junin out the corner of his eye with a hint of mirth. Never let your guard down around the kid, he's all yours now. Hi, Kakashi acknowledged, sighing in an attempt to calm himself as he turned the page of Ika tactics, all thoughts of gruesome revenge put aside as he focused on his gift, though his ears diligently attended to Jiraiya's words. Akatsuki's been too quiet since we left. The Sennin continued, frowning at the mention of the group, knowing them they've gotta be feeling hot under the collar. They could try for Naruto again at any moment. He nodded solemnly, I'm going to see what I can dig up in the meanwhile, but until then. The conversation was cut off as Naruto let out a yell of surprise, awing their attention to a group of 3 the redhead had spotted, namely the Godime, with 2 of her students. Sakura-chan, Yunagi-ni-chan, the redhead exclaimed, dashing over and embracing the 2. In a hug that caused a red stain to form on Kakashi's mask. It's been ages. Sakura exclaimed, staring at the redhead in confusion. I'm sorry, do I know you, miss? She took in the features. With a blink, aren't you, from the hospital? Ah, Naruto, Yunagi exclaimed, returning the hug, inadvertently burying her face in the redhead's ample chest. causing a leer to spread across Jiraiya's features. "You're back." "And Naruto," Sakura yelped, eyes bugging out as she stared at the grinning, buxom redhead in alarm, and a little jealousy. "But you aren't, is that a?" "It's no jutsu, Sakura," Tsunade assured her apprentice as she walked up. "That Teko reinforces the seal on Kyuubi," but as a result, she gestured to Naruto to emphasize the point. "So that time, when the girls got together," Sakura realized, before gaping at the decidedly nervous redhead, he looks, wow. That was an understatement. Naruto was, in this form, far more appealing than even his Oroku no Jutsu, and that was saying something. Curves that drew the eyes of anyone that looked their way, a lithe, yet toned build that hinted at an active lifestyle, not to mention the fiery red hair and red-ringed blue eyes. On top of that, the pink-haired medic grumbled, glaring at the former pariah's ample chest, the exact opposite to her own, relatively flat in comparison. Just what in the hell has he been feeding those things? "Wow, Naruto, you're stacked," Yunagi noted, grabbing a palm full of cleavage through the Chunin vest, causing Sakura's eyes to near pop out of her skull. "You're probably bigger than Fuko-chan." Yunagi neighed, the redhead deadpanned, arms at her sides as she shot the innocent blonde a deadpan expression that caused Tsunade to chuckle. "You mind?" Yunagi blinked, before blushing and dropping her hands with a squeak, Tsunade shooting her teammate a glare as she spotted him taking notes and drooling like an idiot. "You've grown, Gaki," the godime noted, bending over slightly to lift up the redhead's Hittite, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Okairinasai." Naruto blinked, before smiling fondly at the woman that had come to be a second mother figure to her. "Tadaima, big booby Nichan." Oroku no Jutsu. The group, save Kakashi, who was too absorbed by his book, blinked as a burst of smoke formed not 5 feet away, only to gape as a curvaceous brunette that bore a passing resemblance to Shizune posed nude in the middle of the street, eliciting a lecherous cheer from Jiraiya, warding signs from Sakura, and deadpan expressions from Tsunade and Naruto. "Naruto Nichan," the woman exclaimed, changing mid-squeal to a familiar, if older, youth with the hereditary Sarutobi crop of spiky hair, his ever-present blue scarf wrapped around his neck. "Wadia." "Think, Konohamaru," Naruto muttered, looking the genin over with an exasperated expression as he trailed off. "That technique's only supposed to be used to catch perverts off guard." She frowned. As the teen continued to gape at her, "What?" Silence reigned as Jiraiya's cackles echoed in the street, Tsunade coughing guiltily into her fist alongside him. Sakura had recoiled in horror at what the youth was insinuating. Yunagi merely looking between the two in confusion as Kakashi, who was still absorbed in the world of Ika, failed to notice Naruto's face was starting to match her hair. And not entirely because of embarrassment. "Konohamaru," the redhead muttered, putting a hand to her forehead in exasperation, before looking the suddenly nervous Sarutobi youth in the eye. "Start running." "Well," Tsunade chuckled, watching as Naruto chased her sensei's grandson down the street, katana drawn and screaming for blood. "I suppose it's a small mercy he didn't grow up to be like you." "Like you're one to talk," Jiraiya muttered, eyeing a certain Pinkett as she joined in the hunt, smashing the pavement in her wake. Yunagi chasing after them in an attempt to calm the pair down. Tsunade coughed discreetly, looking away from the man as he turned his gaze to her. Anyway," she stated, clearing her throat authoritatively before turning to face her former teammate, "I see you gave him his vest. He'd more than earned it despite what the few remaining skeptics may say otherwise." Jiraiya assured her, grinning broadly, "Not that I handed it over right away, mind you." "Jiraiya," Tsunade warned, looking the man over with a scowl, not liking that grin on his face any more than she had during their genin days. "What did you do?" "Oh, nothing," Jiraiya replied suggestively, only to flinch under the patented Tsunade glare. Okay. It was about a year into the trip." Flashback. Naruto screeched, eyes bulging as she gaped at the senin in disbelief, pointing a trembling finger at him for emphasis. "You want me to help write your pervy trash?" "Baka," Jiraiya barked, grinding his knuckles into the teen's skull, leaving a smoking lump behind. "I'm just asking you to proofread my latest work, not add to it." "That was a fluke," Jiraiya snarled, throwing his arms in the air in exasperation, his hair spiking up in rage. "There's no way a brat like you could surpass my literary skills." He snorted, seemingly calming down as she shrugged dismissively. Who am I kidding? You probably can't even spell literary skills. That a challenge? Naruto growled, eyes flashing red as she glared at the chuckling Sennin, who seemed honestly amused with her show of irritation. Ho, you think you're up to it? Jiraiya scoffed. Fine then, you have until I meet with my publicist in the next big town. If you can even come up with a halfway decent novel, I'll give you your Chunin vest. Yosh, the redhead exclaimed, pumping an arm, unconsciously giggling her bust in the process. Just you wait and see, Arrow Sennin. I'll write circles around you. End flashback. I don't believe you, Tsunade grumbled, rubbing her forehead with her fingers as she shook her head in disbelief. You had him write softcore smut. Nothing soft about it, Jiraiya admitted, earning a look from his teammate that, on any other man, would have frozen their balls off. That is to say, oh what the hell. He fiddled with his backpack for a few seconds, pulling out a paperback novel and handing it to her. She frowned, lifting it up with a snort, only to blink at the cover. Tendo Rakuen, kinda dramatic don't you think? She asked, pointing at the title. Give it a look, Jiraiya offered, crossing his arms with a smirk, the kind of smirk a kindly, perverse grandfather wears knowing his prodigal grandson had taken a step towards matching him. You'll be surprised. Tsunade scoffed, flipping the book over and looking over the artwork with a half-lidded, deadpan expression. Within minutes, her eyes had slowly widened, a faint blush rising to her cheeks as she gripped the pages with both hands. Well, Jiraiya asked, blinking as she gave a startled gasp, clapping the pages shut and turning to face him like a startled cat. Tsunade. And nothing. The goddamn coughed, clearing her throat and fighting down the flush. I'm fine, good work with Naruto. She looked at him authoritatively. Let Kakashi deal with him for now. You just worry about Akatsuki and Orochimaru. Jiraiya agreed, nodding solemnly as he turned on his heel, only to pause to find the woman staring at the book. Grally. I'm going to need that back. He flinched as she hissed at him, pigtails floating behind her. Right, I'll lend it to you for a while, he muttered, before sauntering off with a grumble. Jiraiya, Tsunade called out, prompting him to turn back to find her looking the other way, a faint blush on her cheeks. Welcome home. Jiraiya grinned at her and gave a mock salute, before turning on his heel and disappearing via Shunshin. Mataku, Naruto growled, scratching her head with one hand, the other on her hip as she walked down the street alongside Yunagi and Sakura. Konohamaru's really gotta learn to keep his trap shut. Quote, Yunagi giggled, recalling how the youth had promised to never bring up the redhead's form again, though the validity of the statement was skeptical, as he'd be staring at Naruto's bust the entire time. So had Sakura for that matter, though she'd hidden it well. The pinkett seemed at an absolute loss for words. Sure, she could accept the redhead was Naruto. She'd seen the Oryoke no Jutsu enough times to know the former blonde wasn't a stranger to complete gender-bender transformations. But even so, she'd always managed to buck herself up from feeling inferior by reminding herself that, despite the size of the curves, Naruto was still an undersized kid underneath it all. Now however, since the seal physically altered his body, the teen stood a few inches taller than Sakura. Half a foot at least, and not only that, had filled out proportionately too. She couldn't even hold her rank over the former blonde, as it appeared he'd advanced through the ranks during their tenure abroad. Anyo, Naruto-kun, Yunagi asked, whilst Sakura grumbled to herself about the unfairness of it all, arms crossed over her chest. What's with the leotard? Naruto replied, before looking down at her attire and chuckling, scratching her head in embarrassment. My old cloches kinda fell apart halfway through the trip. This was the only thing that survived. Couldn't you have gone clothes shopping? Sakura grumbled, glaring at the all-too revealing bodysuit distastefully, wondering where the hell she'd seen it before. With Arrow Sennin, the former blonde deadpanned, earning a sweat drop from the pinkett. Every time I mentioned clothes shopping he'd whip out a pile of cosplay outfits and ask me to pose in them for research. She shivered, tear-sty. NS lining the side of her face. So much lace. Yunagi blushed, covering her mouth in embarrassment whilst Sakura seemed to suddenly burst into flames. Shanaru, Inner Sakura screeched. When I get my hands on that old lech I'm gonna. Fortunately for Jiraiya, the intentions of Sakura's darker half would remain within her head, for if they'd been spoken aloud, he'd have probably dropped dead from the chill, or suffer unfortunate shrinkage. As it were, the unlikely trio continued on their way, the two natural kunoichis trying to wrangle an in-depth description of the redhead's training, when she perked up. Isn't that? Naruto wondered, before breaking into a grin as a familiar, bored, mildly annoyed expression became visible through the crowd of villagers. Shikamaru. The Nara scion blinked, looking up from his walk in surprise as a red-headed kunoichi, and a rather buxom one at that, ran towards him, waving and grinning like the cat that got the canary. Man, it's been ages, the redhead greeted, coming to a halt right in front of the genius, who could only gape at her in confusion. But you're looking fitter than ever. Shikamaru shivered as he felt a piercing glare dig into his back. The culprit, none other than Temari, the oldest of the Sand siblings and one of the scariest women on the face of the earth, and Junin class to boot. She also happened to be rather possessive and jealous at times, and just so happened to be on good terms with the young man's mother, a scary combination if there ever was one. Nara, the blonde kunoichi muttered, earning a shiver from the henpecked shadow manipulator as her voice dipped into something in the negative degrees. Who is this? The redhead wondered, blinking at the irate Suna kunoichi in confusion, before smiling at her in recognition. Ah. You're Gaara's big sister. Small world. Temari blinked, a little off guard at the woman's familiarity, before shaking herself and looking at her closely. Have we met? What, you mean you forgot this mug? The redhead grinned, only to blink and look down at herself. Oh, right, you never saw me after the valley. Shikamaru repeated, his brain torn between keepin' his hide in one piece and ogling the redhead in a daze, only for his eyes to widen as he gaped at said redhead in disbelief. Don't tell me, Naruto. Yep, the Hanyu chirped, grinning like a loon, hands behind her head, balancing on one foot with the other crossed behind her leg, in the flesh. Naruto, the shrimpy Kyuubi no Jinchuriki. Temari exclaimed, eyes widening as she gaped at he snickering redhead. But, he was. Shikamaru choked, face flushing scarlet as he averted his eyes, lest he incur the wrath of his escort, and by proxy his mother. He's a guy, essayed as he fought to banish the images that were cropping up in his mind. It's just like his retarded Oryo no Jutsu, he's really a guy no matter how sexy he is, goddammit. Temari watched as the Era gripped his head and seemed to gyrate on the spot for a few seconds, before walking up to the redhead, almost hesitantly, and poking her in the cleavage. They're really real, she muttered, grabbing a handful despite her distraught escort's squawks. Big two, what the heck are you feeding these things? You mind? Naruto growled, eyebrow twitching as the kunoichi blinked, as if coming back to her senses, sighing as she backed off. With a gasped apology, Mataku, what's so damn fascinating about them? They're nowhere near as big as Tsunade Nichan's. No, but they're pretty darn close. Shikamaru's mind thought treacherously, its owner's gyrations increasing as this brought on a further influx of images. He'd definitely need to speak with Ino's old man later. A memory suppression jutsu was in order. Wow. Naruto breathed, walking alongside Temari as the group moved towards the Hokage tower. So Neji, Kankuro and yourself made Junin. Pretty much, Temari admitted, still trying to wrap her mind around the fact that the bombshell at her side was the same Gaki that beat the living shit out of Gaara, whilst simultaneously beating a bit of human compassion back into him. Wasn't easy, let me tell you. And what about Gaara? The redhead asked, looking over at his fellow redhead's older sister. How's he been doing? He learned to laugh a little yet? Or did he go back to brooding all the time? Not as much, no, Temari admitted, though there was a warm smile on her face all the same. But then again, his serious disposition suits his new position perfectly. Naruto wondered, sweat dropping at the woman's look of pride. Wait a minute, don't tell me. Temari smirked, nodding her head in admission, feeling another burst of satisfaction at the look of shock in those red-ringed blue eyes. Gaara's a dad, Naruto exclaimed, blinking as Temari's face faulted so hard she left a pothole in the street, legs twitching in the air, her Kimono riding down a little, the view see. Ousing Shikamaru to break out in a cold sweat, Tamari ne. Kazekage-sama, Baki inquired, looking over at his former student in concern as the teen let out an impressive sneeze that actually caused the wind to increase for a few seconds. Are you all right? Fine, Gaara assured the man, rubbing his nose with a sniff, though internally he wondered what on earth had caused him to sneeze. Any sand or dust particles that came too close were drawn to the sand shield that covered his body like magnets. As I was saying, Counselor Yura continued, nodding respectfully at the young Kazekage, the POW of our village has stabilized over the past few years, with foreign relationships with our allies strengthening as a result. He nodded. Also, we've seen impressive results from the training program we adopted from Konoha that was added to our own curriculum. The Chunin exams are coming up soon. An older council member noted with an eager smirk as he cupped his chin, can't wait to see the results this time round. The closeness of the exams makes my next issue all the more disturbing, Yura replied, drawing everyone's attention to the younger council member. There have been rumors circulating. Rumors, Baki repeated, raising an eyebrow at the man while Gaara frowned in thought. Yura may be only slightly younger than Baki, but the Junin had known him for some time now. He was a cool, level-headed shinobi that hardly ever got unnerved, even against overwhelming odds. For something to have unsettled him enough to voice his concerns to the council, it didn't bode well. My informa, Chion comes directly from Jiraiya-sama of the Densetsu no Sanin. Yura relayed, causing everyone to sit up straight, save Gaara, who had never met the man. It concerns an organization called Akatsuki. On the outskirts of Sunagaku, a small sandstorm, more like a strong breeze, had picked up, lifting the sand and carrying it through the air, hindering the visibility of anyone that traversed the desert. Anyone, that is, except the Suna shinobi that were currently on guard duty at their village's entrance, a crevice in a massive rock formation that protected Sunagaku not only from the harsh desert winds, but their enemies as well. They were on high alert, and for good reason too, for one of them had spotted two figures drawing close to the village through the sandstorm, without any sign of discomfort. Two figures decked out in black cloaks patterned with red clouds. Orochimaru's pawns are up ahead, the taller of the two. Akatsuki noted, his tone deep and mocking, to think he'd leak our info after turning traitor. Nothing we can do about it. A deep gravelly voice ground out, the shorter of the two plodding alongside his partner, seemingly walking on all fours. Even I have ain't an idea what he's like after using that jutsu. He eyed the small bag his comrade carried inquisitively. Forget that for now, you're sure one bag will be enough. Our opponent is a Jinchuriki after all. Relax my jutsu are works of art that require the perfect tools an audience to perform. He placed a hand into one of his side packs. That's why I brought along my personal favorite, number 18 He chuckled as a chewing noise emerged from the pack. After all, he withdrew his hand to reveal a mouth on his palm, a tongue slipping out to wash the teeth. Our opponent is the Ikibi, wouldn't do to be careless And so it begins. Will the Akatsuki prove successful in their attempts on Gaara? Will Gaara go down without a fight? Find out next time on Hokage ni Isen, Hai no Ishi. And now for something completely different. Kakashi, humming to himself as he walked down the street, reading his beloved volume of Ika Tactics, ho, Jiraiya-sama hasn't lost his touch, Kakashi. I quirks an eyebrow as he spots a weird seal on the next page, shrugging to himself as he turned the page, only to gape in horror as he discovered the rest of the pages were blank. Kakashi. No. Opening parenthesis. He flips the book over desperately from all angles. It can't be. It was just getting A note falls out of the book, addressed in familiar handwriting. Note. Yo, Kakabaka, if you want to read the rest of this book, you'll have to take your job more seriously. That means for every time you show up on time, half a page will be added to the book. If you actually do something constructive, a page will be added. See Yasuka, Kyugen, Kakashi. Eye widening in horror, disbelief, primal fury. First true chapter deserves a proper christening. So read and review, people. Chapter 3. Sadly, as a result of a highly negative comment, I shall be discontinuing this work, as it seems there are some who feel this work isn't any good. I thank you all for your time and support in my previous works. Hopefully any future ones I produce will not fall so short of expectations. This is the end. Psyche. Seriously folks, you think I'd stop because of one lousy flame? Give me some credit here. Also, to Darkangel 65, whoever the hells you are, I suggest you take the time to actually learn how to type, because if I'm going to be lamed, I'd like to at least spare the English language any further butchering than it's already endured. Seriously, I don't know what fix you've been reading, and I'll admit the Hinata rape ones piss me off as well. But if you were hoping to make an impact with your statement, let me just come out and say, get a damn life. That said, thank you to all those reviewers that sent in their responses, and those that voiced some negative opinions, which seem to be aimed particularly at the fact Naruto's danglies have disappeared. Rest assured they will be returning from time to time, and are set for a full return later. As I said in my profile, I cannot work miracles. If you don't like my work, don't read and feel free not to leave a review, but if you must, try to be polite about it. Kakashi. Remember kids, mind your language and you'll go far. Kyugen. Aren't you running late? Kakashi. Eyes widen and he dashes for the door. Kyugen. I wonder, did I turn off the traps today? The sound of machine gun fire. Laser cannons and chainsaws start up. Akatsuki's move. Gaara's stand. For the last damn time. Temari grit out, one hand gripping the edge of her battle fan, a vein pulsing on her forehead. Gaara is not the father of anyone's child. Really? Naruto asked, looking oddly disappointed, though her eyes danced with humor. Too bad, I was gonna ask him to name the next one after me. Shikamaru sighed, watching the sight before him with resigned disbelief. He'd recognize that look in Naruto's eyes anywhere. The former blonde was winding Temari up deliberately, just to see how far she'd go before snapping. He had to admit, the girl looked pretty hot when she was pissed, but at the same time the desire to get as far away from her as possible only seemed to increase along with the beauty. All right, pack it up, he muttered, stepping forwards with a groan. Temari, we need to head over to the Hokage's office to finalize the Chunin exam details. He turned to the redhead. You coming? Thanks, but no, Naruto countered, shaking her head with a smile. I've been gone for almost 3 years. I want to get a home-cooked meal into me before I do anything else. Shikamaru scoffed at the very Akamichi line of thought, before waving over his shoulder at the redhead and leading the seething Suna Kunoichi away before she started a war by killing the Godime's favorite shinobi. Naruto waved at them, turning on her heel to grin at Sakura and Yunagi, the latter of which was giggling guiltily. Yunagi Nichan, wanna head home? Nichan, he says. Sakura deadpanned, watching as Yunagi cheered and walked up to the redhead. He's almost a half-foot taller than me, and she barely comes to my shoulder. Yane, Sakura-san. The pair called out, snapping the pinkett out of her daze long enough to return the gesture. Before making her own way home, coincidentally taking a side trip to the nearest pharmacist. It looked like she'd have to restock on aspirin sooner than she'd thought. Naruto smiled as the Hokage clan house came into view, the pristine lawns and rock garden exactly as she'd remembered them. Even the koi in the pond were as lively as ever. Anything change while I was away? The redhead asked, looking down at a smiling Yunagi, who was walking with her hands behind her back. Not really. Kaoru-kun was assigned to a genin team last month. Kagero-san had the compound officially listed, though under Hanabishi-san's name to avoid confrontation. Naruto nodded. While Sarutobi had been indifferent to the clan's title, many other members of the council that had learned of the Hokage Ningen had balked and considered the title heresy. The old man had fought to assure the council that the clan wasn't being presumptuous, that they had been referring to themselves as such for generations. But the fact of the matter was that a clan with the same title as the shinobi leader of Konohamaru didn't sit well with the council. And so, not wanting to antagonize them further, Kagero had the clan officially registered as the Hanabishi clan through Tsunade. What the council wasn't aware of was the fact that while the clan bore the mark of the leaf, they answered solely to the Hokage. Meaning only Tsunade could command them to do anything. In effect, they were still the Hokage ninja, they just didn't broadcast it to the whole world. How is Ka-san these days? The redhead asked the blonde healer, only to be enveloped in a maternal hug from behind, only the familiar scent of the assaulter keeping her from drawing her sword. Fine, as always, Kagero replied with a chuckle, the immortal. Kunoichi ruffling her adopted son's, despite appearance, hair. Better now that you've returned, I trust things went well with Jiraiya Dono. About as well as could be expected. Naruto replied, returning the hug fiercely, though I had to remind him that peeping wasn't part of the training. Kagero chuckled weakly, having grown used to the surprisingly high level of voyeurism in Konoha. At the very least, Jiraiya was only guilty of looking. He wasn't anything like Koku, who made a point to fondle any woman he landed on. At that moment, the shogi door opened and a familiar mess of hair came out. The owner struggling to pull on a Chunin vest over his traditional shinobi clothes, a teko on his arm. Good morning, Recca, Kagero greeted, smiling as her true son came into view. Sleep well. Like the dead, the Enjutsu Shi yawned, jaw cracking audibly as he stretched. I swear, the next time that old bag signs me up for patrol duty I'm gonna flash fry her sake supply so hard she'll pummel you into a bloody smear on her office floor. Naruto quipped, grinning as the Enjutsu Shi nodded, only to blink and round on her in a hot-headed rage. Tem, Recca snapped, only to blink once more. A look of wonder, recognition, and finally elation spreading across his face as he leapt at the former blonde. Naruto. You're back. Yo, Aniki. The redhead greeted, returning the energetic air to the Hokage ninja clan's hug with a grin. You're looking good. Look who's talking. Recca grinned, hands on the redhead's shoulders so he could get a look at his autodo. The Enjutsu Shi had shot up like a leaf over the last 2 years, and now stood easily eye level with Kure, just over 6 foot. His ever-present plaster on his cheek had been removed, allowing his scar to be visible to all. Aside from the Konoha Chunin vest, he wore a more traditional Hokage ninja uniform, with his kunai pouch on his right leg and black shinobi sandals. Recca came of age last year, Kagero explained, noting the redhead's look towards her son's apparel. That is the traditional garb of the head of the Hokage ninja. It's pretty light, Recca added, lifting the fabric experimentally with a grin. Tough too. Like mesh or something. He looked his autodo up and down, a frown appearing on his face. But enough about me, what the heck are you wearing that for? Naruto wondered, looking down at the black bodysuit under her Chunin vest in confusion. This Gejimayu-sensei gave one to the 3 of us, remember? That's not the point, Recca seethed, pointing at the redhead accusingly, trying to look everywhere but below her neck. Aniki does not approve, young lady. Oi, Naruto snapped, eye twitching as she got up in her Aniki's face, flames dancing around them as they glared at one another. Who? You calling young lady? It's so good to have them home. Kagero beamed, whilst Yunagi giggled at the two as they continued to get in each other's face. Mataku, Recca sighed, shaking his head as he lowered the ramen bowl. One still can't believe you've gotten used to being, you know. Naruto swallowed a mouthful of broth, flagging down another bowl of the liquid ambrosia that was Ichiraku ramen. Before turning to her Aniki, oh, would you give it a rest? I thought you were used to freaky Madogu stuff. Freaky, demonic, bloodthirsty, body-possessing Madogu, yes. Recca countered, shaking his head with a grunt. Freaky, gender-bending Madogu or something new. He shuddered. Also, of all the things, you had to wear the bodysuit. Would you rather I come in with kitty ears and a maid's dress? Naruto shot back, snickering as her Aniki turned magenta and choked on his noodles, and that's only one of the things Ero Sennin suggested. Ichiraku Tsuki shot a concerned look at his best customer, his paternal instincts rising to the fore. He had always considered the blonde a type of son, admittedly one he charged money to eat, but a son nonetheless, and while the youth had always put himself in danger, he knew he'd just grow stronger for it. Now, however, his parental senses were going off like a warning klaxon, and only a warning look from a Yame prevented him from grabbing a carving knife and chasing down a certain Gamma Sennin in a berserk paternal fury. As it were, the redhead had decided to humor the Enjutsu Shi, and had put on a pair of shinobi pants over the leotard. Though not even an act of God could remove the Chunin vest from her person. So where's everyone else? Naruto asked, looking over at Recca as he put away his 10th bowl. One come back and you bastards don't even bother to throw a party. Brat. Recca scoffed. Fuko's off on a mission somewhere. Tokia got promoted to Junin. He snorted bitterly at her look of shock. Yeah, sucks I know. But Haku-chan's been keeping him quiet so no big deal. What about Domon? Naruto asked, having not seen the lovable giant at the Hokage Hanabishi compound when she'd stopped by. What about him? I honestly don't know. Recca supplied, looking a little concerned for his giant friend. He got a summons to the Hokage's office about a few months ago, but couldn't tell us what it was about. He slurped his broth sullenly. Haven't seen him for half a year, though it might be because he's pissed Fuko off by forgetting to. Right, that could be it, Naruto noted, the two shivering as they recalled their female friend's infamous temper. They looked up, however, when Shizune peeked into the restaurant, a relieved smile on her face. Naruto-kun, Recca-kun. The Godime's assistant, nodding politely towards Tsuki and Ayame. Tsunade-sama wants to see you immediately. So what's with the checkup? Naruto repeated, looking over at Shizune as she pulled her Chunin vest back on. Feeling oddly violated after the checkup, Shizune having checked everywhere. I don't feel sick. Standard precaution for shinobi that returned from long-term missions, Tsunade assured the redhead from behind her desk. Though she shot Shizune a look, one the medic returned without being noticed. However, the reason I asked you to come here is to first congratulate you on your progress with Jiraiya. She smiled a little at this, and secondly, to let you know you will be resuming missions with Kakashi later today. Finally, Recca cheered, a grin stretching across his face, before blinking. Wait, what about Domon? Tsunade shook her head. I'm afraid Domon's on a mission right now. The details are classified so don't bother asking. She pushed a scroll towards him. However, if you see Fuko, give this to her. He sent it along with his report. Recca blinked at the size of the scroll, easily the size of the one Jiraiya carried at all times, outlined with badly drawn hearts, the Fujin Mr. S. name printed in Domon's messy scrawl at the front. Sweat dropping slightly as he picked the massive thing up, the Enjutsu she gazed at his Autodo imploringly until the redhead sighed, summoning a Kage Bunshin to carry the damnable thing home for them. As I was saying, Tsunade continued, as of today, you will resume your duties as members of Team Kakashi. She smirked at their looks of confusion, once a new genin crop graduates. The older teams forego their numbers in favor of the sensei's name to avoid confusion. Makes sense, Naruto muttered, though she was looking a mite perturbed, but Nichan. Without Domon we're down to just Aniki and myself. Recca and Tsunade frowned, noticing that their brother seemed to flinch slightly, knowing exactly what the cause of the discomfort was. Domon's mission was one only he could carry out, but by no means was it life-threatening. Tsunade assured the redhead, however, it is not unusual for teams to proceed without a member, so for the time being you'll have to do without. Good thing he remembered you. The taller of the Akatsuki noted in amusement as Yura bowed before them, having just slaughtered the sentries at the village entrance. If he hadn't, I'd have had to use my jutsu. He smirked, holding a hand out, palm up, the mouth spitting out a well-chewed lump of clay. Well then, let's begin. He clenched his fist, opening it to reveal a clay eagle, which he tossed casually before him before making a ram seal. It erupted in a plume of smoke, and when it cleared, the eagle had grown to the size of a small cart, easily large enough to ride on. I'll take the village on from the sky, he stated, hopping onto the apparition's back with a smirk, removing his hat to reveal a blonde head of hair, tied up in a high ponytail. A long bang covering half his face. What do you think? Sasori no Dana, pretty artistic right? Just don't keep me waiting, Deidara. The hunchbacked Akatsuki warned, his eyes as cold as ever. Deidara sniffed, before taking to the skies on the back of his creation, reaching under his bang to press the strange device over his right eye. 3 sentries, watching the sky, he noted, snorting at the sight of them. Not bad. Just like the village's design, well worth ruining it a bit. He rummaged through his pouch for some clay, producing 3 spider figurines. Well then, these should do for now. Gaara was going over the latest reports and drafts for the council, his face a mask of eerie calm, though internally, he was quite perturbed. If what Yura said was true, then the Akatsuki would be going after his fellow Jinchuriki. From what he recalled, they had already made an attempt on Uzumaki Naruto 2 years prior, though fortunately, Jiraiya in superior numbers had driven them off. He scowled, Shukaku releasing an uneasy growl in their shared mindscape. The insane Tanuki had been a lot less restless and demanding as of late, possibly because of the additional wards Jiraiya had placed on the teen some time ago so the cage could get a decent night's sleep. Alternatively, it could be that even a raving lunatic like Shukaku could understand the importance of someone tracking down its brethren. If such were the case, being the weakest despite its protests of the Biju, they would most likely attack Tsunade first. Let them come, Shukaku howled within the deep recesses of their shared mindscape, weakest of the Biju. I'll show you weak. Silence, Gaara ordered, the Tanuki's voice receding with an indignant shriek. I must remember to thank Baki for those meditation lessons. The cage noted with approval, only to shiver, his eyes snapping towards the roof. Something, make that several somethings, had disturbed the thin layer of sand he'd covered the village with. More specifically the sand that covered the cage's tower, and were currently skittering towards his sentries. Turning his gaze to a window, the Godime cage's eyes narrowed as he espied an avian intruder. One that had no right under the desert sun, particularly not ones carrying figures with black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Katsu, Deidara called out, channeling chakra into a ram seal and detonating the spider golems that had clambered onto the startled sentries, effectively blasting them to Kingdom Come, albeit without drawing too much attention. Infiltration successful the blonde noted, a smirk on his face as he touched down on the roof of the tower. I beg to differ. A cold voice countered, Deidara whipping round just in time to avoid a wave of sand that clutched at his legs. Eye flicking to the silent form of the Godime cage, who did not look pleased to see him. Ho, the Akatsuki noted with a smirk, dodging the sand all the while, so you came to meet me did you? He leapt upwards, aiming to land on the back of his eagle golem, only to gape as a spear came out of nowhere and speared the beast, causing it to explode in midair. No. The cold voice countered, Deidara whipping round to find another Gaara standing on the rooftop behind him, hand extended from tossing the spear that destroyed the golem, sand whipping around him. Na miniature storm, I came here to kill you. The cage tower is under attack. Baki called out, gesturing for the troops to get their asses in gear, damn it. How'd they get in? What happened to the sentries? No sign of Yura either. Kankuro muttered concernedly, looking decidedly grim as he sidled up to his former mentor. You think they got him too? I hope not, Baki muttered, features grim. He'd known Yura for years. Back in their genin days for that matter. The man was a reliable ally and a good drinking buddy, and happened to owe the former sensei of the Sand siblings a few rounds as it stood. No time for that now. Send a missive to Konoha immediately. He ordered a passing chunin. Tell them Akatsuki has made their first move, and that we'll hold them as long as we can. Quote, and tell Tamari to get her ass back her on the double. He added as an afterthought, I don't care what she's doing. I want her back in Suna yesterday. Duck and cover, a random chunin called out, Jew. Saint before a wave of sand lurched to life, lunging towards the tower like a serpent, heeding the call of its master. He's good Deidara noted bitterly, leaping around like a demented grasshopper. On crack to avoid being swatted by the waves of sand, he's not giving me time to use my clay. Muda da, Gaara's voice muttered, seemingly in the blonde's ear, Deidara whipping round to find the Zekage standing on a pillar not 2 feet away from his position. You cannot escape. HMMPH. The pyrotechnical Akatsuki scoffed, slipping his hands into the clay pouch under his cloak. You talk big, for a failed experiment, he mocked, smirking at the redhead. Oh yeah, we know all about you Gaara, you and your little temper tantrums. You really think you stand a chance against me? You wish to see the scope of the power I wield? Gaara asked, his tone cold enough to freeze mercury. Here, on the sands of Tsunade. He held both palms up to the air, a massive wave of sand erupting behind him. And looming over the startled Akatsuki, my own turf. The green eyes narrowed, then experience it with your flesh. Deidara cursed and pumped chakra into his legs, blasting high into the air as the W. Avenue crashed down on the spot he'd just vacated. Summoning an owl golem, the blonde Akatsuki tried to put some distance between them, only to blink as it suddenly got very dark. Nightfall, already, he thought dazedly, before cursing, urging his mount forwards desperately as the giant wave of sand began to close around him like a ravenous maw. Sabakura OU, Gaara called out, both hands outstretched. Before him as he manipulated the sand prison with a skill only a master puppeteer could match, scowling as the Akatsuki abandoned his mount, detonating it to stall the closing of the prison. He summoned another in mid-leap. This time a pelican-like creature, sending a couple of multi-winged golems, geese-like in appearance, hurtling towards the redhead. Not even pausing to blink, Gaara's shield of sand appeared before him, blocking the explosions and hiding the cage from view. Deidara, thinking he had time to recover, cursed as a spear was hurled at him from the right, only to catch it his left hand and scoff at the sight of it. Your taste is something else the blonde mocked, hefting the bizarre weapon critically, like something out of a horror movie, this, a B-movie at that. He scoffed, eyeing the cage mockingly as the sand gathered around the redhead, running out of ideas. Hardly, Gaara countered, stretching an open palm towards Deidara, whose eyes widened at. The spear instantly dissolved into sand, cursing as he recognized the redhead's intentions. Sabakuku, Deidara's scream cut through the skies of Tsunade as Gaara's sand coffin jutsu crushed his trapped limb. The pressure of the sand spraying blood in all directions. He's late, Sasori growled, his gravelly tone laced with impatience and no end of annoyance. Why the hell did Pain stick this idiot with me? Itachi would never have kept me waiting. He raised his head slightly at the sight of the massive sphere of sand that was forming overhead, noting with interest that two minuscule dots were hovering nearby. Only to growl as the echo of Deidara's scream reached his ear. Kuso. I knew I should have gone after the brat myself. He glared at the almost imperceptible black dot. Get in Ar Deidara, or I'll bury you with the village. Sanuva bitch. Deidara panted, lurching to one side as he pulled the tattered remains of his left hand from the sands, the limb dangling uselessly, almost ripped out at the socket. His sleeve torn to shreds. He's good I may have underestimated him. This is the power of the Godime cage. Gaara informed the man, his arms crossed before him as he glared down at his attacker with the aloofness of a deity. Surrender now and you may live, at least as long as it takes to get info on Akatsuki's goals out of you. How in the hell does he know about us? The blonde nuke nin hissed, his sole visible eye narrowing as he glared at the redhead. Oh yeah, Itachi mentioned this, seems Jiraiya's been spreading the word I warn you, Gaara called out, his face set in stone. Any further attempts on my person will be dealt with swiftly. He eyed the man's lifeless arm, unless you wish to be buried here. In a backwater village like this. Ha, Deidara scoffed, riffling through one of his hip packs with a smirk. You're strong I'll admit that willingly. He eyed the sand around them warily, and that stuff protects you automatically, right? Fighting you in the desert was an error on my part He smirked as he pulled out a statue of clay, sneaking the last of his homing bird figures into his sleeve as he did so. Still, for all your power, you have one blazingly obvious weakness. Gaara's eyes narrowed, his face impassive, even as the Akatsuki enlarged the bizarre figure, revealing a teardrop-shaped golem with a pair of wing-like arms and a face. You're strong, I'll admit that Deidara allotted, a smirk on his haggard features. I was definitely unprepared to take you on. He raised his good hand. Fighting you and your village would be a real pain in the ass The smirk widened, so let's even things up a bit. Gaara's eyes widened as he realized the madman's intentions, watching in alarm as the Chi golem screeched towards Tsunade like a missile, the assembled shinobi scattering to get out of the blast range, for all the good it would do. Not even taking the time to curse, Gaara redirected the wave of sand downwards. Simultaneously summoning the sand he'd spread over the village proper, the two waves meshing together and condensing into a tightly packed wall half a mile above the village, halting the falling projectile and shielding the residents from the fiery explosion that followed. So quiet, Sasori noted, running his eyes over the distant architecture of the village from his post at the entrance. Even though he had left it behind all those years ago, he still marveled at how the buildings had weathered the harsh desert climate and wars. We really knew how to build things that lasted back in the day. He noted with approval, I wonder how the new generation of puppeteers measure up. Shaking his head, the hunchbacked figure growled, ridding himself of such thoughts, he highly doubted he would get the chance to find out. After all, Deidara was not so incompetent as to draw more attention to their movements than was necessary. The explosion nearly blew the cloaked nin off his feet, his eyes shaded by the rim of his hat, widening in disbelief, before narrowing in anger as his bladed, tail-like attachment wrapped around him protectively, warding off the worst of the wind and light as he growled. That idiot! His own voice almost drowned in the echoes of the blast. I knew I should have gone first. As the dust finally settled he blinked, half expecting to see the village laid to ruin. A small part of him pleasantly surprised to be in the wrong as he espied the cause of Suna's salvation. Well now, he muttered, a hint of intrigue in his tone as he lifted his gaze heavenwards. Isn't he an unusual one? Deidara's thoughts were of a similar line to Sasori's, eyeing the wall of sand that had shielded the village from his number 18 special with a mixture of confusion and stunned appreciation. His gaze turned towards the small dome of sand that was, in fact, the village's savior, the wily Jinchuriki, having enveloped himself in his ultimate defense even as he ensured the village was safe. This isn't at all like the others the former Iwa nin noted, features grim. Jinchuriki are usually so wretched and despised the village practically throws them at us. For the love of napalm, Kakuzu bought the 6 tails for a meal of rice, fish and 2 pickles. Not that the brat had gone down easy, mind you, but a little corrective surgery, in the form of Kaku's snapping and ripping the brat's arms and legs off, ensured the trip back was without incident. So why's this guy so different? Deidara muttered, I thought he was supposed to be a walking psychiatric failure. The files say he killed anyone that looked at him sideways, or simply because they were there. He shot the sphere of sand a calculating look, yet here he is defending them, and unless I miss my guess, they're rallying to back him up. I oughta sue, he muttered darkly, cursing the lack of information that had put him in this mess. Pain-sama and I are going to have a few words on. He winced as he noticed how low the sun had set, realizing that his partner must have been waiting for some time now. The last time someone had dared keep Sasori waiting, he had decorated the walls with tea air innards before marching out of the restaurant in a huff. On the one hand, the man had managed to make the rather macabre decorations quite festive in appearance. On the other, the fact he'd butchered the waitress for taking so long to ask them what they wanted to order was a pretty good motivator to get the job done. Now, good thing I planned ahead, he noted, smirking as he eyed his mutilated left arm, before turning his attention to Gaara, who had left a small section of his shield open to keep an eye on the blonde, not wanting waste chakra by constructing an eye. Smile for the birdie, he called out, grinning as the redhead finally noticed the miniature bird golem hopping into the sand shield, the explosion bringing a satisfying smirk to the mad bomber, who felt a slight twinge from his left hand as the mouth on the injured palm mimicked the one on his face. Too close for comfort, Gaara muttered, the darkness of the sand shield comforting him as he tried to catch High's breath. I knew the Akatsuki would be tough, but this is something else. Lemme at him, Shukaku howled, the taste of the Iwa nin's blood having driven the beast to hysterical bloodlust. He threatens me on my home turf. I'll have his single quote. Gaara frowned. The Tanuki's sudden silence wasn't normal, especially after sampling blood in such paltry doses. He may have stopped referring to the insane Biju as his mother. But that didn't change the fact that he knew the creature better than anyone, possibly even Shukaku himself. Something wrong? He asked, looking within his recently reconstructed mindscape. A barren desert with a cage set in a cliff face, behind which he could make out the faint outline of his burden's form. Not feeling so good, Shukaku grumbled, his normally high voice fraught with discomfort. There's a rumbly in my tumbly. It ignored the sweat drop on its vessel's astral head. Something in that bastard's blood. The copper eyes widened. Shit. A bomb. With a strength of will unknown to its vessel. Shukaku's chakra physically repelled Gaara out of the mindscape, the shield of sand spitting him out like a grape seed just as the clay Deidara had mixed in with the sand detonated, shattering the nigh impenetrable defense even as the dazed Kazekage landed on the roof of his tower, winded but unharmed. Ow! The Tanuki grumbled, sounding oddly distressed inside. The redhead's mind. Worst case of indigestion ever. Be grateful you're alive to feel it. Gaara muttered, glaring up at his opponent warily as the pelican golem swept ever close. This is bad, I'm virtually out of chakra. He glared at the descending threat, and who knows how many of those bombs he has left. You're something else Deidara noted with a smirk as he leveled off just out of each of a jump from the tower. I don't think any Jinchurikis lasted as long as you have. He snorted derisively. That said, even monsters have limits. How much longer do you think you can keep this up? He doesn't have to. A voice growled in the blonde's ear, causing him to leap off his mount as something came at him from behind, barely avoiding losing his head in the process. What the hell? Deidara snarled, landing on a nearby pole and glaring at the untimely reinforcements. Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me. Hardly. Baki growled, standing beside his leader and former ward. As he flexed his fingers in preparation for another K's no Yeba, Gaara is the Sans Kazekage. He stated coldly, his enemies are my enemies. Baki-sensei. Gaara managed, gazing at his former mentor with a concerned expression. Only for the older shinobi to hold up a hand when he tried to step forwards. Relax, you're out of chakra after a fight like that. The Junin instructed, scowling at Deidara, that guy's in the same boat. All he's got left is that pelican, and I doubt he's going to be blowing it up. Deidara, who had resumed his place on the mount, glared at the Junin in annoyance as he got to higher ground. Mataku, this really isn't my day. It's about to get worse. A gravely voice called out, just as Baki was sent flying as something slammed into his side, the Junin crashing through the skylight of the Kazecage's office with a grunt, crashing shoulder first into the desk, which collapsed under the weight. Baki. Gaara called out in alarm, only to stagger forwards drunk. NLY as something jabbed into his shoulder, gaping down at the darts embedded in his skin with growing alarm. Your sand is all used up. The hunchbacked figure pointed out in a voice like sand and gravel. His arm already hidden beneath the folds of his cloak, that means your armor's thin enough to be penetrated by Senbon. Gaara cursed, even as his vision swam and the roof of the tower rose up to meet him. At one of the more popular cafes, Tamari was just finishing up a meal of dango and green tea, already making her way back to Suna. Aside from a slight headache from Naruto, she was in a rather good mood. Make that a very good mood, as the preparations for the Chunin exams had gone off without a hitch, thanks in no small part to a certain Nara. This had left her with pretty much an day to recuperate before heading home, a day she'd used rather well. Oh yes, very well indeed. He's so cute when he's terrified. The eldest of the Sand siblings noted, chuckling as she recalled the look on the Nara's face when she'd cornered him in the office. Not bad mileage for a slacker either. She reached out for her teacup, only to blink as the rim cracked, prompting a frown from the W. Oman as she turned her gaze towards K's no Kuni. Something's going on, she muttered, swallowing the last of her dango and flagging down the waiter to pay the bill. I'd best be getting home. And thus, the invasion of Suna has ended, for now. Will Sasori and Deidara escape without incident? Or will they have Todier through the ranks of shinobi to keep their prize? Find out next time on Hokage no Isa, Hai no Ishi. Also, for those that asked, Hai no Ishi translates to Will of Fire. Kakashi. Pretty sure no one asked. Hyugen. Who asked you? Pushes a button. Kakashi. Winces, only to blink as he realizes nothing happened. I'm alive. Yeowa. Chainsaw noise. Kakashi. Turns around in alarm, just as Dr. Salvador brings his chainsaw onto his neck. GGG Gaia. Hyugen. Shielded Fro. The blood by a barrier jutsu, prompt as always, tosses him a sack of bullion. Keep the change. Dr. Salvador. Yeo. Cheers with chainsaw over his head. R&R have an appointment with the good doctor. Chapter 4. Many thanks to all those that sent in their support. As some may have noticed, the latest chapter of Gaiden was put up recently. I know it's a lot shorter than what you all were expecting. But as I said, it's been a while and Gaiden was one of my earlier works, and getting back into the flow of things is harder than it looks. So I'll apologize for anything you didn't like here, N. D. In my defense, it's most likely Kakashi's fault on some level, stupid lazy bastard with his contagious tardiness. Rorschach. Man has issues, that means he can be broken. Gaara abducted. Team Kakashi moves out. Sasori scuttled closer to the prone form of the cage, quirking an eyebrow slightly as he took in the redhead's features, noting various similarities to himself in the youth's age. Why, determined, a master of his art, he snorted. Were it not for the fact he doesn't use puppets, I'd have wished to challenge him myself. Hey, thanks for the assist, Sasori no Dana. Deidara offered. The pelican swooping down to hover nearby, thought I was in trouble there for a moment. You kept me waiting, Sasori ground out, glaring at the younger Akatsuki in annoyance as he used the tail to lift their prey onto the mount's back. I should kill you. Sorry, Deidara offered, a wry smirk on his face. You were right, I should have been more prepared. He eyed the hunchback respectfully. You really know your stuff. Outside of formerly being from Suna, Sasori ground out, I have a decent understanding of all the previous vessels for Shukaku. He glared at the blonde one last time. Before turning around, I'll see you at the entrance. Kankuro blinked as the intruder's bird took flight from the roof, cursing as he realized something must have happened to Baki when he caught sight of Gaara on the golem's back. Barking out an order to the troops, the middle sand sibling leapt after the invader, hauling ass through the village as he made his way to the entrance, only to stare, gobsmacked, at the scene before him. No wonder we didn't get any warning, he thought grimly, face a mask of anger and disgust as he gazed at the fallen Chunin and Junin. He'd known some of these guys for some time now. They weren't anything special, at least by Suna standards, but they were good men and dedicated to the village. They didn't deserve to be left like this. No time for that, he muttered, saying a silent prayer on the go as he continued onwards, bypassing all the traps left to slow him down. Until he cleared the entrance, only to curse as he spotted the beast was already a good march away from the village. Hold it, he snapped, catching their attention, cursing as he realized he was outnumbered. Give Gaara back. God, again, the blonde one moaned, looking decidedly guard as he gazed at the kabuki-wearing Nin. What is up with this god's damned village? That's what you get when you don't plan ahead. The shorter of the two ground out, earning an irate look fr. His partner as he turned to face Kankuro. Go on ahead, I'll deal with this brat. Like hell you will, Kankuro ground out, removing the scrolls on his back and rolling them out on the sand. A plume of smoke later, and 3 puppets were clattering around him. Karasu and Kuro are rejoined by a massive, lizard-like puppet, Sanshou. Kugetsu no Jutsu, the shorter noted, actually sounding a lit. Intrigued unless Kankuro's ears were acting up. The taller Akatsuki promptly leapt atop his mount and flew off, clearly not wanting to get caught in the middle of the impending fight. Like I'd let you get away, Kankuro yelled, weaving his fingers and sending Karasu rattling after the man, all the blades extended, only for it to be swatted out of the sky by a metallic, tail-like attachment that seemed to emerge from the shorter Akatsuki's cloak. I despise tardiness, in myself and in others. The short Akatsuki growled, his hat having fallen off to reveal black hair done in spikes at back and a cloth covering the mouth, so I'll finish this quickly. Nestled deep in Hai no Kuni, Konohamaru was a picture of peace and quiet. In fact, if one listened carefully, they could hear birds singing in the woods around the village. Late. This ended as a pair of irate voices tore through the air, scaring the bejesus out of the local wildlife, who promptly made for the hills. As it appeared the fox was making up for lost time. And sure enough, Uzumaki Naruto and Hanabishi Recca stood seething at their sensei as he slowly pulled himself out of the wall, having embedded him in it through sheer force of will and lung power. Worry, the harangued-looking Junin offered, a weak chuckle escaping his lips as he waited for the world to stop spinning. I got caught up filling the paperwork for the new teams and yeah, heard him all before sensei. Naruto huffed, a hand on her hips as she shook her head in disbelief. Mataku, this is the first time we've been on missions together for 2 years. Show some gumption. Recca repeated, a deadpan expression on his face as he turned to look at his Aododo, from Kaka-sensei. He smirked, cocking an eyebrow. You're kidding, right? I don't get no respect. Kakashi thought bitterly, blinking as something shot through the sky of Konoha like a greased, feathery lightning bolt, headed towards the Hokage tower, a messenger bird. Oi, Kaka-sensei, Naruto called out, snapping the Junin out of his daze as she waved at him impatiently. Come on. Before all the good missions are taken. Hi, Kakashi muttered, sighing as he plodded along with his usual slouch, hands in his pockets as the two adopted siblings nattered away about this and that. There goes my peace and quiet. On the roof of the Hokage tower, the Chunin and Tukobutsu Junin on duty blinked as an eagle touched down on the stand set aside for their allied village, Tsunade. One of them, who was most familiar with the desert breed, Sibley blanched as he recognized this particular bird as Takamaru, the swiftest of Suna's messenger birds, used only for the direst of occasions, such as a proclamation of war or a request for help. Needless to say, the contents of the scroll were immediately cracked and read over, before the unfortunate translator was forced to run pell-mell down the hallways in search of the Godime. After all, when a shinobi village requests for you, in no uncertain terms, to send backup right the fuck now, you don't sit around all day staring at the clouds. Are you freaking kidding me? Naruto deadpanned, running her eyes over the list of missions currently available, eyebrow twitching erratically as she did so. This is all that are left. You don't like the missions? Tsunade asked with an annoyed look, secretly enjoying herself as she watched Recca, and Kakashi cower away from the redhead, lest they be included in her ire. There was just no one to tease with the brat gone. The others were either too scared of pissing Tsunade off or respected her too much to give her any sass. Hell yes I am, Naruto snapped, throwing the list in the air. I was expecting something big to highlight my return debut. Not providing security during the release of Ero Sennin's book's release. What's the matter, Naru-chan? The Godime teased, smirking as the redhead began to fume at the honorific, no. T-man enough to handle a little guard duty. Rip you freakin' tits of you old bat. The redhead swore, only to be put in a full Nelson by Kakashi, her arms waving wildly as she reached for the Godime, who was likewise being restrained by Tariff Recca. Who are you calling an old bat? Tsunade swore, Recca wondering why in the hell he'd tried to stop her as she thrashed around in his grip. Like a buxom anaconda. Say that one more time. I dare you, Hokage-sama, the messenger yelled, slamming open the door to the mission room, only to blanch as the full force of the Godime's wrathful gaze switched to her. You urgent message from Asuna. She managed to get out, handing the document over before making for the safety of the roof, several stories away from the mission room. Tsunade, glowering slightly at the threat to her babies, cracked the scroll open and read the contents, her anger giving away to the calm only a true leader can emit as her eyes roamed over the missive. Ni-chan, Naruto called out, a little unnerved by the look of seriousness on the Sennin's face. The redhead knew from experience, admittedly secondhand from Jiraiya, that whenever Tsunade fell silent mid-rampage, it was because there was a bigger problem on the way. Kakashi, Recca, Naruto. The Godime called out, taking her seat once more, much to Iruka's relief. We've recently received information that Tsunade was assaulted by at least 2 Akatsuki. He frowned. Their target, the cage, Gaara. Say what? Recca gaped, eyes wide as he stared at the woman in shock, Naruto stiffening alongside him at the news. What the hell happened? The report requested immediate backup. Tsunade replied, a frown on her face as she placed the missive on the table. Obviously, they managed to lay down a successful siege against the village. Recca swallowed, only to blink as he turned his head to regard his Aododo, who hadn't said a word throughout the entire exchange. The redhead's fists were clenched so tight blood was trickling down them, one fang tooth piercing her lip as she bit down hard. Naruto, Tsunade barked out, causing the redhead to look up into those disapproving eyes. Injuring yourself before taking on a mission is hardly professional. She smirked at the redhead's look of surprise. Pack your bags, Team Kakashi, you're going to Suna. A mission this early? Kagero wondered, placing a palm to her cheek as she watched her sons dash around gathering their supplies. You just got back, Naruto-kun. I know, Ka-san. The redhead agreed, packing storage scrolls into her pack, along with tools and other necessities, but this is personal. I can't. I won't let them take Gaara. Kagero nodded, understanding her adopted son-turned-daughter's reasoning all too well. Gaara was the only one that could understand the grief Naruto had suffered as a child, the crushing loneliness that had come from carrying a burden put on them by others. Take care then, she asked, enveloping Naruto in a motherly hug that pressed the redhead against her impressive, if not up to Tsunade's standards, bosom. Despite the team's protests, we'll celebrate when you come back, Asu. The team cheered, dashing off after Recca, who had received a similar farewell from the immortal Kunoichi, as well as a tender father-son punch-up with Shigeo, leaving the elder Hanabishi in the dirt as he ced off towards the village. See you later, Ka-san. Kagero sighed, before smiling at Raren, who nodded and saw to Shigeo's injuries while the Kunoichi set about making the tea, a smile on her face as she eyed a photo on the wall. It showed the teens as they'd been 2 years ago. Naruto, Recca and Domon at the front, arms around each other's shoulders, Fuko resting on Domon's head with her arm, Nd Kaoru standing just in front of Recca, all five making victory signs. Tokyo was standing off to one side, his arms crossed and a slight huff to his features, though it may have had something to do with Haku's arm around his waist. The raven-haired medic's smile beaming at the cameraman. Kagero and Shigeo stood in the center, just behind their sons, Shigeo with his arm on her shoulder and she with her own clasped before her serenely. Yunagi stood at her side, beaming happily, Genko resting in Raren's arms as the marionette held her up on Shigeo's right. The Hanabishi clan, otherwise known as the Hokage Ningen to a trusted few that didn't give a crock about the elders' ideals. Her family, her most priceless treasure. I will not lose a single one, she vowed, her heart, long abused by the curse that prevented her from dying, thrumming as she reaffirmed the vow, never again. Well then, Kakashi noted, eye smiling at his team as he greeted them at the gates to the village. See me. NGLY having gotten there beforehand, all set, ready, willing and able. Recca shot back, smirking as he hoisted his backpack to a more comfortable position on his back. Naruto, who had caught up with the Enjutsu she halfway, merely nodded and thrust a fist in the air. Let's get going, the redhead called out, waving over her shoulder at Tsunade and Iruka with a grin. Yane, big booby Nichan. Iruka, sensei. Naruto. Iruka sputtered, eyeing the bemused Godime in alarm as he chastised his favorite lunkhead. Show the proper respect to your elders. What was that? Tsunade growled, causing Iruka to whimper as she turned her. Suddenly not amused at all, glare upon the Chunin. Did I just hear you right? I mean, Iruka stammered, waving his arms protectively in front of him, before two. RNING to Naruto in a panic, gee good luck Naruto. Ramen's on me when you get back. And with that he made his escape via Shunshin, leaving an annoyed Godime, 2 cackling former students, and 1 sympathetic Junin. I'll deal with him later. Tsunade promised darkly, though she truly wasn't that offended, turning her attention to the group with a nod. Make haste to Suna, who knows what's happened since they sent that letter. As one the group nodded, turning round and making to set off, only to be interrupted by a sudden plume of smoke. Yo, Jiraiya greeted, looking a little haggard as he stepped out of the smoke. Like he'd almost stumbled, heading out on a mission already gaki. Ero Sennin, Naruto wondered, gazing at her sensei for the past 2 years in confused surprise, you coming along too? Hell no, I hate the desert, Jiraiya countered with a disgusted grunt, scowling at the very idea. Sand gets in the most awkward places, lemme tell ya, place doesn't have a decent onsen either. How do you know we were heading for Suna? Recca wondered, shivering as the pervert gave him a creepy smile, the kind you get from pedophiles and politicians. Never underestimate the Gamma Sennin, said Sennin intoned, chuckling to himself as he walked past the mildly disturbed Enjutsushi to address Tsunade with a frown. You sure this is wise? They're the only team that was available. Tsunade replied with a sigh, thumping her shoulder as she did so, before shooting their favorite knucklehead a look. That, and Naruto. She didn't have to say any more. Jiraiya knew all too well how much Naruto and Gaara could relate to one another. Hell, the brat could have very well turned out the same way Gaara had if it hadn't been for Iruka taking an interest in a fellow troublemaker and Kagero SW. Ooping in and giving him enough motherly affection to write a million shoujo manga. Speaking of which, he muttered, before holding out a hand to Tsunade, I'm gonna have to be taking that off you now. He muttered, face deadpan, I promised the brat I'd take it to my publicist when we got back. Tsunade grumbled, looking oddly like she had whenever her grandfather would give her a lecture all those years ago, before reaching into her kimono and pulling out the paperback sheet, borrowed from her teammate earlier from between her boobs, handing it over with a huff. Don't worry, he usually puts this stuff out fast, Jiraiya assured his teammate, a grin on his face, having caught a flash of nip when she wasn't looking. The only reason Tactics isn't out yet is because he was swamped with work. Like I give a crap about your porn, Tsunade grumbled, though her frown lessened somewhat at the man's reassurances. The sooner that stuff was off the presses on back in her hands the better. Also, Naruto, a word Jiraiya called out as an afterthought, drawing the redhead away from her team. I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but just to be sure, be careful around Akatsuki. They're the ones that have been stalking me for the past 2.5 years. Naruto growled, earning a sharp look from Recca as he caught the word stalking, his left ear large and twitching. This time I'm the one doing the tracking. I get that, Jiraiya grumbled, raising a hand for silence as the redhead made T carry on, but if you let them get under your skin you'll wind up screwing up and falling right into their hands. He snorted, just like your mother, too hot-blooded for your own good. Naruto fell silent, knowing full well her temper was a little notorious. Nowhere near as bad as Tsunade's or Sakura's, make that any born female he knew aside from Kagero, Yunagi and Hinata, but enough that once the fuse was lit, things went to pot rather quickly. Naruto, Jiraiya continued, his face solemn as he leaned in. One hand raised to hide his lips from prying eyes. I'm sure I don't need to say this, but even if push comes to shove, try to avoid using that. He accented his statement by flicking his gaze towards the teko that adorned his student's arm. Naruto followed the gaze and nodded, absently rubbing the ceiling Madogu as Jiraiya walked away. Kakashi, the Sennin muttered, walking past the Junin towards the gate. I'll leave Naruto to you. He turned his head to address the man, make sure the brat doesn't do something stupid. Kakashi didn't miss the Sennin's implied meaning. Anyone who'd seen the look in Jiraiya's eyes would have known that if anything happened to Naruto, they had best be on good terms with the nearest medic or kami. Which put Kakashi in a bit of a quandary, as the nearest medics all reported directly to Tsunade, who would most likely be just as willing to beat him to a bloody pulp for letting anything happen to her. Autodo, and last he checked he hadn't visited a shrine since Obito. Stop that, he growled, nodding to Jiraiya to show the Sennin he got the message. Keep that up and you'll start second-guessing everything. He blinked as Naruto's yell snapped him out of his thoughts, sighing as he realized the impatient teens had already set out, waving over his shoulder one last time before heading after them at a slightly faster walk than normal. Tamari was making her way sedately through Konoha territory, using one of the official paths that lead to Kei's no Kuni's borders. She hadn't managed to shake off the feeling of unease that had arisen during her pit stop. If anything, it had multiplied with each passing second. Even as she trudged towards Sunagaku, the feeling refused to die down, and she doubted it would until she stood on the sands of her village once more. Just what in the hell is going on? She muttered, wondering if she should have asked Shikamaru if he'd heard any news before leaving, before dismissing the thought. A rustling in the trees above drew her attention to the arrival of Team Kakashi, or rather 3/5 of it, descending on her from on high. Needless to say, the news they brought with them was exactly the motivation she needed to haul ass back to the village, and having a team of allies that she knew were competent tag along was an added bonus. That said, the red-haired, transgendered Jin Chiriki certainly needed to slow down a bit. Even running full throttle, it'd take them 3 days to get to Suna. Naruto, Kakashi called out, a little ahead of the rest of the troop as he locked onto the back of the teen's head. I know I said we had to hurry, but splitting the team in two is dangerous. He frowned at the redhead's silence. Didn't Jiraiya-sama tell you to keep it cool? I can't stand it, the redhead ground out. Her teeth clenched as she continued to leap forwards. Those Akatsuki bastards, first me. Now Gaara, and who knows how many others that got screwed over. Her age seemed to grow with each statement. Those bastards only see us for the biju inside us, like we're nothing more than glorified cookie jars they can pluck the goodies out of. I hate it. Silence fell over the group, mainly because they'd never seen the youth so worked up before, though Temari and Kakashi eyed him with looks of understanding. Gaara's just like me, Naruto continued, her voice grew as she pressed on, but while I managed to find people early on, he was always alone. Her teeth clenched again. He's being targeted just like me, but I'm not going to let them get away with it. The knuckles joints of her fists popped. I won't let them have Gaara, even if I have to rip the fucking seal off to do it. That shocked the hell out of the group, who eyed the redhead in alarm. The seal was the only thing keeping the Kyuubi in place, and while Kakashi had been prepped beforehand on the demon's amiability towards Naruto, the same couldn't be said for its feelings towards the human race in general. Not to mention the removal of the seal would result in Naruto's death, which would almost certainly piss the demon, not to mention Jiraiya and Tsunade, right the fuck off all over again. It won't come to that, Kakashi assured the redhead, his voice decidedly firmer than he'd felt a few seconds ago. We'll get Gaara back, Naruto, I promise. Got that right, Recca grinned, wiping his nose with his thumb as he leapt through the air. You're not the only one who's been training like mad. I'm gonna really cut loose. Yar yar, Kakashi chuckled, shaking his head in bemusement. Yo. You two certainly are energetic, aren't you? He eyed the two coyly, but then again, I'm not the same Kakashi as before either. Temari looked at the trio in surprise, before closing her eyes solemnly. You. Unable to even thank them for reassuring her so well. I've never seen poison like this before, an elderly voice noted, her tone solemn, though with a hint of pride and respect. That's Sasori, he's grown quite a bit since he left. Chiyoba-sama. Baki addressed the elderly woman respectfully, looking down at the unnaturally pale form of Kankuro in concern. What should we do? Chiyo sniffed, looking miffed as she turned to the Junin. Well, the only person whose knowledge of poison treatment surpasses my own, she sniffed again, would be the Konoha no Namakuji. Tsunade Haim. She tilted her add towards Kankuro. You're allies with Konoha now, right? Give him a holler and ask him to send her here. But she's the goddamn Hokage now, Baki pointed out, a little unnerved at how out of the low the elder was. Not only is she incapable of leaving the village as she pleases, even if she sends a team, it takes at least 3 days to reach Suna from Konoha. He spread his arms wide as she looked at him. We'd already sent for a specialist team from Konoha, he assured her, but it's taking all we have just to wait for them. HMMPH. Chiyo snorted. This is what you get from relying on you treaties with other nations. She eyed the man critically. You slack off on your own training, and this is what becomes of it. We, Baki stammered, looking surprised at the woman's words, had no intention of becoming dependent. It couldn't be helped. Ebizo muttered, standing at the head of Kankuro's cot. It's because he lost his composure due to sibling affection and let them push him this far. He eyed the sickly teen solemnly. Even shinobi are human. You're relying too heavily on Konoha. Chiyo pointed out to Baki, not willing to let the conversation die now that she'd built up stay. The advancement of Tsunagaku's own might should have taken precedence in your mind. She scowled. Not only that, I just can't stand that slug woman. Tsunade-sama, Shizune asked, looking up at her master's sneeze in concern. Picking up some of the papers that had blown off her desk. Are you feeling okay, Tsunade-sama? I'm fine, Tsunade mumbled, rubbing her nose with a sniff and checking for a breeze in the room. More importantly, where's the team I asked to back up Kakashi's cell? Well, Shizune flustered, looking at a clipboard carefully as she read over the information. They show Eldn't be too long, an hour at most. They did just finish another mission, you know. I don't like this, Tsunade grumbled, sitting against her chair, eyeing the winning lottery ticket on her desk. IG. Ed a sinking feeling every time I win at gambling. She scowled as she recalled a comment Jiraiya had made years ago that seemed to curse her even today. Damn it, of all the things for that idiot to nail spot on. Tsunade-sama, Shizune asked, prompting the Godime to look up from her thoughts of her perverted teammate. If you don't mind my asking, are you sure one team will be enough support? To be honest, no, the Godime admitted, biting her thumbnail. However, all other available teams are on missions, and there are few single shinobi that have worked with Kakashi's cell well enough. Then perhaps I can offer my services. A polite voice offered from the doorway, the two women looking up in surprise at the figure standing there. I can catch up to them fairly quickly, I assure you. You, the Godime asked, looking at the figure curiously, a frown on her features. I thought you didn't take part in missions. Why the sudden interest? Call it, the figure suggested, her smile revealing twin beauty marks under her lips, a mother's prerogative. Tamari-san, a spiky-haired San Junin greeted, looking over the ragtag group from Konoha in surprise. They looked half dead as it was, save the redhead in front, who looked ready to rumble. We've been waiting for you all, please, this way. Damn it, Naruto. Recca panted, stubbornly refusing to let his fatigue show as he kept paw. See with his autoto, not all of us run on Duracells, damn it. Whose cells? The redhead asked, earning a sweat drop from the Enjutsu Shi as he broke the dimensional fourth wall. Not for first time. Never mind, where's Gaara? Kage-sama was abducted by the Akatsuki. The Junin muttered ashamedly, lowering his eyes as he led them through the village to the hospital. Kankuro-san went after them, but was defeated. Kankuro too, Tamari exclaimed, alarmed at how badly her family had been hit in one battle, already itching to dish you some payback. What the hell are these guys? S-class Shino, by that are hunting down Jinchuriki for their biju. Naruto growled, hurrying alongside the blonde Kunoichi and shooting their escort a look. Was one of them an Uchiha? The Junin stammered, looking confused and a little unnerved by the redhead's equally crimson glare. No, but then I didn't receive the specifics yet. Baki-sama has the details. How bad are Kenkuro's injuries? Kakashi asked, hoping they hadn't screwed the pooch by coming without a medic. But then again, most of the medics were assigned to other teams. Kakashi was pretty well versed in emergency field treatments. Uchi wasn't so arrogant to believe he could perform life-saving surgery on par with trained medic nins. He was poisoned by the Akatsuki that fought him. The Junin responded dutifully, the medics re-stumped. We've never encountered anything like this before. He looked downtrodden. I'm guessing none of you are medics. Sorry, Kakashi offered, cursing the fates once again as the man sagged. Imari's eyes filling with despair alongside him. Damn it, could this get any worse? Konoha no Shiroi Kiba, prepare to die, an elderly voice cried out, Kakashi looking up in alarm as a deranged Senio. Our citizen descended on him from above like some wrathful goddess of crones. He was so out of it she'd almost clobbered him with a haymaker before Naruto and Recca leapt into the fray, blocking her blow. WS and grunting in pain as she kicked off their chests to put some distance between them. What the hell, you baka baba? Recca gasped as he regained his footing, slipping his trademark gunpowder bow. LS between his fingers. Why'd you jump us like that? Watch it, Aniki. Naruto growled, her palm still tingling from where she'd caught the old bat's bony, vein-riddled fist. This ain't no doddering old granny. Enemy of my son. Said old woman growled, looking past the Chunins towards their alarmed, and more than a little confused Junin-sensei with a glare that could set fire to a lake. Kono. Ha no Shiroi Kiba. I shall have my revenge. Whoa. Kakashi pled, holding both hands up as he cursed his father's talent for making enemies, as it had once again come round to bite the Cyclops in the ass. I'm not who you. No excuses. The old bat snapped, lunging forwards with a cackle, only to pull up short as an old man with a bandaged head and owl-like eyebrows stood before her, blocking the way. Ni-chan. The owl-like Senio citizen chided placatingly, take a closer look. He nodded at Kakashi. I'll admit there's an amazingly strong resemblance, but he isn't the Shiroi Kiba. For one thing, he's too young. The crone blinked, squinting her eyes at the visibly unsettled Kakashi, who tried to appear as unthreatening as possible by smiling and holding both hands up placatingly. Her gaze, albeit half concealed by her squint, drilled into the cycloptic Junin like a laser, before blinking and letting out a cackle. Just kidding, she cracked, smiling disarmingly at the group. I was just pretending to be senile. Quote, talk about Oscar-winning performances. Recca muttered, sweat dropping along with the rest of the occupants of the room, which he noted included Baki and a set of medics. Kakashi. The Tsunade Junin greeted, his face falling slightly as he realized there was no other help coming, since neither of the remaining group were medics. Can you do anything? Poison isn't my area of expertise, Kakashi admitted solemnly, looking over the rasping Kankuro. Normally I'd suggest bleeding it out, but this late it would have already seeped into his organs and muscle tissue. God damn it, Naruto cursed, punching her palm in defeat as she glared at the ground in helpless disgust. You mean there's nothing we can do? Even if we sent for a medic they'd take 3 days to get here. Kakashi reasoned, head lowered in shame. I'm sorry, I should have requested one be assigned to us. I assumed we'd be walking into a battlefield. We underestimated the Akatsuki. Aki admitted with a scowl. Or rather, we overestimated our village's defenses. Not only did they get Gaara, but we lost several good men at the gate, and one of the council members has disappeared as well. So what? Recca asked, looking around the room in alarm as everyone lowered their gazes. With the exception of the 2 elders, you're saying we can't do anything to help? I wouldn't say that, a calm voice countered, causing the Konoha delegates to blink, and the Tsunanins to instantly go on edge as a strange, shadow-like whirlpool appeared in the air overhead. After all, there's always nothing you can do if you don't lose hope. Nay, Recca. Naruto. Mom. Recca wondered, a silly grin spreading across his face as the immortal Kunoichi appeared, sitting in midair, her hands folded comfortably across her lap. Mom. Who are you? Baki asked, instantly on edge, though he did eye the woman appreciatively behind his piercing glare. And how did you get in here without us knowing? Please calm yourself, Baki-san. Kagero assured the Junin, touching down lightly, her black dress and natural beauty drawing a few appreciative stares. My name is Kagero, though there are those who refer to me as Kachoshi. She smiled, and as for my being here, well, Tsunade-sama felt Kakashi-san needed some help. Good old big booby Nichan. Naruto cheered, even as Recca let out a cheer. Kakas. High sighing in relief at the woman's presence. I knew she wouldn't leave us out to dry. So you're going to fight too, Mom? Recca asked, looking at the Kunoichi in concern. Kagero may have been a full trained Hokage Kunoichi with centuries of experience with tactics and Madogu, and immortal to boot, but she was still his mother, and no son worth his salt liked the idea of his mother putting herself in harm's way. For now, I am merely to inform you that backup is en route from Konoha. Kagero assured her son, smiling in a way that always seemed to make him flush. However, I believe I can at least provide assistance with Kankuro-san's injuries. Backup, Kakashi repeated, looking at the beauty before him with wary interest. He'd seen how effective she could be with words alone. How many is she sending? A 4-man cell, Kagero replied, placing her hand on Kankuro, her cool hands bringing some form of relief to the fever-stricken youth. The leader said he'd be here in a day. A day, Kakashi repeated, sounding skeptical. It took us under 3 days to get here, and that's only because Naruto wouldn't slow down to give us a rest. He shot the embarrassed redhead a bemused look. Who'd be idiotic enough to think they could make it here in one? Guy-sensei, Rock Lee exclaimed, gazing down at the crumpled form of his master and role model. The taijutsu specialist had been leaping full speed through the trees en route to Suna when he'd been blinded by a massive sneeze, causing him to careen head first into a tree. Are you all right? Bwahahaha, Guy cackled, tossing his head back humorously as he regained his footing. Even a slight fever won't be enough to smother my flames of youth, he boasted, only to stagger from a mild concussion. Madaku, Tenten muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. A hand on her hip as Lee kept their sensei upright. You should sit down for a few minutes, sensei. You could have cracked your skull. It took all of Neji's willpower not to make a snide comment about there being no fear of that. In all honesty, he was far more concerned for the poor tree that the bizarre beast's noggin had assaulted. And so the madness continues. Will Kagero be able to heal Kankuro? Will Chiyo ever get her eyes checked? Will Guy's concussion keep him from arriving at Suna in a single day? Rorschach. You're posturing, I don't like that. Hugin. Meh, the public does. Rorschach. The public deserves to know the truth, stop stalling and tell them what they want to know. Hugin. God, why'd I reassure CT you again? Eyes the morphing moss, never mind, go torture Danzo. Rorschach. Fine, hoists up a metal PPE, never liked pedophiles, or would-be dictators. Danzo. Sitting bound to a chair with a sack over his head, what is the meaning of this? Unhand meat once you, crack, ah, my leg, Rorschach. Tossing the pipe that shattered Danzo's knee away, that little piggy got shattered, hoists up an electarch drill over the other knee, this little piggy's get NG drilled. Unless you want Rorschach paying a visit, I suggest you leave a review. Chapter 5. Well, it seems there's life in this FIC yet. Sorry it's been so long folks, but the latest story arcs and revelations from Kishimoto-sensei have probably thrown a lot of people for a loop. I mean, what the hell's with all the dramatic backstory bullshit? And just how is Naruto supposed to beat pain without killing the guy? Especially with Conan standing right next to him, I might add. That said, at least we haven't had to put up with Sasuke or the almighty Gary Stu Madara for a few chapters. Seriously, I was never a fan of the Uchiha clan, outside Itachi, to begin with, but Kishimoto has effectively rendered them as the Gary Stews of manga anime. Time space ninjutsu my balls. Procrastinations aside, here is the latest chapter of Hai no Ishi, enjoy. Setting out. Shadowing Akatsuki. Back in Tsunade, the medic team was seeing to the last of Kenkuro's injuries, waiting for E-Teen to regain consciousness as Kagero gave instructions. I still can't believe she managed to heal him with a few pills. Chio muttered, eyeing the dark-haired Kunoichi analytically, not even Tsunade was that prepared. I'm well versed in the creation and nullification of most potent toxins, Kagero supplied, smiling at the older, if only in appearance, woman reassuringly to set her pride at ease. Let's just say I had a lot of time on my hands to work out various all-purpose antitoxins. Not to mention the anti-poison Madogu we swiped off of Makoto. Recca noted, eyeing the pouch his mother had pulled the pills in. Question out of with a sense of relief. Her stuff kills you in seconds, the stuff that Kankuro got hit with doesn't have a chance. That's all well and good, Kakashi noted, secretly highly impressed with the woman's skills, but we need to prepare to head after Gaara. Without a doubt they've put some distance between them, especially if they can fly like was reported. One of them rode on the back of a flying clay golem. Baki admitted, his face grim with concern for his red-headed charge and leader. The other is aka Suna no Sasori. Kakashi's eye widened at this. Regarding the grim features on Baki's face with trepidation, Sasori, he asked, pulling up what he remembered of the man's bingo book details, the genius puppet master that revolutionized the Suna puppet corps. The very same. The old woman that had attempted to maul the copy nin earlier acknowledged, a hint of pride in her tone as she did so, and one of the greatest prodigies to come out of our village since Sandame Kazekage-sama. Speaking of which, Naruto asked, pointing out the window at the windy background that was Suna, where's the Kazekage monument? I thought every village had one for their cage. The wind here would scour the effigies of any statue within a matter of weeks, if not days. Baki provided helpfully. As such, all memorial tablets and the Kazekage statues are kept indoors. The latter actually stand in the council chambers, so I'm afraid you can't be allowed near them. Naruto pouted, an action that caused several male members of the room to feel slightly uncomfortable due south, including, much to his chagrin, a disturbed Kakashi, who promptly gave himself the mental equivalent of a smack upside the head. We need to get their scent. The Cyclops muttered, already flipping through the seals to summon his Hachi Ninken, if you can direct me to where the battle was fought. That will not be necessary, Hataki-san, Kagero assured him, stepping away from the peacefully slumbering Kankuro and reaching into her dress. I can find them quite easily myself. Kakashi quirked an eyebrow, a little miffed at being denied a chance to shine, as the woman pulled out a black sphere seemingly out of nowhere. Her dress certainly didn't look like it had any pockets, holding it up to her face as shadows swam inside it. Tomegan no Jutsu, he wondered, Recall, Ling the late Sandaime using such a jutsu to check up on the village, but that's limited to within a set field, even Sandaime-sama could only view within the confines of Konoha territory. I have them, Kagero muttered, tossing the sphere in the air, where it released a beam of light, almost like a projector, the image of two figures in black cloaks making their way through a forest coming into view. That's them, Baki exclaimed, eyes widening as he recognized Deidara immediately, marveling at the apparently high-level jutsu the woman had performed, and I know those woods, they're within a day's run from here. What is this thing? Shio muttered, poking the sphere cautiously only to blink as it floated back to Kagero's hands. It reminded her of old Sarutobi's crystal ball in a way. Ikai Gyoku, Kagero explained, placing the sphere into here sphere, it can scry vast distances and enables me to manipulate shadows, to an extent. Hence the name Kage Hoshi. Ebizo deduced from the side. One owlish eyebrow quirked with interest as he regarded the woman with an intrigued air on his face. How did you come across such a thing? It has been in my clan for generations. Kagero replied cryptically, knowing there was no reference on the Hokage Madogu in this world to worry about, unless Kure decided to start another fight. Kakashi-san, there is no need for me to remain here longer. She admitted, shall I go on ahead to scope them out? Hold on Mom, Recca called out, stepping forward with a frown, if that's the case then take us with you. Kagero smiled, placing a hand on Son's cheek as she kissed his forehead. I appreciate the concern Recca. She assured him, but the Ikai Gyoku can only allow one person to traverse shadows at a time. Recca huffed, turning his head to the side stubbornly, clearly not liking the idea of his mother just going off on her own, even as she was a shinobi with centuries of experience. All right, he muttered at length, looking to the eyed stubbornly, but don't take any risks. Of course, Kagero replied with a smile, before promptly disappearing into the shadows on the floor, scaring the crap out of the Tsunanins and Kakashi. Deidara shivered, looking around warily as they traversed the forest between them and the meeting point that had been prepared beforehand. As a former member of Iwagakure, he had mastered his village's preference of ambushing people, and so knew when to recognize the feeling of being followed. The only problem was, there wasn't a single creature nearby, no telltale signs of chakra, not even the hard to notice absence of presence that implied a concealment genjutsu. What's up Deidara? Sasori ground out, tilting his head slightly to acknowledge the blonde, someone following us. No, Deidara muttered, eyes narrowing in suspicion, and that's what bothers me. Shrugging it off, the duo continued on their way, unaware of a pair of eyes that followed them in the shadows. Kagero frowned as they broke from the cover of the trees, knowing that she'd have to remain concealed as she hoped to track them properly. She eyed the recumbent form of Gaara with concern, desperate to aid him, but unwilling to break cover just yet. You sure we should be heading out sensei? Naruto wondered, shouldering her pack with a grunt. Okage-san did say she'd track them down for us. That may be so, Kakashi lauded with a nod, but we know the general direction they went in, which means at the very least we should limit the distance between them and us before she reports back. That's why you sent Pakun after Gejimayu's team. Recca reasoned with a nod, shouldering his own pack. They're closer to the forest than we are, so they can try to stall for time. Or retrieve Gaara, Kakashi added with a nod, though he was skeptical of that. Only one of the Akatsuki was injured, but even so he'd effectively laid siege to an entire shinobi village, and abducted the Kazekage to boot. Not only that, but if Kenkuro's report is to be believed, Akasuna no Sasori walked away totally unscathed from their battle. He'd never had the misfortune to run into the man. Konoha and Suna had been on good terms by time Sasori had abandoned the village, and so had no idea of what to expect from the greatest puppeteer of his generation. Which leads to our current predicament. He muttered bitterly, eyeing the wrinkled features of Chio warily. The old hag had taken it upon herself to escort them in bringing back the Kazekage. Though I suppose it makes sense, when fighting a prodigy, who better to have on your side than his teacher? Let's get going, the old bat insisted, kicking Kakashi sharply in the shins. I may be old but any more of this standing around and I'll start to get cranky. Sounds like a short trip. Kakashi muttered bitterly, making a note to position her as far away from him as possible, preferably at the back of the formation. Wait. The group paused, turning along with a stunned Baki and Temari. Who'd come to see them off, to gape at the trembling form of Kankuro as he leant against the wall for support. Baka, Temari yelled, dashing to her brother's side as he stumbled, you're still weak. Stay put until, not yet, Kankuro gasped, pushing her aside slightly and looking towards a stunned Naruto, lemme, say something first. Naruto quirked an eyebrow as Gaara's older brother staggered towards him. A determined look in his eyes despite his haggard condition. Suna shinobi truly are a credit to the trade, the redhead noted, even half dead they plow onwards. Meeting their objectives before they even think of collapsing. Uzumaki. Naruto, the brunette rasped, placing a hand on the redhead's shoulder, half out of urgency, half out of a desire to remain standing long enough to say his piece. Please, save my little brother. Temari and Baki's eyes widened, the former uttering her brother's name in surprise, even as the puppeteer pressed on. He always admired you, the teen coughed out. Everything he's become now. He owes it all to you. He gripped the front of the redhead's Chunin vest, teeth grit as he lowered his head. So please, bring him back. He trailed off, only to blink as a gentle hand squeezed his shoulder, looking up into a smirking face that, had he not known was actually a guy, he'd have fallen for on sight. Rest easy, Naruto assured the teen, smirk widening as she thumbed at herself. I'm the future Rokudaime Hokage, I don't abandon my precious people. The Suna representatives blinked at this, awe-inspired at how a foreign shinobi, albeit one of their allies, would consider one of their own precious enough to risk his life for. True, Gaara was the cage, and the mission requirements clearly stated the team had to save him. But the blonde's words made it clear he'd have gone ahead even if the fire daimyo vetoed the entire operation. To Naruto, orders meant nothing in the face of friendship. Thank you, Kankuro whispered, head lowered in relief. Even as he slumped forwards, Naruto catching the middle Suna sibling as Temari raced to his side, chastising her brother for overexerting himself. The Junin cast the redhead a look of gratitude, her professional mask dropped for the barest moment, before turning to help her Odo back to the infirmary, even as Kakashi gave the call to move out. Shio eyed the redhead before her with trepidation, her beady eyes calculating and ready for anything. As one of the two survivors of the Sandaime's Cage's generation of shinobi, she maintained the high level of professional skepticism and suspicion that had, until recently, been considered nigh all-important for the preservation of a shinobi village. As such, it was quite distressing, and at the same time, refreshing to bump into a member of the current generation that lacked these traits. It certainly gave her a lot to talk about. And then Uzumaki Naruto had appeared on the scene, like some tumultuous dune-shifting gale that completely caused her to lose her mental footing. The redhead seemed pensive at times, as if lost in thought, but more often than not her face was either stretched in a warm, open smile or an enraged, humorous snarl, quite unbecoming of a kunoichi in the old woman's opinion. She'd said as much to Baki, only for the Junin to sputter incoherently and insist she not address the redhead as such, whilst spinning some cockamamie story about Naruto actually being male. Like that's even possible, Shio muttered, eyeing the figure before her with a guarded sense of approval. Like evaluating a stud mare. Nobody with a figure like that could possibly be male. She paused in her thoughts, letting her eyes roam over the redhead's form again. Lithe frame, decently toned. Fashion sense needs a little work, but other than that. Shio Basen. Recca called out, noticing her calculative expression as he leapt through the trees just alongside the old woman. Is something wrong? No problem giving birth with those hips. The old woman noted, causing Recca to blink, only to blanch as he followed the elder's gaze to land on his Odo's rump. Gah, don't talk about my brother like that, he hissed, praying to whatever Kami was listening that Naruto hadn't heard them. Why do you keep calling her that? Shio muttered, shooting a bemused glare at the teen. Is it so you don't see her as a woman? Open your eyes, boy. I haven't seen a figure like that since Tsunade and Kushina-chan were on the front lines. Yurusei. He's my brother regardless what form he's in. Recca hissed, too distressed to note the Kushina comment used today, so repressed. Shio sighed, shaking her head dismissively at the boy's antics, though it seems she's already won over the cage. Methinks a political marriage could be in order. Like hell. Recca snapped, instantly switching to Aniki mode. That redhead psychopath isn't getting anywhere near my Autoto. I won't allow it. I can hear you back there. Naruto growled, Recca freezing as he detected the faint aura of anger and bloodlust building around the teen. Naruto. The enjutsu, she stammered, honestly a little fearful. Naruto's temper had always been bad before, but ever since the Tekko was attached it had gotten worse, particularly at certain times of the month. I was just telling Chiyoba that. I heard. Naruto growled, shooting a warning glance at her Aniki that silenced him instantly, before glaring at Chiyo. There's nothing going on between me and Gaara, or any other guy for that matter. Chiyo blinked, only for her eyes to widen ever so slightly as comprehension set in. I see, my apologies. Recca sighed in relief, thanking Kami-sama that a full-on Naruto rampage had been diverted. He was confident enough that he could weather it, he had in the past, but Domon wasn't around to be used as an emergency meat shield at the moment. The Konoha shinobi face faulted, which wasn't very smart as they were currently running through the treetops, and the ground was loong way down. Chiyo, the instigator of the group facefo, blinked down at the twitching bodies below in confusion. Something I said. What the hell? Deidara muttered, turning to eye his captive as the redhead stirred slightly, he waking up on. No way. Sasori gravelled, shooting his partner a look. The drugs I slipped him will keep him down for at least another day, he won't wake up until halfway through the transfer. And by then it'll be too late Deidara noted with a smirk, actually looking forward to sucking the biju out of its host, not giving the recumbent Kazekage a second glance, and so failing to notice the trail of blood dripping from the redhead's nostrils. Kagero, trailing them from the shadows, noted the teen's predicament and was honestly concerned for the youth, thinking he was suffering some internal injury. Inside Gaara's head, however, his drug-induced stupor was filled with a more pleasing image. What are these? The redhead wondered, looking around him in confusion as a plethora of redhead beauties gathered close, pressing against him on all sides in a giggling, cooing mass of warmth. So soft, so warm. Had anyone looked closely at Gaara's face right then, they'd have seen the beginnings of a leer, and not his old, I'm going to kill one either. Stupid pervy old bat, Naruto grumbled, leaping at the head of the pack, much to Kakashi's chagrin, as it meant the copy nin was closer to Chiyo and her senile cackling, thinking retarded thoughts. Are all old people perverts? An image of the Sandame, Koku and Jiraiya flashed through the redhead's mind, followed by a disturbing image of Orochimaru with his tongue lolling, which caused her to shiver. Naruto, Kakashi called out, keeping an ear open for the sounds of pursuit. We need to stick together, don't go dashing off like you did last time. Warkata-sensei. Naruto shot back, leapfrog-ing off a branch before her, but that doesn't mean I'm falling back any. Kakashi flinched at having been caught out, but let it slide, as at the very least Recca was between him and the old bat that was driving them all insane. And with any luck, the Junin thought to himself, guiltily hoping that Recca's hair trigger would go off soon, reducing the old biddy to ashes. The little fire starter will get as sick of her as Naruto is. No way, Recca exclaimed, eyeing the old crone like she was the ninja equivalent of a rock star. You're telling me you took on an entire castle by yourself? But of course, Chiyo boasted, her toothless smirk one of pride. My mastery of puppets set the standard for the puppeteer corps. Anyone that couldn't master at least one puppet to my level of ability didn't deserve the right to practice. Sugoi, Recca cried out, his eyes wide with glee at the prospect. Kenkuro's pretty badass with those puppets of his, I can't wait to see what you can do. The boy does have talent, I'll admit. Chiyo acknowledged, but he lets his pride get in the way far too easily. Not that that's a bad thing, but too much pride can lead to a lack of improvement, a fatal flaw for shinobi. Damn, Kakashi swore, recognizing the light on Recca's face as hero worship, something the teen showed to so far every older shinobi he'd encountered, excepting Kakashi himself. There goes that scenario. Kagero had managed to tail the Akatsuki duo for the better part of a day now, honestly impressed with their durability, as they didn't stop for a break the entire time since she'd caught up to them. As it was, the two Akatsuki finally came upon a single shrine gate, set near a cliff on the other side of a river. A massive boulder with a seal lay behind the gate, the Maso. F-Stone rising to greet the duo as they sauntered in with their prize, unwittingly permitting Kagero to conceal herself in the shadows of the lair. "You're late," a voice called out, echoing with feedback, as if the speaker was communicating through a radio, and an old one at that. His form was blurry, hidden in shadow and static, like a bad television broadcast, the only visible features being his odd eyes, which caused a shiver to climb its way up Kagero's spine. "My apologies, Leader Sama," Deidara offered, dispelling his golem with a one-handed seal, dropping Gaara to the ground with all the decorum of a sack of potatoes. "The Jinchuriki was tougher than I expected." "No excuses," the leader cut in, silencing any further protests with a single glare. "We're behind schedule, prepare for the ritual immediately." Kagero flinched as she watched the hazy figure slap a palm into the ground, a massive plume of smoke filling the dark cavern at his summoning, her eyes narrowing as she nodded. A massive shadow rising up behind him. The minute she did, she felt the blood drain from her face, her eyes widening in horror as she gaped at the grotesque statue towering over Gaara's prone form, like some demon in chains. This terrible presence. The immortal Kunoichi wondered, eyes widening in disbelief as a feeling of nausea washed over her. It feels like I'm being suffocated." "Assemble," the leader ordered, several other hazy figures blurring into existence on the extended fingers of the statue, Deidara and Sasori leaping onto their designated spots, leaving 2 spots bare. "Excellent. We shall begin, as soon as I deal with the intruder." Kagero didn't even have time to blink before the odd, ringed eyes were staring into her own, the distance between them seemingly negated by the Akatsuki leader's killing intent. "Intruder," Sasori muttered, looking around the dimly lit cavern warily. "I was certain we weren't being followed. This intruder is a little different," the leader noted, eyes glaring at the spot Kagero had occupied moments ago, the Kunoichi having shifted to another stretch of shadow overhead. "However, they shall be dealt with." Kagero froze as a chill swept over her, only to gasp as something gripped her by the navel, hurling her through the air backwards, only to crash face first into the river outside. A security seal, she wondered, eyeing the boulder before her with trepidation. "Clever, but it puts me in a bad situation." "Well, that was interesting," Deidara noted, looking a little bemused despite himself. "To think we could have been followed so easily, quite humbling on." "Get your head out of your ass, Deidara," Sasori grumbled, looking decidedly none too pleased with the situation. "Pain-sama's jutsu has bought us time, but if that spy signals for help, they could have Tsunagaku's main shinobi force bearing down on us in less than a day." "Indeed." Pain, the leader, acknowledged as he took his own spot on the statue. "Tsunashish. Anobi are extremely diligent, and are not to be underestimated. Can we get a fucking move on?" A crass voice called out, the shadow of a giant, scythe-like weapon hanging behind him. "My freaking ass is falling asleep here, people. If only your mouth would follow suit," a large shadow with menacing green eyes muttered, standing next to the crass one. Though from the sound of things he'd rather be anywhere else. "Fuck you, Kakuzu," the crass voice snapped back, his eyes narrowed angrily at his neighbor. "You aren't the one that's sitting back to back with a cactus." "Silence," Pain called out, his eyes drilling into the group as a whole as he raised his hands in a ram's seal. "We shall begin now. The process shall take 3 days and 3 nights to complete." He eyed the chamber. "Everyone, make sure to remain aware of your true bodies." He eyed a large, plant-like figure. "Zetsu, use your body to keep lookout, use your maximum range." But of course, the Venus flytrap ninja acknowledged. The only one whose arms weren't visible in any type of seal. 3 days, huh? The one addressed as Kakuzu noted calmly. "Given Orochimaru's no longer with us, shouldn't we try to pace ourselves just a little? Give ourselves more time. If you want more time, then start already." The foul-mouthed one cussed. "I wanna get this over with already." The rest of the Akatsuki didn't deign to reply. "Bu." Chi immediately fell into an eerie silence, chakra gathering between them as they formed ram seals, their eyes closed in concentration, save the leader. "Fuin Jutsu," he called out, his ringed eyes azing in the darkness as the scroll that was gagging the statue's mouth fell aside. "Genryukyu Fujin." A ball of chakra formed in the gaping mouth of the statue, streaming outwards in the shape of wraith-like dragonheads that gathered in the air over the prone form of Gaara, illuminating his form for all to see, before crashing into him like ravenous sharks, actually damaging the cavern floor as the chakra surged wildly around him. "Hey!" Tenten called out, trailing behind the rest of her team, though not by much, as they dashed through the treetops like Energizer bunnies from hell. "Slow down, will you? We've been running all day." "Tenten," Lee noted, smiling at his teammate in an understanding manner that seemed to piss her off a little, "you haven't been training enough, have you?" He yelped as a kunai with a wire attached nearly took his eyebrows off, eyeing the frowning Kunoichi warily. "Care to see if I've been slacking off, Lee?" Tenten asked, looking a little miffed if she was honest with herself. Twirling the recovered kunai on her finger. "No, that's all right," Lee assured her, wanting to remain unmarked for the remainder of their trip. Ahead of them, Neji looked up, his Byakugan active as he scanned the area around them. "Sensei." "What?" Guy asked, looking behind him inquisitively. A big mistake, as it caused him to crash, once again, into a massive redwood, nearly bringing the giant down with him. Much to the team's horror, Lee, and exasperation, the rest. "Energetic as always, Guy." A voice called out, the taijutsu specialist looking up from Lee's concerned Eye-nistrations to espy a pug perched on the branch beside him. "Pakun," Guy muttered, blinking the spandex-wearing Lee Cupids out of his sight with a shake of his head, gaping at the pug in surprise. "News from Kakashi?" "Yup," Pakun nodded. "Right now, the Hachi Ninken are following the scent of Kagero-san, who's trailing Akatsuki, in order to provide field support for the teams tailing them." "Kagero-san," Guy repeated, blinking at this newest bit of information in wonder. When did she get involved? "She met up with Team Kakashi in Suna half a day ago." The pug replied, chuckling as Team Guy's jaws hit the ground. "I know. She has you beat good." He frowned, "But besides that, we tracked her scent to a place in river country, between Suna and Konoha. Which means we're the closest team to her position." Neji reasoned with a nod. "Seeing as we spent the whole day running for nothing, I think this more than makes up for it." "But how did Kagero-san make it to Suna before us?" Lee wondered, only to look up as his role model stood to attention. "Yosha, hang in there, Kagero-san." The taijutsu specialist bellowed eagerly, "The bizarre green beast of the leaf will rush to your side on the winds of youth." "He does know she's seeing Shigeo-san, right?" Tenten whispered to Neji, only for the Hyuga to shrug, not wanting to think about the firework merchant for too long as they ran to catch up with the eyebrow duo. Few things could throw a Hyuga off their train of thought, Uzumaki Naruto included, but nothing boggled the mind like Hanabishi Shigeo and his Shigeo dance. So disturbed was he by the mere memory of the spectacle, Neji actually failed to notice that their entire conversation had been overheard by a decidedly unnatural growth, not 10 feet to their right. "The enemy is nearer than we anticipated," Zetsu noted, as the information from his true body was relayed to him. "A team from Konoha is close by, led by Maida Guy." "And just who is this, Maida Guy?" the leader queried disdainfully, noting that Kisami's silhouette seemed to go fuzzy for a brief second, a sign of agitation. "A Konoha Junin that specializes in taijutsu." Itachi's silhouette supplied diligently. "His tone is impassive as always. He is skilled enough to fight on par with Hitaki Kakashi, and so should not be taken lightly." "The bizarre beast, huh?" Kisame noted, a leer in his tone that was absent from his shadowed face. The leader eyed the mist nin carefully, before nodding his head. "I'll use that jutsu," he called out, not breaking his concentration from the ceiling in progress. "Ga." Ara's hoarse cries barely even audible over the surging chakra. "In that case I'll go," the coarse voice suggested, sounding all too pleased at the idea than was considered professional. "I haven't been able to track down my Jinchuriki yet." Quote, "No, let me go," Kisame insisted, the leer in his tone sounding oddly eager. "I have a score to settle with that guy." "Very well," Pain agreed, nodding at the mist nin. "Kisame will go. After all, this jutsu is best suited for one such as yourself, who possess the greatest chakra reserves out of Akatsuki." He flipped through the seals as the coarse voice RSED petulantly, "I'll only need 30% of it though." "What about the intruder?" Sasori asked, sounding sore that someone had managed to follow him. Even as a genin no one had managed to sneak up on the man. "A moot point," Pain assured the puppeteer, already prepping for his next jutsu. No one can enter this cavern while my wards are in effect, and even if they did remove said wards, well, then EY will have other things to worry about. Pakun stiffened, a sinking feeling running from his snout to the tip of his tail as he took a wary sniff of the dusty air, the scent he picked up actually causing the hair on his body to stick right up. What's wrong, Pakun? Guy called out, looking at the canine in concern. What's the delay? Someone's coming. The pug barked, leaping aside even as Neji backed up the claim. His Byakugan detecting a veritable surge of chakra coming up from the rear. Seconds later, something broke through the rocky ground of the canyon, trailing through it like the world's oddest dorsal fin. Dirt and rubble flying in all directions as it bore down on them, the group leaping out of the way as an explosion shook the canyon. As it cleared, the Konoha shinobi and Nin Ken were met with a most unwelcome sight. Standing almost 2 meters in height, his skin a strange, almost pale blue that only proved to accentuate the gill-like marking on his face and the emotio NLESS eyes that leered at them over the brim of his high collar. His black cloak, adorned with red clouds, billowed slightly in the breeze his entrance had produced, even as he hoisted a large, wrapped, sword-like weapon onto his shoulder with one hand, seemingly unaware of the weapon's weight. Yo, the giant greeted, a shark-like smirk stretching across his face, made all the more terrifying by the bloodlust he was giving off. Long time no see. Beast. Why you? Guy exclaimed, gaping at the man with his eyes wide, a look of pure surprise on his features. Guy-sensei, you know this man? Lee asked, already in a taijutsu stance as he eyed his role model out the corner of his eye, alongside his teammates. Guy eyed the giant, a scowl on his face as he matched gazes with the man, the shadows long his face emphasized as a bead-os sweat rolled down his cheek. Who are you again? As Team Guy, minus Lee of course, fought the urge to slap their eccentric sensei upside his bowl-cut head, they were snapped out of their thoughts by their assailants' mocking chuckles. Well, your intelligence suits your moniker, the man chuckled, a smirk on his face as he held his weapon over his should. The bizarre beast indeed, but don't you worry, the smirk changed to a full-on leer as the bloodlust coming off him amplified many times over, chakra coming off him in waves. I guarantee you'll remember me soon enough. And that should be a fine point to cut off for now. Also, to Nero Sparta, the X-over we discussed as well into the Zabuza saga. Expect a release sometime soon, probably after I complete another few chapters. As I want to give myself some breathing space. Chio. Konoha no Shiroi Kiba. Prepare to die. Kakashi. How the hell do you get in here? Stab asterisk spleen. R&R or we'll sick Granny Chio on ya. And she's off her meds. Chapter 6. And so Akatsuki begin to stall for time. Sadly, I won't be deviating much from Guy's fight, as quite frankly the bizarre beast had things well enough in hand. Guy. What? But how am I supposed to display my burning youth if I can't? Hyuga. Hits mute button. Guy continues to rant silently. The Itachi fight has been altered though, and XP. Court a surprise twist or 3 in the telling. Chio. Call me old will ya? Crack. Kakashi. Spine. Itachi. We're supposed to be on now you know. Demon Shark. Shadow Moon. What in the hell? Neji wondered, eyeing the figure before him warily with his Byakugan active, the prodigy nearly wincing from the sheer amount of raw chakra the man before them seemed to possess. What is this guy? Neji. Lee asked, the guy clone turning to regard his rival and teammate with concern as the Hyuga seemed to take a step back from their foe, something he'd never done before. What can you see? This guy has an enormous amount of chakra. The Hyuga muttered, actually taking the slightest of steps backwards. I've never seen anyone with this much chakra since Naruto. If any words could have had a sobering effect on the team, it would have been those. Everyone on Team Guy knew that Naruto was in a class of his own when it came to chakra reserves and stamina, even. Kakashi admitted that, at his peak, the team would outstrip any of the currently existing Junin combined. To be facing an opponent that possessed a similar, if not identical, level of chakra at their disposal, was not a situation you wanted to be caught in. Especially on a rescue mission. So this, Lee noted, shifting backwards slightly as he kept his eyes on the shark man's frame, is the Akatsuki we were warned of. At that, the figure abruptly hurled his weapon in the air. The group backing off slightly, not willing to fall for such a blatant distraction, only to curse as they realized he'd played them, watching in trepidation as he clapped his hands together. Sweden. Bakusui Shoha, Kisame called out, reeling back as his cheeks swelled outwards, only to spew out a massive torrent of water onto the valley floor, instantly flow. Ding the area and riding the wave as it bore down on the Konoha shinobi, catching Samahata out of midair. Here I come, the shark man called out in twisted, sing-song manner, his shark leer showing all his teeth as he bore down on Team Guy atop the raging waters, grinning manically as their leader, the one he was searching for, into the air, providing a perfect target for the Kurigakure no Kishin to exploit. Miss me, he cackled, leaping off the tidal wave to hover in the air right in front of Guy, who gaped at him in alarm as Samahata swung round towards the man's unprotected flank. Konoha Shofu, a voice called out, followed by a younger clone of the bizarre beast to come completely out of left field, kicking the Daidu out of its wielder's hand, following it up with a kick to the ribs that would have damaged more than a few ribs had Kisame not blocked with his arm. Damn it, the swordsman cursed, glaring at the younger version of his opponent in annoyance, swatting him out of tea. He air only for the Hyuga on the team to return the favor with some sort long-range Juken strike that fortunately knocked him in the general direction of Samahata, as the Kunoichi on the team was quick to hurl several spiked explosive nasties his way. These brats are annoying. The Akatsuki growled as he lurked beneath the water's surface, watching the pyrotechnics die down, along with his water clone. Rising again once the smoke had cleared, his weapon held at the ready. Sweden ninjutsu, and that great sword. Guy called out, his face set in a look of serious recollection as his student TS scattered about to make it harder for them to be picked off, their guards up and their eyes focused. So, Kisame chortled, walking towards the man with a smirk, Samahata trailing water as he dragged it from the lake. Letting it rest over his shoulder menacingly. You finally figured it out, did you? I do have the feeling we've met before, Guy replied, still as clueless as ever, prompting exasperated scowls from his students. With the exception of Lee, of course, and a look from Kisame that practically screamed, WTF. You're really starting to piss me off, the shark man muttered, stabbing the tip of his weapon into the water as he spoke. Looks like I gotta bash you around a bit more to get the blood pumping in that thick skull of yours. That said, he lunged forwards once again, illing Samahata behind him in a way that produced threatening waves in its wake, even as Team Guy rushed forwards to meet him. Yo, Kaka-sensei, Naruto called out, looking over at the cycloptic Jun. In as she matched his pace easily as they leapt through the trees, why'd those bastards wait so long before going after the Jinchuriki? Kakashi shrugged, a little curious as to that scenario himself. It wasn't like Itachi to just give up in something halfway. He'd known the psychotic little bastard from the time he'd been drum-rolled into Anbu training in his teens. Hell, he'd been the man's superior before he'd retired to become an active Junin, during which time the prodigy had virtually torn apart his exemplary records to date, with the exception of tardiness. If anything, Itachi had a habit of showing up for a mission before his superiors thought to summon him. He was just that good. Most likely it's because Jiraiya-sama was with you at all times. Kakashi reminded the redhead, acting his thoughts back to reality, though that doesn't explain why they didn't grab the remaining 8 in the meanwhile. They needed time to prepare. Chio supplied, leaping alongside the Junin. Much to his ire, the extraction process is a complicated, time-consuming ordeal that would require several Junin class shinobi to carry out at the very least. She frowned. Take into account the F.A. court these are Nukenin we're talking about, then it's doubtless they needed time to not only amass resources, but to ensure the extraction sites are secure. So basically they were being cautious. Recca muttered, a frown on his face as he matched paces with the others, just behind Kakashi, but well within reach should Chio decide to pull a Hibiki and attack the Cyclops again. Man, I hate it when the enemy has time to think things through. My sentiments exactly. Kakashi agreed, eye smiling at his hot-headed student over his shoulder, though he kept a careful watch on Chio as he did so, though at the very least. It bought us time of our own to prepare. Hell yeah, Recca cheered, his smirk stretching his features tight as he somersaulted through the trees like the demented, pyrotechnical monkey he was. We trained our assess while you were gone, Naruto. You won't believe how much we've changed. You say something, Aniki? Naruto queried, her voice sugar-sweet as she mimicked Kakashi's trademark put down flawlessly. Causing Recca to lose his footing, the Enjutsu she nearly plowing into a branch from the shock. They grow up so fast, Kakashi sniffed, wiping a tear from his eye as he suppressed the urge to laugh. His face mask hiding his proud smile. Ah, how the years fly. So caught up in the moment was he, the copy nin didn't feel the foreboding chakra until it was virtually on top of them. Crap, everyone stop, he yelled, his lazy demeanor dropping entirely as he led them to a clearing, his eye narrowing at the figure barring their path, the shadows of the trees doing nothing to hide the red clouds that adorned his cloak, nor the burning intensity of his Sharingan. Those eyes, Chio muttered, her eyes narrowing in suspicion, her air of genial senility replaced with the wariness of a shinobi that has lived to a ripe old age. To think I'd be facing one of them at my age. It's been a long time. The apparition voiced, the shifting clouds revealing the lines on his impassive face. Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha. Itachi. Naruto snarled, her hand instantly going for her sword as she recalled the last encounter with Sasuke's hated older brother, pupils slitting. As she looked around warily for his partner, the creepy shark guy with the dismembering fetish. Recca sidled closer to his Autodo, several gunpowder balls already between his fingers, one of his hands raised in preparation as he glared spitfire at their opponent. Itachi, Chio repeated, leveling a calculative glare at the patricidal Uchiha with her beady eyes. Ho, so this is the one that wiped out his own clan, she noted, with something that sounded like approval in her tone. You seem to be doing well, Kakashi-san. Itachi noted, his eyes trailing from the Junin to Recca, and you're that youth from before, the Kaden user. Recca merely glowered, tightening his stance as he fought the urge to look into his opponent's eyes. He hadn't forgotten the training he and the rest of Team 7 had undergone to combat Sharingan users over the last 2.5 years. If anything, he and Domon had intensified it, actually demanding that Kakashi use his own when the team sparred to keep them on their toes. Something the Junin had been a little too eager to agree to. Plagiarizing jutsu aside, the Sharingan isn't something you can laugh at. The Enjutsu, she muttered, keeping his eyes locked on Itachi's feet and arms. Kaka-sensei always managed to drive us into the pavement with his active, but then we could always wear him down eventually since it literally devoured his chakra. He owled. No such luck of that happening here, those aren't transplants he's packing. I don't see Naruto-kun or that hulking fellow with you, Kakashi-san. Itachi muttered, running his eyes impassively over the group. Should I assume then that Jiraiya has yet to release him back into active service? I'm right here, you freaking psychopath. Naruto yelled out, drawing Itachi's attention towards her as she moved into a better stance. Only to blink at the look on Itachi's face as he took in her features. Impossible, the Uchiha breathed, his face seeming to pale slightly, a look of haunted wonder spreading across his face as he stared at the confused redhead, his mouth slightly open in awe. Kushina, sensei. Naruto shivered, eyes widening at the Uchiha's words, sword hand relaxing in confuse. Ion as she stared at the man that had beaten Sasuke into a pulp all those years ago. Sensei. She repeated, as if trying to make sense of a puzzle. Hold on, you knew my mom. Itachi blinked, as if waking from a daydream. His gaze intensifying as he took in the redhead's features, Tomo spinning around his irises as he checked for genjutsu. I see, he muttered, an intrigued tone dominating his normally impassive voice as he took in the whisker marks adorning her cheeks, and the trademark chakra of a seal around the navel. Well, this is an unexpected development. I don't recall any Fuin jutsu that had such an effect on the host's body. He scoffed, so low they almost missed it. Sensei did say she wanted a girl. Answer my question, damn it. The redhead snapped, stepping forward, slapping Recca's hand away when he tried to restrain her. What do you know about my mother? Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi snapped, holding up a hand to bar her path, glaring at Itachi with his good eye. The ire time. He's deliberately baiting you on. Remember what Jiraiya-sama said and calm down. Naruto growled, clearly chomping at the bit, her eyes flashing between stormy blue and murderous red, before grunting and slipping into a ready stance, one hand behind her back, ready to draw her katana. So what do we do, sensei? She demanded. Most of Itachi's genjutsu, including the one that he used on Asuke and myself, are dojutsu unique to his Sharingan, Kakashi supplied, slipping closer to his charges as he spoke. So avoiding eye contact is paramount, but then you've known about that for some time now, right? Ever since the mission to Nami no Kuni. Recca agreed, keeping an eye on the Uchiha's feet as he spoke, something Naruto mimicked with equal skill, not to mention those spars with you back home. The Uchiha clan were always a tricky bunch. Chio noted, as of commenting on the weather, quite frankly I was happy to think we'd heard the last of them. I never thought I'd be facing one again. You've fought against the Uchiha before, old mummy? Naruto asked, only to yelp as she was slapped upside the head by a hand that seemed to be mostly composed of leather and bone, ite. Suna and Konoha were not always so amiable towards one another. Chio muttered, not taking her eyes off Itachi as she spoke. That being said, there are a number of means of battling the Sharingan, outside of avoiding their eyes. Such as, Recca demanded, trying not to scoff at his Autodo's pain and failing miserably, earning a pointed glare from the redhead. Either way, both of them paid rapt attention to Chio's words. As crackpot or not, she was one of the elders of Suna, and had to have amassed a wealth of wisdom over the years. 1-on-1. Run like hell. Chio recited, earning sweat drops from the teens. 2-on-1. Take the rear. She smirked. Basically all we have to do is distract him whilst targeting his blind spots. I like the way you think, Granny. Recca smirked, a dev-ious grin on his face as he clenched his fist, a slight haze of heat coming over it as he glared at Itachi, and distractions happen to be my forte. That's all well and good for normal genjutsu, Ashi interrupted, but Itachi possesses an evolved Sharingan, the Mangekyu. He frowned. Getting caught by its genjutsu can happen in an instant, even another Sharingan can't cancel it. He nodded. However, it's not a technique he just throws around. Using it once puts a tremendous strain on his reserves. As well informed as ever, Kakashi. Itachi noted, his tone as impassive as always, even as he turned his attention to the Junin. Fully, you gathered all that from experiencing my Tsukuyomi once. Itachi, Kakashi muttered, closing his good eye as he raised his headband, unveiling his own Sharingan for the Uchiha to see. Just how far has your eyesight deteriorated? If Itachi's face before had been startled, then the only word for his expression now was absolutely gobsmacked. Only he neckband of his Akatsuki cloak shielded the full extent of his surprise from being witnessed, before he regained his wits and narrowed his eyes. Kakashi, he muttered, and there was a definite hint of a growl in his normally reserved tone. Don't tell me you caught me off guard last time, Itachi. Kakashi shot back, smirking at the ire he'd raised in his former protege, but this time I'm ready for anything. At that moment, the earth directly under Itachi exploded upwards, startling the crap out of both Junin even as a snarling Naruto rose amidst the rubble, katana flashing in the light as she slashed at Itachi's jugular. Itachi, his fully matured Sharingan reading her movements as if in slow motion, recovered quickly and leant back, his foot coming up and under the redhead's chin with an audible crack, sending her soaring back towards the group. Only then did he see the threat from on high as several boomerang-like flames descended upon his form, detonating on contact with the earth around him. Smoked the bastard, Recca cheered, dropping from his hiding spot in the trees to land next to Naruto, who had landed on her feet and was rubbing her chin tenderly, testing her mouth with her tongue. You okay? Been better, Naruto muttered, spitting out a couple of teeth, new ones already growing in their place as her healing factor replaced the damaged chompers with AS. Peed that would make a shark green with envy. Still, you think we got him? You kidding? Recca asked, looking insulted that his sibling would doubt his skill. Even Kaka-sensei didn't know we'd switched with clones. He reminded the redhead, thumbing towards the Anioed Cyclops for emphasis. How'd he be able to notice? I dunno, Naruto muttered, letting Recca help her to her feet. That all see. Med a little too easy for an S-class Nukenin. She stepped forward, only to blink as Recca's grip on her elbow kept her firmly in place. You can let me go now, Aniki. And why? Recca asked, his voice warping midway through to a cold, semi-bored tone that sent a sliver of ice down her spine. After taking all this time, would I do something as redundant as that? Naruto gaped, watching in alarm as Recca's body began to peel away like cheap paint off a figurine, the smirking, scarred cheek replaced with an emotionless scowl, set with twin, spinning Sharingan in premature lines. It can't be, she muttered, free hand going for her sword, only to find she could no longer move. When did you? Did you think simply avoiding my eyes like a dog would allow you to escape me? Itachi asked, the last remnants of Recca's form drifting away like scorched leaves. Do not underestimate a true master of the Sharingan. Naruto swore, twisting in the invisible grip of the genjutsu, muscles straining futilely. As if every fiber of her being was frozen in place. What the hell? The redhead growled, I didn't look him in the eyes once. When the hell did he have time to nab me with a genjutsu? Cease struggling and accept your fate. Itachi deadpanned in stereo, a clone of him having replaced Kakashi on her other flank, holding her in place with an equally powerful grip on her shoulder. You cannot escape us. Wanna bet? Naruto replied, smirking as she finished her one-handed seals, her crimson hair spiking out in all directions as she grabbed the sleeves of their Akatsuki coats in a death grip. Holding them in place. Ninpu. Hari Senbon. Before either of the Itachis could blink, several chakra-enriched needles detached themselves from the redhead's hair, blasting in all directions, penetrating them with pinpoint accuracy and effectively turning them into human pincushions. Impressive. Itachi, or rather another genjutsu clone noted, applauding her creativity as he stepped into view ahead of her. Even as the two clones dissolved into a flock of crows, pecking and swiping at the startled redhead, for you to be able to create such a mental defense, Jiraiya-sama has certainly taught you well. He frowned, moving his fingers into a ram's seal, however, not good. Enough. Naruto cursed as one of the crows morphed into a miniature black shuriken, slicing open her cheek eve. And as countless others lunged at her from all sides. Gotta focus my chakra. She ground out, teeth clenched as she pressed her palms together, drawing as much of her chakra into herself, only to flinch as she felt her skin begin to peel from the cut. What the hell? The redhead stammered, trying to see what was going on, only to choke as her own left hand started to throttle her. Filthy whore. A dark, brooding voice growled out, Naruto's eye widening as she realized just whose features were replacing her own. I should have killed you when I had the chance. Sasuke. She choked out, fightin'. G off the possessed limb even as other lumps began to form on her person like cancerous tumors, their gazes harsh and unforgiving as they formed familiar faces. Why didn't you bring Sasuke back? Sakura demanded. Glaring at her from the folds of her Chunin vest, the medic's eyes red with tears and accusation as she glared up at the redhead. I trusted you. To think I had faith in you, Kakashi muttered. His voice laden with disgust and disappointment, his one visible eye half shut as always, but carrying the dismissive look the villagers had long subjected his charge to. Clearly I overestimated you. Stop it. Naruto grit out, clenching her good eye shut as she spoke, trying to focus her chakra, only to find that her control was virtually zero. Whatever this genjutsu was, she wasn't getting out of it so easily. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Why is it always you? Gaara's voice called out, Naruto's eye snapping open in horror as the hand she'd been using to fight off Sasuke's moved by itself. Gaara's green eye and love tattoo glaring at her from the palm. What did you ever do to earn your good fortune? Why were only you loved? This isn't real. Naruto kept reminding herself, shutting her eye, even as the cacophony of voices continued their assault. It's an illusion. Kai. 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 Whore. Loser. Monster. Liar. Fake. Pathetic. Itachi's eyes widened as a literal explosion of crimson chakra and killing intent washed over him, his apparitions screaming as they were burned away, along with the clearing around them as a vision of death and bloodlust loomed over the Uchiha like the shadow of death. What is this? He wondered, eyes widening if not with terror then with something akin to it, for even he did not presume himself to hold more power than the beast sealed in the redhead's navel. The vision lunged at him, maw gaping with crimson fangs, and the genjutsu shattered like finest crystal, leaving Naruto gasping on all fours and Itachi stumbling away like he'd been struck. Naruto! Recca yelped, crouching down next to his Autodo in concern as the redhead dropped to her knees, before glaring at Itachi as he felt the pain-filled gasps racking through her body. Kasama. What did you do? Recca, Kakashi yelled, stepping between his charges and Itachi lest Recca meet the Uchiha's eyes. Back me up. Chio-sama, stick with Naruto. Chio said nothing, but sidled up behind the redhead, placing a glowing palm on her back to dispel any remaining foreign chakra from a genjutsu, a shudder running through her as she felt some of the Kyuubi's chakra dying away from her touch. It seems the fox is not one to be crossed, even sealed into a host, she noted, flicking a gaze to the obviously startled Uchiha. He won't use genjutsu again anytime soon. Recca, his blood boiling from the attack on his adoptive sibling, lunged forwards alongside his sensei, even as Itachi regained his footing, his features slipping back into their emotionless mask as he focused on the task at hand. Kaden, the Uchiha called out, rearing back with his momentum, chest expanding outwards slightly before spewing out a gargantuan fireball that bore down on the group like a meteor. Genki Yu. Trying to split from the original Recca called out, leaping to the fore despite Kakashi's protests and rearing his fist back, flames blazing to life as he sm. Irked in the face of fiery death. Too bad fucker. I wrote the book on Kaden innovation. Thrusting his fist forward, Recca unleashed a column of fire that absorbed Itachi's jutsu as easily as a sponge absorbs water. Before barreling down on the man like a freight train, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Hanabishi Ryu Nintai, Recca called out, drawing his smoking fist back to his lips and blowing the smoke off it. Hiken. Most impressive, Itachi allotted, rising from the ground courtesy of the Shinju Zanshu Jutsu having escaped the blaze by tunneling underground, as expected of Naruto-kun. He has comrades as unique as he is. You got that right. Recca smirked, Itachi blinking as he noticed. Kakashi was missing, only to scowl as his former senpai burst out of the earth like a golfer attempting shoryuken. Grabbing the copy nin's arm and dragging him into the range of his ringed fist, Kakashi weaving under the blow thanks in part to his own Sharingan, but mostly his experience from sparring with Guy, whose slowest kick was 3 times faster than this. Something isn't right here, Kakashi muttered, even as he traded blows with his one-time subordinate, even up this close. Say, with my Sharingan active, I can't tell if this is the real Itachi. He rolled with a punch, his elbow lashing out at the prodigy's ear, only to be blocked, a knife hand strike going for his armpit. He definitely fights like Itachi, he grunted as a near miss clipped his ribs. Hits like him too, and that Gukaku look-alike was definitely something Itachi would muster. He scowled, but this VIBE, and the directness of the assault, they aren't like Itachi at all. Uchiha Itachi, as long as Kakashi had known him, had not been the type to trade fisticuffs with his opponents, preferring to all-out death via the numerous pointy implements he carried about his person, charbroiling his foes with his clan's vaunted Kaden mastery, or quite simply raping their minds with genjutsu whilst looking oh so badass whilst doing so. He'd never consider opening a fight like a Mexican standoff, despising dramatics as much as he did fangirls. And never made the first move, at least not visibly anyways. If Itachi had wanted them dead, he could have employed numerous tactics to do so, all of which would have been feasible, understandable, and above all, highly more effective than what was going on now. But instead he stood there in our direct path, as if daring us to challenge him. Kakashi muttered, running the fight through his mind even as he attempted to snap the man's wrist like a twig his fist. Something is definitely fishy about all this. The copy nin's thoughts were cut off as Itachi gripped by the scruff of his neck, bringing their eyes into contact with one another, the LD around them dying away to a black field. Your mastery of the Sharingan once again surprises me, Kakashi-san. Itachi noted, his voice flat despite the words of praise as they echoed around the dark landscape he'd imprisoned the man in, not to mention your skill with pulling off rapid-fire jutsu, following me underground, using your protege's attack to cover your own actions, as expected of the infamous copy nin. He watched, with idle fascination, as the masked Junin seemed to wave, like a paper doll, feet catching alight as fire began to consume him with agonizing slowness. But rather than the howls of suffering that should have ensued after such mental torture, Kakashi's mental image merely continued to eye him beadily with his own Sharingan, heedless of the flames consuming its body, which should have left the man a brain-dead husk. In fact, back in reality, Kakashi had actually reached out and grabbed Itachi's sleeve, holding the younger man's arm in a grip that threatened to snap the bones beneath. "I see," Itachi muttered, his tone flat, as if this latest turn of events had been scripted and he'd been the only one that read ahead. "Akage Bunshin, you truly are a credit to your generation, Kakashi-san." Itachi whipped his head round, only to be caught between the Hanabishi siblings, Recca on the right and Naruto on the left, both with dangerous glints in their Yes, and both holding spiraling balls of concentrated chakra in their palms. Well shit. Deep within the artificial ocean that was serving as their battlefield, Guy, beset on all sides by sharks composed of sweetened chakra, closed his eyes beneath the waves, earning a smirk from his opponent. "Throwing in the towel are we?" Kisame called out, a smirk on his lips. "I don't blame you. After all, no animal can match a shark in the water." Kaden, Kisame blinked, whirling around as his water clones, and by proxy, the prisons they were controlling, disappeared in a burst of chakra, glaring murder. Owsley at the Hyuga as he knelt on the water's surface, his teammates alongside him. "I shoulda cut him in half," he growled, only to yelp as a pillar of water erupted right from under him, launching him into the air, along with the pulped remains of his summons. Shielding his eyes from the combination of chakra and water, Lee was the first one to espy his mentor and role model hovering within the water spout, powering up as much of his chakra through the sixth gate as he could, his fists literally glowing with his ire, before leaping out of the funnel, right into the alarmed features of their Akatsuki assailant. "Sensei." Tenten coughed, looking around for their lovable, if eccentric, sensei, only to follow Lee's awe-inspired gaze as the sky lit up like a New Year's festival. "Asa Kujaku you." Lee cheered as Kisami's flaming carcass descended, crashing into the water and sinking out of sight, the water slowly fading away as the chakra maintaining it slowly ran out, Guy dropping down to land before his students with a grunt. "Are you all right, sensei?" Neji asked, walking up to the panting Junin and running his Byakugan over him for injuries, only to be waved off as the taijutsu specialist stood up, looking flushed. "But all right, I'll be fine," Guy panted, the sixth gate having drained him considerably as he leant on Lee's shoulder to catch his breath, his protoge recognizing. "Gee, his fatage better than anyone. More importantly, is everyone else okay?" "All present and accounted for, sensei," Tenten chirped, pulling off a cute salute, one hand behind her back as she resealed her weapons. What remained of them anyways? Back into the giant scroll on her back, but that guy was something else, wasn't he? His chakra reserves were insane, even for a missing nin. Neji added, crossing his arms in thought, one hand going to his chin as he frowned, recalling something unusual about the fight that had caught his attention earlier. Still, something doesn't quite add up. "Neji," Lee queried, looking over at his teammate and rival in confusion, his bushy brows burrowing together like mating caterpillars as he fawned, earning a giggle from Tenten, who always found the sight to be hilarious. "Is something wrong?" "I read the bingo book when I became Junin," Neji muttered, holding his chin as he spoke. "I thought it might be useful, especially seeing as we were attacked a while back." He nodded at the spot Kisame had fallen. "I remember seeing him in there. He was registered as an SS class, avoid at all costs missing nin." Lee and Tenten blinked at the Hyuga's words, on Lee to stumble as the last of the water sank underground, leaving them on relatively dry land again, Guy pushing off his student hobbling towards Kisame to get a better look at their opponent's corpse, only to pull up short. What the hell? He wondered, eyeing the broken, bloodied body at his feet. Who in the hell is this guy? "Mo, sensei," Tenten sighed, sidling up to the man in exasperation. "Why? Oh, you really are bad with names, aren't?" She trailed off as she got up close. "Hey, this isn't." Neji scowled, his Byakugan scanning the corpse for confirmation as he did so. "No doubt about it, this guy's reserves are nowhere near as developed as the guy we were fighting a second ago. Not only that, his weapons disappeared too." Tenten shivered, holding her elbows as she gazed down at the corpse of a man that, by all rights, shouldn't have been there. Who on earth? Who in the blue fuck is this? Naruto gaped, eyeing the cooling corpse, the upper half of it anyways, of what should have been Uchiha Itachi. This ain't Itachi. And there's no way he was a clone this entire time. Yeah, was this thing a setup the whole time? Recca wondered, kicking the tattered remains of the torso in annoyance. Sorely tempted to just burn the stiff and be done with it, we on candid camera or something. No, Kakashi assured them, idly wondering what on earth candid camera was. That was definitely Itachi we were fighting a second ago. I wouldn't have mistaken him for anyone else, and my Sharingan would have noticed a hench. So how the hell'd this guy get here? Naruto demanded again, pointing down at the remains in annoyance. Did he use Kawarimi at the last second or what? Or some other type of teleportation jutsu? No time, Kakashi countered, nodding towards the team. You and Recca were GHT on top of him before he knew you were there. He scowled. That alone should have tipped me off. Itachi never leaves his back unguarded, not to mention the swearing at the end. He added, as it was a little known fact that Itachi, no matter how hard you pressed him, and you'd have to press very hard indeed, would never utter a profanity stronger than, damn. How on earth? Chio muttered, squinting at the corpse's blood-stained face in abject disbelief, her eyes widening after a few seconds as SSHE stood there in shock. That's, no it can't be. You know this stiff Chio ba? Recca asked, fling through the remains of the Akatsuki's coat for clues, coming up with little more than a few spare kunai and a money pouch, filled to bursting. That's Yura, the old crone muttered, her eyes narrowed suspiciously as she glared down at the man's features she'd seen almost every day at the council meetings, Asuna Junin and one of the members of Gaara's council. So, they had a spy watching Gaara all this time? Naruto asked, shooting Yura's remains a withering glare, wishing they'd pumped more chakra into the Rasengan assault, only for Chio to shake her head. He's been serving on Gaara's council for over 4 years, Chio muttered, looking down at the bearded man with a suspicious scowl. In that time he's done nothing to suggest anything but absolute loyalty to Suna. This is some seriously freaky shit right here, Recca muttered, kicking a stone out of the way. Having rifled through Yura's pockets long enough, he didn't even have any kunai on him. It's like he came here fully intending to die. Like a ghost, Kakashi agreed, looking up at the sky in thought, his visible eye narrowing. Far away, on some deserted mountaintop, a cloaked duo slowly woke back into consciousness. The larger of the two seeming a little torn between feeling grudgingly impressed and decidedly miffed. Yar, they've improved since last time, Kisame muttered, shaking his head fully as he got to his feet. Then again, we were just supposed to stall them. Never underestimate the Junin of Konoha. The shorter of the two intoned, eyeing his companion impassively. Even if our doubles only possessed 30% of our power on top of their own, they were still formidable opponents. Faye, maybe, the larger muttered, shaking his head in disgust, but mine trash talked too much, and yours, well. Anyone that knows you would know something was off with that one. Itachi said nothing, but it was clear to anyone who knew him that he hadn't approved of Yura's grandstanding. We should get back to the ceiling, he muttered, closing his eyes as he focused his attention elsewhere. Gimme a break, damn it, Kisame growled, rubbing the feeling back into his legs. Not everyone likes to sit still for so damn long. Itachi said nothing, having already filtered back into the cave, his efforts rejoining those of the members still there. I see the jutsu failed, the leader noted, his EY's narrowing in suspicion. I suppose we're dealing with some highly capable opponents. We still haven't dealt with the intruder outside Deidara pointed out, still a little miffed at being tailed so easily and wanting to vent some frustrations on the poor sod. Maybe we should send someone after them. No, the leader countered, his tone final. The ritual is more important, and is nearly finished at any rate. He eyed Gaara's limp form impassively. We'll finish up here, and then move on to the next host. Unbeknownst to the Akatsuki, Kagero was listening in on their conversations with the Ikai Gyoku. Her eyes narrowing as she took in the statue they were perched on. This sickening feeling, she muttered, this destructive, evil presence. Her lips pressed into a firm line as she fought the urge to try and enter via a shadow portal again, knowing it would prove fruitless. There's no mistaking it, the Akatsuki's secret weapon. Just what has Kagero uncovered about Pain's statue? And will Tengai ever get here in time to back her up? And what about Naruto? Will she determine what Itachi knows about her mother? Kakashi. You are an evil man. Hyugen. I know, that's why. I altered the first chapter of your book just now. Kakashi. What? Looks back to find the pages are blank, and that the first page is decidedly different from the start. Damn yo. Hey, this is good. Better even. Hyugen. And you can't read the rest. Kakashi. Turn to stone. R&R for more updates. Chapter 7. When I first started writing this, I was worried about deviating from canon, but now, I figure what the hell. This is what fanfiction is all about. That, and abusing characters. Kakashi. Whimper. Breaking the barrier. The ritual ends. Zetsu. The shadowed form of Akatsuki's leader called out. Turning to eye the plant man on his perch, dispose of Itachi and Kisami's. Doubles. He turned his gaze upon the Uchiha's silhouette. Itachi, how many enemies are in the group? And who are they? The squad is a 3-man cell from Konoha. Itachi responded dutifully, looking into the leader's eyes without fear of retribution, his own Sharingan glowing solemnly in the shadows of the cave. The squad leader is Hitaki, Sharingan, Kakashi. The copy ninja the massive, green-eyed figure noted in his deep tone, sounding highly intrigued. There's a hefty bounty on that head, not to mention the price of a fully developed Sharingan. Itachi said nothing, but had anyone looked closely at his silhouette, they'd have noticed a slight narrowing of his eyes. Kisami's silhouette shivered slightly, as the air around the Uchiha's body had taken on a decidedly cold chill. The rest of the team consists of 2 Chunin, both of which are members of Kakashi's Genin cell. Itachi continued, Hanabishi Recca and Uzumaki Naruto. The latter is the Kyuubi no Jinchuriki. He paused. Also, I recognized Chiyo Dono, an advisor of Tsunade, who makes up the 4th member of the cell. Sori twitched at the mention of his paternal grandmother, turning to regard the Uchiha warily, only for the leader to draw their attention back to him. Kisame, the man demanded, unusual eyes decidedly cold, what about your group? Another 4-man cell from Konoha. Kisame reported dutifully, anything to take his mind off the chill Itachi was giving off, this time led by Maida Guy. It consists of a weapons specialist, Guy's protege, and a Hyuga. What the fuck? The crass-sounding shadow wondered aloud, tilting his head down at Gaara's unresponsive corpse in disbelief. Just what the hell? Konoha gonna gain from rescuing this stiff? Konoha and Suna have been allies for some time now. Sasori supplied, though he didn't sound like he approved of the fact one little bit. It stands to R. Eason they'd send someone to help out their comrade. Fucking retards the lot of 'em. The crass shadow scoffed, several of the other members sharing his view but not saying anything. Itachi's eyes, however, seemed to become a fraction more emotionless at the man's words, something only Kisame, who had worked with him longest, could possibly notice, but the shark man was currently focused on draining every last drop of chakra from Gaara's corpse. Well, that in keeping warm. This is disastrous, Kagero muttered, trembling slightly as she tried to make sense of the vast, roiling chakra she'd gotten off the giant statue. Recognizing the vile presence for what it truly was, how can a Madogu if that caliber exist in this world? And why have I never heard of one such as this? As the sole surviving kunoichi of her era, Kagero had ensured that what few documentation there had been on the Madogu were preserved and kept from unwanted eyes. A few scrolls had been stolen in the fall, but he methods for creating them had long been lost to the sacred fires of the Hokage elders, an act she suspected Auka had a part in. Be that as it may, she knew the inner workings of all the Madogu produced by the clan. Or at least those that had been in service during her era, as the elders controlled their use with an iron claw. So the fact that not only was there a Madogu in this world, despite here being no history of the Hokage Ningen, not to mention one that gave off such an oppressive, evil energy, threw her for quite a loop. Kagero-san, a voice called out, the immortal kunoichi turning just as Team Guy and Pakun arrived. Looking slightly winded, or very winded in the case of Tenten, but otherwise unharmed from their encounter with the false Kisame. Yo, Pakun greeted the woman, The leader of the Hachininkan nodding respectfully as he stepped forwards, nodding his head towards the group. Guy's team was closer, so Kakashi sent me to lead them here. It is good to see you, Kagero-san. Guy greeted, earning shocked looks from Neji and Tenten at how formal he sounded. Hell, he didn't even raise his voice. What's the situation inside? The Akatsuki are using a sealing technique to extract Gaara's Biju. The immortal Kunoichi reported, earning a few shocked looks from the younger shinobi, and a dark frown from Guy, making a note to keep the specifics to herself until she could back up her theories. However, only 2 of them are actually in the room, the others are using some sort of long-range astral projection jutsu. Sounds like a variation of the Yamanaka clan's Haijutsu. Guy noted offhandedly, wishing that Inoichi, or even Ino, was here to confirm it. Taijutsu virtuoso he may be, but as a Junin he could appreciate a fellow comrade's knowledge, especially if it was their area of expertise. Neji, without having top be asked, activated his Byakugan, using the dojutsu's piercing vision to scope out the enemy's chakra, only to gape at the sheer well of power emanating from inside the cavern. Neji, Lee asked, looking over at his rival and teammate in confused concern as the Hyuga started to sweat slightly at the sight before him. What's happening in there? Words can't describe it, Neji muttered, shaking his head in sheer disbelief. What on earth? Such twisted chakra. Guy scowled, having heard enough of his student's words to set his resolve. The green beast charging at the boulder blocking the entrance, delivering a punch that, while not up to Tsunade's caliber, could have leveled a 3-story house, and the one behind it at the obstacle. However, rather than sending shards of rock flying in all directions, preferably perforating the enemies inside, there was a dull tone, like a temple bell being struck, and the air just in front of the boulder rippled. The man's fist halted scant millimeters from connecting. A barrier, Guy muttered, glaring at this new obstacle in distaste, and a fairly powerful one at that. But of course, Kagero reasoned, walking up to the boulder with distaste, running her eyes over the rippling chakra. Were it not for this, I would have already infiltrated the chamber with my Ikai. Gyoku, one of those Madogu you spoke of? Guy queried, earning confused looks from his pupils. And with good reason. After all, even in Konoha, the Hokage Ningen's talismans were kept a secret. Not even Tsunade had any written documentation on them. Indeed, Kagero replied, pulling the sphere out of her sleeve and holding it up for the Junin to see. I've been trying to enter the shadows of the chamber, but to no avail. She smiled as the shadows within were replaced by a dull glow. However, the scrying abilities seemed to be working just fine. Sugoi, Tenten breathed, having never seen a ninja tool of this caliber before. It seemed to incorporate ninjutsu into its use, but to a weapons user such as herself it was a treasure to behold. Anyo, Kagero-san, Lee spoke out, addressing the mother of 2 of his rivals respectfully. And a little shyly, as he had never forgotten how kind she had been to him back when he'd been injured. What is a Madogu? A talisman crafted by my clan centuries ago. Kagero replied, smiling at the Guy clone in a manner that earned a blush from all the teens. Though Neji covered it up well, they granted the user abilities similar to ninjutsu, such as control over shadows or other elements. Or could be used as weapons, much like Domon-kun's Kuchibashio or Tokia-kun's Ensui. So they're like ninja tools with jutsu sealed into them? Tenten asked, her eyes widening excitedly at the concept as she imagined some of the ninjutsu she'd gone up against at her disposal. Sugoi. I wish I could try one. They do indeed sound right up your alley, Tenten. Lee agreed, his own eyes beaming at the thought. After all, taijutsu often incorporated weapons, such as gauntlets, staffs or nunchucks for added damage, and for a ninjutsu deficient shinobi such as himself, the idea of having a weapon that could fill in for this weakness was most appealing. Neji, while not outwardly impressed, was nonetheless curious as to the methods behind the creation of such artifacts. Some of them, particularly the Ikai Gyoku, sounded dangerously similar to certain clans' Haijutsu. He didn't doubt that if word of the talisman spread, it'd cause a free-for-all that could rip Konoha apart, let alone what their enemies would do to attain them. So you'd like to try one, would you? Kagero chuckled, promptly reaching into her robes and pulling out what looked like an ordinary glass sphere. This is a storage Madogu called. It functions in a similar manner as your storage scrolls, but is less cumbersome. Tenten's eyes sparkled at the sight, promptly scooping the little sphere up and testing it out on the giant scroll on her back, channeling a little chakra into the sphere and watching in awe as the scroll vanished, only to reappear when she focused on it. Sugoi. Lee thrilled, watching as Tenten continued to play with the sphere like a child with a new toy, his eyes burning with eagerness, literally, as he turned to face the Hanabishi matriarch, Kagero-san. Might I try as well? So adorable. Kagero chuckled, earning a disbelieving look from Neji, who once again wondered how such a woman could give birth to anyone like Hanabishi Recca. I have a sudden urge to flash fry someone, Recca muttered, leaping through the trees as his ears burned. The Enjutsu she didn't know who or where, but someone was talking smack about him, and if he found out who it was they were in for a Hanabishi-style hotfoot. Save it for Akatsuki. Kakashi shot back to the teen, holding the lead and shooting concerned looks over his shoulder at Naruto. The redhead was lagging slightly behind. Chiyo shooting her concerned looks from time to time, in case she was still suffering for Itachi's genjutsu. At least he didn't whip out the Mangekyu, Kakashi noted with relief, recalling H's own encounter with that nigh undefeatable dojutsu, though considering the risks involved I'm not surprised. Blindness was a handicap even the most elite shinobi had trouble adapting to, and to an Uchiha. Especially one that had fully developed their Sharingan, the idea of losing their sight was unthinkable, and they took extra care to avoid injuries to their face as a result. For a prodigy like Itachi, who even without his Sharingan had been a force to be reckoned with in the Konoha Anbu, blindness would be an unacceptable hindrance. Kakashi was shaken out of his musings as Naruto surged past him. Teeth clenched and pupils little red slits, leaping well ahead of the group in her ire. Yar yar, the Junin sighed, shooting a long-suffering smile towards a curious Chiyo. That boy will be the death of me. Boy, Chiyo repeated, wondering if perhaps the White Fang's son had developed senility early on in life, only to shake her head and mutter about the follies of youth. The man clearly didn't want to think of his charge as a woman, so who was she to question his ethics? It seems to be quieting down out there, the leader muttered, looking over his shoulder at the boulder that blocked the cavern off from the rest of the world. That's strange. Could they be waiting for additional backup? Or has only one team arrived thus far? Didn't you say there was another Jinchuriki assigned to the rescue team? Sasori spoke out, his eyes locking onto Itachi's hazy silhouette with a chuckle. Kuku, no hard feelings Itachi, but first come first served right. Itachi said nothing, but his Sharingan seemed to glow a slightly deeper red for a few seconds, Sasori averting his eyes from them with a grunt of annoyance. The leader muttered, looking up inquisitively as Gaara's body trembled slightly. Despite the fact it should be immobilized by the jutsu, what the devil? Keep focusing. The group, as one, snapped their attention back to the ceiling, Gaara's struggles ceasing after another minute. Only his faint, rasping moans as the chakra was extracted remaining. No one noticed the faint sliver of sand that was slowly creeping its way into the cracks in the ceiling. This is so cool, Lee gushed, looking down at the rings that he'd slipped over his bandaged fingers in jubilation, a small boulder several feet away having been reduced to rubble. Thank you so much, Kagero-san. Think nothing of it, Lee-kun. The Hanabishi matriarch chuckled, smiling as she watched the Guy clone and Tenten gush over their gifts, before turning to look at the reserved form of Neji, who was standing with his arms crossed. Are you certain you don't wish to try one? No, thank you, Neji offered sternly, but undeniably politely, shooting a look towards the jubilant form of Lee as the Chunin danced around kicking his heels. He idly wondered if it was a side effect of the Madogu, and wanted nothing to do with the things if it was. In any case, Guy muttered, looking over his team with a serious expression. Honestly wishing he could give the Madogu a test drive himself, but deciding to play the adult and get everyone back on track. We need to break through this barrier. How are we going to do that, Sensei? Tenten inquired, Lee halting his cavorting to regard his role model with a concerned expression. None of us have training with Fuin or barrier jutsu. That's where I come in. A familiar voice called out, the group whipping round as Team Kakashi, and Chiyo of course, arrived with the Cyclops' usual stylish tardiness, the two Chunin of the team grinning at them. Yo. HMPH, Guy scoffed. eyeing his rival with a bemused smirk as the Junin straightened from his landing on the water, looking none the worse for wear from his battle with the foe Itachi. You're late, Kakashi, as always. Well, you know how it is, Kakashi sighed, shrugging offhandedly as he walked up to his eternal rival, with his usual slump, seemingly unconcerned with the Preza NT situation. We ran into a little trouble along the way. Yo, Lee, Recca called out, grinning at the bowl-cut sporting Chunin with infectious good cheer, Lee returning the greeting as they knocked fists. Before patting each other on the shoulder, still keeping fit, I see. But of course, Lee exclaimed, clenching his fist to his face with grandeur, as if insulted that the Enjutsu she would thin K otherwise of him. To slack off in one's training is to stifle your flames of youth. Same old Gejimayu, Naruto chuckled, looking over at the redhead with a smirk, drawing confused stares from Team Guy as she walked over to the Guy clone, and Neji. Heard about the promotion. You see what you can accomplish when you're not stuck in the past. And Naruto, Neji stammered, his Byakugan eyes literally bulging out of his head. Taking in the redhead's figure, visible even despite the Chunin vest, with a sense of bewilderment as he looked her over. No way, Tenten gaped, looking the redhead once over in amazement. Unable to believe this was the same Naruto that had finally smacked some sense into Neji's head. Wait, is this one of those gender-bending henge Sakura was telling me about? Fraid not, Naruto muttered, shaking her head with a sigh as she held up the teko on her arm. This thing helps seal off the excess yang chakra I get from the Kyuubi. She explained, quite used to these expositions by now, but the side effects, well, she gestured to her figure. No way, Tenten marveled, stepping forwards and grabbing a handful of cleavage, much to the assorted male's shock, and Kagero's bemusement. Hey, they're really firm. Neji, come check this out. I most certainly will not. The Hyuga exclaimed, his face assuming a shade of magenta that, prior to this moment, only his cousin had been able to achieve. Behind him, Guy was trying to rouse Lee, the poor Chunin having passed out from the sight, blood trailing from his nostrils, muttering something along the lines of, too youthful, every now and again. Kakashi sighed, resisting the urge to chuckle at the predicament, knowing Naruto was likely to murder the first person that did so. Except for Kagero, of course. But then the Cyclops was pretty damn certain Jiraiya hadn't raised a brat that would willingly raise a hand against their mother. When you're quite finished, Tenten, he quipped, the weapon's mistress blinking, before letting out a shocked gasp and backing away from Naruto, offering the redhead an embarrassed apology. As I was saying, the Cyclops continued, this is a Gofukekai, meaning there are 4 other Kaian seals sustaining it, no doubt scattered around the area. He looked up at the soul tag on the boulder blocking the entrance to the cave. Naturally, the barrier won't disappear until we can destroy them. You mean we gotta search for tags as small as that in the woods? Recca muttered, glaring at the area around them warily, shaking his head in disbelief. Won't that take forever? Can't I just torch the place? Let's not go that far. Kakashi muttered, the group eyeing the pyromaniac with trepidation as he allowed a small gust of flame to appear in his hands. For one thing, a forest fire in this neck of the woods could start another shinobi war. Recca frowned but conceded, extinguishing the flame and crossing his arms as he looked up at the boulder in annoyance as Ashi asked Neji to locate the other tags with his Byakugan. I have them, the Hyuga reported after a few minutes, the veins in his eyes bulging as he held his dojutsu active, northeast, 500 meters, on top of a boulder. He tilted his head slightly, southeast, 350 meters, on the trunk of the tree rising from a river. Again he turned, northwest, 650 meters, on a cliff face. The last one is at the center of a small grove, 800 meters southwest of here. That's well within radio distance. Guy noted with a smirk, pulling several wireless headsets and neck radios out of his pack and handing them out to his cell and Kakashi, my team's fastest. And we work well together, so our timing's perfect for the other tags. I agree, Kakashi conceded with a nod, strapping his own communication set into place, adjusting the frequency to the groups as Tenten finished adjusting the settings. Everyone ready? Yes, Lee saluted, unwittingly setting the volume on his mic at the absolute highest setting, which was into sending a needle of pure sound directly into the ears of his team. Huh. Everyone. What's the matter? Lee. Guy yelped, gesturing to his own mic, praying to whichever god that might be listening that his protege got the message. Kakashi, whose hearing was notably sharper than even a regular Junin's, was slowly slumping to one side, his eye a little white circle as he teetered slowly to the side. Forgive me, sensei. Lee's amplified voice cried out, the apology meaning nothing to the convulsing victims as the needle was jabbed further and further into their brains. I appear to have set the speaker too high. Just fix the damn thing already. Tenten snapped, covering her ears, slumping against a confused Recca for balance as her inner ear took another dose of her teammate's voice at point-blank range. Neji was in a similar position, though he'd inadvertently stumbled into Naruto, accidentally brushing up against the redhead. His back snapping ramrod straight at the feel of her assets. Beneath her Chunin vest. You okay, Neji? The redhead asked, a sympathetic look on her face. Due to the changes brought on by being a Hanyu, which included enhanced senses of smell, hearing and so forth, she could understand the kind of agony the group was going through. Lee's voice was loud enough at times without additional help. Neji, offering the redhead assurances that he was fine, stepped away and fought to compose himself, sending a murderous glare at Lee as the bowl-cut teen finally managed to adjust the mic to the right volume, smiling sheepishly at them the entire time. The Hyuga would be having a few words with the Chunin for this, of that he was certain. Well, unless Tenten beat him to it first, that is. Humiliation aside, there was no way Neji was standing. Between Lee and the pointy implements their teammate was so fond of using. Sasori and Deidara will dispose of the people loitering outside. The leader instructed, shooting the only two Akatsuki p. Hisakly in the chamber. Look, it goes without saying that I want the Jinchuriki alive. He made it quite clear that, beyond this, he didn't care what state the vessel was in. The rest of you, resume your duties. Itachi, Sasori growled, turning to the Uchiha's silhouette, beady eyes narrowing behind his cloth. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki. What does he look like? Itachi's only response to the older shinobi's query was silence, his Sharingan spinning idly as he regarded the puppeteer with his usual opaque stare, earning a growl from the hunchback as a face-off began. You will answer him now. The leader's voice cut in, his tone brooking no argument, his ringed eyes locking onto Itachi's Sharingan with an authoritative stare. Itachi held his silence for a few seconds longer, before closing his eyes. Apparently conceding defeat, the one who will charge straight at you with fury and hatred in his eyes at the offset, he offered cryptically, his silhouette vanishing just before Deidara. Nd Sasori could request a better description from him. Uchiha's, Sasori growled, glaring at the spot the prodigy's silhouette had occupied moments before with decidedly more venom than normal at the man's attitude. Worse than cats, the lot of them. I'll be waiting to hear from you. The leader stated, his tone making it clear that failure would not be looked upon favorably, not that it ever was. Only to blink as a faint cracking sound filled the chamber. What? Sasori and Deidara, the only two physically in the chamber, looked up in alarm as a rumble sounded around them, leaping off the GI ant statue just in time to avoid being skewered by various falling projectiles. What the hell on? The demolitions expert screamed, a stalactite nearly impaling his shoulder. I thought this cave was secure. The leader, his silhouette unharmed by the falling debris, sent a suspicious glare towards Gaara's corpse on the floor, just as once of the falling lumps of stone crashed into the statue, out of chakra escaping like steam from the resulting crack before he dispelled it with a curse, leaving his subordinates to take care of themselves. Whoa, you feel that? Recca yelped, struggling to keep his footing as the water of the river rippled with the minor earthquake, sending waves crashing against the canyon walls. What's going on in there? Looks like a cave-in, Neji reported, his eyes narrowing as his Byakugan pierced through the wards, but the giant chakra from before is gone, not to mention most of the other signatures. I can only see two people in there, a short one and a tall one. Most likely Sasori and his accomplice. Kakashi deduced, his eye narrowing in concern as he looked up at the boulder, noting the barrier was still in place. Perhaps something went wrong with the ceiling. Forget them. Naruto snapped, grabbing Neji by his robes, much to the Hyuga's alarm. her red-ringed blue orbs flashing in concern as they locked onto the older teen's active Byakugan. What about Gaara? I can only detect two. Neji began, only to pause, shaking the redhead off and focusing his attention on the cave once again. There is another signature, but it's weak, and getting weaker by the second. That'll be Gaara then, Shio muttered, shaking her head at the situation. The ceiling takes everything from the vessel and leaves them an empty husk. I doubt he'd last more than 10 minutes longer. Then we'll bust him out in 5. Lee swore, clenching a fist and nodding to his teammates. No. Make it 2. Stop saying ridiculous things. Tenten sighed, looking at the guy clone in exasperation, only to shake her head in defeat as her team scattered, putting as much distance between the first seal and themselves as possible. Yosh, Kakashi muttered, leaping up onto the boulder and perching next to the first tag, his fingers gripping it in such a way that the sheet of parchment would come right off when tugged. Recca, I'm going to need a few seconds after I rip this off, he called out. I smiling down at the teen. After that though, just remember Gaara's in there too. Nay. Not gonna be a problem, sensei. Recca assured him, flames forming at his fingertips as he drew a blazing kanji in the air. Ryu no En, Sanshiki, Homura. The flames that erupted from his right arm condensed into a flaming pillar, which in turn assumed the form of a beaked Karyu within. Additional Ma. The creature roared once, a living signal fire to anyone watching, before rushing down to encircle Recca's arm like a blazing coil. Kakashi, we're in position, Guy's voice called out over the speaker. The taijutsu specialist having just checked in with his team, all 4 ready and waiting. Yosh, let's go for a button hook entry, Kakashi yelled, ripping the tag off the boulder at the exact same moment as Team Guy dealt with theirs, before leaping as far away from the boulder as possible. Recca, knock knock, bitches, Naruto's adoptive Aniki yelled, charging T. He obstacle with his fist surrounded by the strength-enhancing flame of Homura, Ben-en. The team's fist smashed into the boulder, the strength-enhancing aspect of Homura's flame driving the blow deep into the obstacle. While the drill-like bands wrapped around the limb promptly tore away at its insides. The boulder cracked, an audible grinding noise filling the air, before exploding inwards from the blow, pelting the inside of the chamber with flaming debris. Sounds like it worked, Guy noted, hearing the distant sound of the boulder's destruction with approval from his perch on the cliff face. The taijutsu specialist was just about to head on back when he caught something out of his peripheral vision, a growing bulge rising out of the mountainside, laced with an unusual chakra. It felt similar to a Doden Bunshin, in that the earth was assuming a humanoid shape, but it didn't feel like any ordinary Bunshin. The chakra coming off it was too different for that. Neji, the beast muttered, tapping his calm link in concern as he watched the bulge take on a familiar shape. I'm seeing the same thing here, sensei. The Hyuga reported, his own eyes narrowed in suspicion as he faced off against his own opponent. What on earth is this? Tenten wondered, her voice carrying a tint of fear, though it was mostly lined with awe as her opponent stood before her, brown eyes locking onto her own. No doubt one of the enemy's traps. Lee deduced, the very fact he wasn't yelling giving away the seriousness of the situation as his opponent moved into a ready stance that mirrored his own. So that's how it is, Guy muttered, walking towards his mirror image, the doppelganger's features bereft of emotion as it mimicked his actions, so this was the enemy's countermeasure to prevent T.S. from advancing once the barrier dropped. He chuckled, moving into a ready stance. Still, there is nothing more challenging than the battle against oneself. Come my youthful copy, let us exchange our blows in combat. Holy, Naruto whistled, looking over the destruction with wide-eyed approval, shaking her head in disbelief as Recca straightened up. That's almost as good as one of Big Booby Nichan's punches. Aniki, beggars can't be choosers, Kakashi opined, dropping down from the wall and landing between his charges. Now then, what say we go introduce ourselves? We did let ourselves in after all. And me without my checkbook, Recca quipped, smirking at his sensei cheekily as he stepped forwards, rotating his shoulder to limber up. You think they'd accept a Hanabishi hot foot as compensation? Ma, let's find out, shall we? Kakashi shrugged, wondering what in the hell was taking Guy so long reporting in. Maybe he's trying to imitate me, he wondered idly. Wouldn't be the first time. Brushing those thoughts aside, The cycloptic Junin led the way into the cave, his experienced eyes detecting no additional traps laying about, only to pull up short with a fro. WN as he caught the telltale feeling of killing intent bared at him like fangs. Still alive and kicking I see, he muttered, only to flinch, his eyes catching sight of the duo squatting before them in the middle of the rubble, or more accurately, the thing they were squatting on. Oh hell. What the hell Deidara muttered in annoyance, the haggard-looking blonde with the Iwagakure Hitae. Kei running his eyes over the intruders, first a cave-in and now this shit. He scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief, we better be getting overtime for this For once I agree with you. The hunchbacked figure next to him gravelled, his eyes locking onto the group from behind his face cloth. This has been a very taxing day. His eyes locked onto Chiyo's, who was standing solemnly just behind Kei. Akashi, and I don't think we're out of the woods yet. Sasori, Chiyo muttered, gazing at her prodigal grandson with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Traitor or not, missing Nin or not, he was still her family. And that didn't make what she was about to do any easier. I'm even cooperating with the son of his parents. Murderer, she noted, shooting Kakashi a neutral look out the corner of her eyes. Never taking them off her grandsons for a second. After all, she'd taught him better than that. You bastards, a low voice growled out, the Suna elder's eyes widening as she felt an upwelling of killing intent that made her hair stand on edge. What the hell do you think you're sitting on? The elder turned, eyes wide to find Uzumaki Naruto glaring at her grandson and his accomplice, the red. Ede's eyes flashing between red-tinged blue and murderous red, the pupils animalistic. And Chiyo, despite all her years and experience, despite being the one to have sealed Shukaku into Gaara, despite witnessing countless atrocities during the shinobi wars, was forced to back up a step at the sheer amount of killing intent in those eyes. The blonde Akatsuki wondered, looking down at his impromptu seat, which Chiyo finally recognized as a person, if only because she spotted the telltale mop of red hair, which was partially covered by the man's cloak. You mean this? Just some garbage that was more trouble than it was worth dragging here. He smirked at the group. So then, Sasori no Dana, he nodded at the hunchbacked figure, which of them do you think is the Jinshu? A wall of kill. Intent blasted the two Akatsuki off their feet, their eyes wide as the room took on a reddish tint, rolling with the flow and gaping at the entrance of the cave, where the rest of their opponents were recoiling in shock from the source of the wave. You bastards, Naruto snarled, fangs lengthening as she drew her sword, the blade shining as it edged out of its sheath. I hope you washed your necks, because I'm taking you down to hell myself. Hell hath no fury. Naruto, you finish that sentence and I'll deball you. Kyugen. Yes ma'am. Naruto. Garog. Hannibal. Watching Nato beat up Kakashi. Who was dressed up as Kyugen * you're evil. Kyugen. I know. Yes. Pain's Renegan allowed him to unearth a giant, evil Madogu when he freaked out at Yahiko's death. Two guesses what it is, R&R. Chapter 8. This chapter's up a little earlier, just because I got such lovely reviews last time. Hannibal. Review whore. Kyugen. I can't help myself, it's a sickness. Kakashi. I say the same thing to my psychiatrist, she never buys it. Kyugen. Kakashi, why are you here? Kakashi. You promised you'd give me more pages if I did stuff. I fought off Itachi for crying out loud. Now gimme. Kyugen. You fought an Itachi cosplayer. That doesn't count. Kakashi. But. Hannibal. Apache, Mira Rose, Sun. Frashin. Hannibal-sama. Hannibal. Remove him. Frashin. At once. Kakashi. Now wait just a act no. Not the those are my pants. Kyugen. Listening to the screams they saw the picture of him without his mask didn't they? Hannibal. Yes. Kyugen. You're sexy when you're evil. Roll camera. Naruto's rage. The artisan duo. I'm guessing that's the one. Sasori muttered, quirking an eyebrow at the sight before him as he continued to brace himself against the redhead's killing intent. A little too temperamental for my tastes, but quite a figure she's got for her age. No shit, Deidara chuckled, a little caught off guard by the sheer level of killing intent being leveled at him from a girl had looked no older than 15, but I thought Itachi said the Jinchuriki was a guy. It's not uncommon for demon vessels to change. Sasori countered, knowing from experience that some vessels' V's were shortened purposefully for that reason. However, you're right. Itachi needs to learn not to mess around with intel. He growled in annoyance. Uchihas, worse than cats, I swear. That was as far as they got before being forced to roll out of the path of several fireballs and stiletto knives, Sasori's tail dragging Gaara's limp form after them as they turned to face their attackers. Oi! Oi! Recca called out. A dark smirk adorning the Enjutsu Shi's lips as he summoned a small flame to his hands, highlighting his features eerily. Who do you think you're ignoring? You're the ones that invited us here after all. Brat, Sasori growled, before leveling his eyes at the woman that had hurled the knives, taking in her regal appearance with approval. Now there's a beauty that should be preserved. He opined, chuckling at his thoughts. I wonder how she'd look as a puppet. Invited you, Deidara repeated, his tone mocking as he stood atop a pillar, lip curling in disdain as he sneered. At the youth, the hell you talking about, brat? I don't recall asking for a bunch of call girls and their pet monkey. Shut your mouths, Deidara, Sasori warned, looking up at the blonde with one eye. It's that attitude that cost you your arm back at Tsuna, or do you want something else chopped off? Deidara frowned but conceded to his partner's logic, leaping down to crouch next to him, trying to pee. Off a stalemate for as long as possible. He was injured after all, and the ceiling had taken a lot out of him as it was. At most he was running on just over a quarter of his chakra, more than enough to take on a few chunin. But dangerous territory when facing off against a shinobi of Kakashi's caliber. And then there's the Kyuubi brat, he noted, turning his eyes to the explosive redhead, who was being restrained from advancing by Kakashi's outstretched hand. Pretty nice figure for a teen. She'd be a real blast in a couple of years. Enough prattle, Sasori muttered, looking over at their opponents analytically, as if taking them apart in his mind. I've got this one. That Jinchuriki clearly wants this guy back. He deposited Gaara's still form on the ground. I'll make her work for it before I reel her in. This might annoy you a little, Sasori no Dana, Deidara scoffed, not taking his eyes off the redhead, who was glaring at the hunchback for his comment, but why don't you leave this Jinchuriki to me, Quote, the assignments are one man to a beast. Sasori reminded the blonde, shooting Deidara an annoyed glare, which was all the warning you usually got before he got creative. With your corpse and vital organs, don't push your luck. Come now, Deidara scoffed, if an artist doesn't encounter higher levels of inspiration his skills will rust. He smirked at the redhead, who returned the look with a scowl. That being said, this little bombshell seems pretty strong. You call those explosions of your art? Sasori scoffed, a hint of mockery in his grave tone as he regarded his partner with a mocking stare. True art is something that endures for all to see. He leveled a look at Kagero. Eternal beauty, that is art. I can respect your opinion, Deidara assured the older shinobi. After all, the means are the same. However, in my opinion, true art can be found in that single, transient moment of expression that only an explosion can embody. The hell, Recca deadpanned, watching the two break into a heated discussion over why the others' style sucked donkey balls compared to their own. This is the Akatsuki. They argue like an old married couple. Kakashi was thinking along the same lines, but was a little tied up making sure Naruto didn't rush in headfirst, his grip on her braid holding her back from charging straight in head first. The last thing he needed was the redhead getting her head cut off, rushing to S-class missing Nin in a blind rage. Naruto, however, suddenly clapped her hands together, pulling out a seemingly featureless sphere from her pocket. The oversized marble glowing slightly, before depositing a Fuma shuriken in her hand, which the redhead hurled at the conversing duo with a snarl. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The redhead cried out, slapping her palms together as the number of shuriken multiplied from 1 to up to 50, only for Sasori's tail to lash out, seemingly of its own accord, swatting them out of the air. Dispelling the clones and cracking the original in half, without the man turning his attention from his conversation. Are you trying to piss me off, Deidara? The Tsuna traitor growled, shooting his cohort a dangerous glare, killing intent rising off him in waves that made even Kakashi pause for a second, internally. Grateful he hadn't come up against the man in his youth. Yar, the blonde sighed. seemingly unperturbed by his near impalement seconds ago in favor of looking at his partner in exasperation as he got to his feet. I did say it might annoy you. After all, to me, explosions are true works of art. He smirked at the puppet master, far more lively than your little puppet shows. Sasori said nothing, but his tail lashed out with the savageness of a viper, aimed at his partner's face. Deidara leapt out of range with a smirk. Gaara tucked under his good arm as a giant, pelican-shaped golem of clay swooped down, the blonde landing on it with a chuckle. Ya na, Sasori no Dana. He called out, waving over his shoulder as he flew out the cave. I leave the rest to you. Like hell I'd let you get away. Naruto snarled, spinning on her heel and rushing off after the airborne Akatsuki. Come back here with Gaara's body, you fucker. Damn it, Naruto. Kakashi swore, spinning round to halt the former blonde, only for the Hanyu to disappear through the opening, always letting his emotions lead him, just like his mother. Naruto and I will handle the one outside. He called out, sending a look to Recca and Kagero, who returned it with confident nods. Recca, Kagero. Hold this one off as long as possible, but until Guy's team calls in, do not push yourselves. Who you think you're talking to, sensei? Recca shot back with a smirk, popping his knuckles audibly as he grinned at the scowling form of Sasori confidently. We'll put this freak show out to pasture and catch up before you know it. Do not concern yourself with us, Kakashi-san. Kagero assured the Junin, not taking her eyes off Sasori, who was glaring at her son for his insults. We will hold the line. Kakashi nodded, before leaping after Naruto, tapping his comm link to inquire after Guy's whereabouts. Only to curse as he got nothing but the sound of intense, hand-to-hand combat from all four members of his rival's cell. Looks like I can't afford to hold back here. The copy, Nin muttered, hoisting up his Hitai-8, allowing his Sharingan to lock onto Deidara's smirking face with a glare. Another one followed the Jinchuriki out. The blonde demolitions expert noted, Hugh, yerking an eyebrow in distaste as he instantly recognized that spiky gray hair and face mask from the legends amongst the Iwagakure version of the bingo book, and a troublesome one at that. So glad to be acknowledged. Kakashi called out, looking up at their foe impassively with both eyes. Truth be told, Naruto himself is more than enough for you as you are now. He smirked internally at the look of annoyance on the blonde's face, but I'm not one to give you Akatsuki more openings than you deserve. Three's a crowd Deidara shot back, smirking at the gray-haired shinobi mockingly as he hovered outside of jumping range. Idly wondering who the man was talking about, though since I'll be giving you a demonstration of my art, I suppose the more the merrier. By all means, do try. Kakashi shot back, his Sharingan's tomo spinning slowly as he narrowed his eyes at the man. Just to warn you though, I'm a dangerously fickle critic. Back in the cave, the group of three surrounded Sasori on all sides. The hunchbacked Akatsuki not moving from where Deidara had left him, his gaze flicking between them like a hawk's, resting mainly on Chio and Kagero, for different reasons. Such a fearsome presence, Kagero noted, a shiver washing over her that she'd long ago associated with experienced killers. There's no doubting his battle experience, or the sheer number of kills he's made over the years. She chuckled to herself. Were I the same Kagero from before the fall of the Hokage clan, I'd be missing Reina about this time. Leave this to me, Chio called out, her tone authoritative as she stepped forwards, drawing Sasori's attention to herself. The elder separated her hands from her sleeves, revealing several kunai dangling from a thread that, to the expert eye, was clearly laced with chakra. The blades hovered, aimed at Sasori like strung arrows, even after Chio had spread her arms, removing the thread and dropping it to the ground. The old kunoichi's fingers blurred in that second, like she was playing air piano, and the blades hurled themselves forwards without being thrown, their points aimed directly at her grandson's face, only for his tail to once again lash out, deflecting the strikes as casually as if he were swatting flies. But like flies, some of the kunai changed direction mid-flight, curving round the tail to deliver blows that ripped the man's cloak to shreds. Though to the shock of Kagero and Recca, no blood spurted from the wounds. Damn, Sasori grumbled, hunching over further as an audible clacking noise filled the air, his tail lashing out again, sending strips of cloth flying as he ripped his cloak to shreds. If you're my opponent, then I suppose I've no choice but to be serious. He muttered, glaring at his grandmother as he spoke, squatting on all fours. One of his arms replaced with a strange spiked gauntlet, as his cloak was shredded, revealing the giant, mask-like armor on his back, from which extended his tail. Why don't I have the three of you join my collection, Shio-ba? What the hell? Recca yelped, looking at the bizarre, misshapen figure before him in abject disbelief, thrown completely for a loop despite having seen freakier things in his time like Genjiro's lion man or Mokurin turning into a human tree. What on earth's wrong with his body? That's not his body, Shio replied, her eyes narrowing in confirmation of her suspicions, or one of them anyways, as she nodded towards her grandson. It's Hirako, one of his puppets, one of his favorites actually. But then where the hell is he? Recca yelled, looking around in annoyance for the concealed puppet master in the boulder-strewn cavern. I mean, even if he is a Kugutsu master, he can't stray too far from his puppets, right? That's the thing about Hirako, Shio admitted, not taking her eyes off the misshapen effigy of a hunchback for 1 second. He's Sasori's favorite, so much to the point he hates letting it out of his sight. She nodded at the figure, so he's most likely inside Hirako, operating the mechanisms from inside. In this way, the puppet becomes a suit of armor that negates chances of being taken from behind. A little unorthodox for a Kugutsu master, Kagero muttered, having read up on the Suna puppet core during her stay in Konoha. Placing himself on the front lines alongside his puppet would put him at dangerous risk, even more so since he's inside it. Quote, Sasori knows the risks, Shio snorted, a hint of pride entering her tone, and quite frankly he doesn't think much of them. A true master of puppets doesn't limit himself to long to mid-range. So long as we can still move a finger, we're more than a match for anyone. Aptly put, Shio-ba. Sasori growled out, a grinding noise emanating from his throat. At the mother and son duo dimly realized was his attempt at chuckling, but then again, I did learn from the best. So what, we gotta pry him from out of there like an oyster from its shell or something? Recca asked, looking over the grotesque imitation of a human being with a hint of eagerness, miniature flames already snapping at the air around his fingers. To an extent, yes, Shio agreed. Her tone was laced with a hint of uncertainty as she looked towards their opponent, but it seems Sasori's modified Hirako since the last time I saw him. She nodded at the puppet, that shell on its back's new and mostly likely boosted his defense. Her gaze traveled to the bulky arm, and I've never seen that left arm before. She snorted, and if he's anything like I taught him, he'll have changed the inner workings of Hirako since he left the village. So we're basically fighting a completely different puppet than what you're used to. Kagero noted grimly, while Recca's ears spouted smoke from his brain overheating. If that's the case, what should we do? Who do you think I am? Shio chuckled, quirking an eyebrow as she undid the bun in her hair, letting it trail down her face. An unruly mop as she locked gazes with Hirako. I may be an old bat, but in my day I was the undisputed master of the Sunagaku Kugutsu core. I taught this little brat everything he knows. She fro. WNED at the steaming form of Recca with a quirked eyebrow. However, I have to admit when it comes to brute strength, your boy has me beat. Recca-kun was always a strong boy. Kagero chuckled, Mattern. Al pride at her son's many achievements beaming off her in waves even as the teen snapped out of his confused daze at the mention of his name. Still, I think it would be best if he provided backup. I am better suited to handling poison either way. Those little pills of yours. Shio noted with a grunt, honestly a little professionally annoyed at how easily the ebony-haired woman countered her grandson's latest toxin. Though hardly enough to jade her opinion of her, you should take one now to be safe. No, Kagero countered, shaking her head with a grim look on her face. The pills can be quite potent in themselves. Without a toxin to combat they would turn against the user's own cells and literally tear them apart from the inside. Fight poison with poison. Shio cackled, a twinkle of amusement in her eyes as she nodded in approval. That'd be motivation enough to avoid getting hit in the first place sure enough. She shook her head. Yosh, the two of us will handle Sasori head on. The brat can hang back and learn a thing or two. Who you calling a brat, Baba? Recca snapped, only to yelp and leap out of the path of Hirako's tail as the puppeteer sent it clacking towards him. Enemies or not, Sasori wouldn't tolerate anyone else insulting his grandmother. It was a family-only privilege after all. The puppet master's attention quickly returned to said family member as she and Kagero rushed him. Chio's hands hidden by her Suna robes while Kagero charged him, several stiletto knives slipping into her fingers as she advanced on him, a cold glint in her eyes. Ripping aside Hirako's face cloth, revealing the gaping, segmented grin of the puppet in all its unnatural glory, Sasori promptly fired a salvo of shuriken and senbon at them at speeds comparable to a machine gun. Only for Chio and Kagero to weave out of the path of the projectiles, their eyes never leaving the puppets as Kagero hurled her knives at it, Sasori deftly deflecting the tagged blades with a casual flick of Hirako's tail. Before launching his left arm between the two with a snort. Die. The spike-like protrusions on the arm shot out, separating in mid-flight and spewing even more senbon in all directions. The duo caught mid-dodge, narrowing their eyes as the wall of pointy, poisonous death bore down on them like a wall. But unlike a wall, there were several, nigh imperceptible gaps between each senbon and its brothers. Gaps that Chio and Kagero used to their advantage as they weaved between the darts with a grace that, on anyone else, would have been unnatural. As it were, Chio had the natural experience to pull off such a maneuver, and Kagero looked good doing anything, even if it was simply sitting on the porch feeding the koi. Of course this was lost on Sasori, who was more concerned with figuring out how in the hell the two of them had managed to not only come out of the assault without a scratch, but where the hell the upstart brat had gotten off to. Incoming Pinocchio, came the response from on high. Sasori looking up to see Recca descending on him from above, having apparently leapt off the ceiling to add to his momentum, Homura's flame already wrapped around his arm as he reared back with a fierce haymaker. Brat, Sasori growled, Hirako's tail lashing out to intercept, only to pull short and drag slightly to the side allowing Recca to lunge past it unmolested. So that's it. Sasori realized, Hirako's eyes snapping onto Chio with a glare that was equal parts annoyed and bemused as she smirked at him. You slippery old bat. Of course, at that moment, Recca's fist smashed into Hirako's shell like a fiery comet, sending chunks of burning wood and gears flying in all directions as a cloaked form leapt from the wreckage, landing in a heap a good distance away from his attackers. That's Chio Ba for you, the puppet master chuckled, his voice decidedly less gravelly than before, as Hirako's voice modulator had been destroyed along with its bod. Why, not only did you control that beauty's movements with Kugutsu Jutsu, you also managed to attach them to Hirako's tail without me noticing. He snorted. No doubt it was that initial kunai assault you hit me with. And I'd even suppressed my chakra to make the threads invisible. Chio added with a wry smirk, looking the cloaked form over coyly, keeping an eye out for any tricks he might pull, but you still worked it out. But of course, Sasori snorted, rising from his crouch to stand tall, reaching up to grasp the cloak covering him. Just who was it that taught me to play with puppets? Master and the student are not so different. Maybe so, Chio allotted, narrowing her eyes at the figure as he slowly dragged off the cloak, Recca sidling up next to Kagero, the two of them eyeing their enemy warily, but I think playtime's over, don't you? But of course, Sasori responded, tugging off the remnants of the cloth to reveal a young face with bright red hair and a relaxed expression. His lips curving slightly as he took in the look of shock on his grandmother's face, but don't think it'll go so easy for you. Chio Ba, Fuden. Tachi K's. Deidara swore and steered his mount. Out of the path of the severing blades of wind the red-headed Jinchuriki had leveled at him with a single slash of her katana. For a moment, he almost considered her to be a double from Suna, as the were quite famous for combining Fuden ninjutsu with weapons techniques, but passed it off as a passing fancy, as the redhead was clearly too hot-headed to be from the disciplined nation of the sand. Polar opposite of the Aikibi's host, he noted, smirking down at the fuming redhead and Hitaki Kakashi as they leapt after him in dogged pursuit. He was a redhead too, but he was so calm it made him look like a statue at times. His pelican golem had morphed mid-flight, the body reshaping itself for speed, rather than comfort, as Deidara had recovered a good deal of chakra while he led them away from the cave, occasionally dropping some of his prepped explosives to force them to expend more of their own to dodge. I'm over half recovered now, he noted with approval, creating several small C1 explosives in the shape of spiders and dropping them as he passed over some trees, the little critters placing themselves in the perfect spots to ambush his pursuers, still not what I'd prefer. But if I can wear them down a little more. Ryuutsuisen. Zan. Deidara yelped and performed a barrel roll, his eye widening in panic as another redhead shot past from on high, the point of her katana stabbing downwards to fill the spot his head had previously occupied, a savage glint in her eyes as she realized she missed. That one's like a crate of faulty fireworks. The explosive expert muttered shakily, shivering despite the day heat as he urged his mount to higher ground, making a note to keep a closer eye on them in case the redhead tried to pull another Kajbunshin Kawarimi combo. A few locks of blonde hair drifted down after her. Get too close and you'll lose a limb, or worse. He shot a wary glance towards Kakashi, who had caught the redhead before she hit the water, the two resuming their heated pursuit without slowing down. And then there's Kakashi to consider. Even Itachi holds that one in high regard. He snorted. If Kakuzu were he'd have Ryo signs in his eyes. Hell, that Sharingan alone would fetch several million Ryo. Shuriken Kajbunshin no Jutsu. The Jinchuriki roared, sending a wall of sharp, pointy implements towards Deidara's mount, only to be fended off by a few hastily thrown flying bombs and the golem flying higher, out of range. Damn it. Give Gaara back, you freak. I swear, first in Suna and now you. Deidara scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. Earning a heated glare for his trouble. I'd heard that Jinchuriki were moody, spiteful beings because of their treatment from other people. Hell, most of the time they're feared as much as they're despised. He snorted derisively. So far my fellow Akatsuki have captured 2 other Jinchuriki. Well, I say captured, but in truth they were all but gift-wrapped and handed over without a fuss. He smirked. Hell, we actually bought one for the price of a meal. 1 container for the price of a fish, some rice and 2 pickles. He sighed, shrugging in mock helplessness as they duo Conti. Nude to glare up at him. I suppose that's why you're fighting so hard to stick together. You monsters are the only ones that give 2 shits about one another. He shook his head, but the Aikibi was already extracted. Your little pal's little more than a corpse. One blue eye gazed down at the redhead, whose head was lowered, hiding her eyes, and you're next, hot stuff. What followed next could only be described as an explosion in the most literal sense of the word. The air rushed, sonic booms tearing through the canyon as the waters raged around them. Deidara fought to keep his footing, succeeding by flying well above the epicenter of the storm and gaping down as the raging red chakra surged about like raw lightning. Kill you, Naruto growled, gripping her teko in her free hand. Eyes blazing a murderous crimson as she undid the clasp, releasing another burst of crimson chakra that whipped the air around her in a gale. I'll fucking kill you. What the hell? Recca blinked, looking over the relatively young form of their opponent as he stood before them. That's Sasori. He doesn't look any older than Kakashi-sensei. Hell, he looks younger. Chiyo-sama, Kagero called out, looking from the unnervingly emotionless redhead to his grandmother, only to find the normally confident woman gaping in abject shock at his youthful appearance. What is this? Chiyo wondered aloud, the old woman's eyes actually opening all the way as she reined them over her grandson's form in disbelief. He's the same as the day he turned his back on the village all those years ago. Wasn't that back during the last Shinobi War? Recca asked, shivering slightly as he looked the unnaturally calm man over. It was like his face was carved out of wood or something. That'd make him older than Kaka-sensei, right? Indeed it was. Sasori called out, his tone, like his aloof features, never changing even as he addressed them, pulling out a scroll from behind him. In fact, why don't I show you a little something I picked up at that time? Recca flinched, wondering just what the hell the freak show was about to pull out next, only to blink as the kanji for san became visible. Killing him for my collection took forever, Sasori admitted, channeling chakra into the storage scroll, a plume of smoke obscuring their vision of him, even as an audible clacking filled the air. But then I suppose that's why he's my favorite. Oh joy! Recca deadpanned, staring as the smoke cleared to reveal a rather large-looking puppet with pretty impressive sideburns. Another mutant puppet. Seriously pal, try something else. Like maybe some elemental ninjutsu, cause this is getting boring. It can't be. Chiyo breathed, backing up half a step as she gazed upon her grandson's favorite puppet in disbelief, and not a little fear. Her hand going instantly to her hip pouch, as if to pull something out. How did you? You okay, old hag? Recca asked, looking over at the Tsunade elder in concern. So far she'd proven to be pretty cool. What with outsmarting Sasori and giving him the opening he needed to rip Ichiraku apart, all the while keeping a reserved, almost mocking smirk on her face. But now, she looked as if all the ghosts of her past had risen up and squeezed her heart, her face paling rapidly as she stared at the clacking effigy before her. That puppet! Chiyo stammered, gaping at the newly summoned automaton in horror, as the Sandame cage. She exclaimed, earning surprised looks from mother and son alike as they whipped round to gape at the puppet. Chiyo-sama, Kagero spoke up, looking from Sasori to the shaken elder in concern, and not a little trepidation by what she'd just discovered. What's the matter? Why do you act so concerned? 10 years ago, Chiyo explained, her tone of surprise slowly fading away to cold understanding. The Sandame cage suddenly disappeared from our village without a trace. She glared at her grandson accusingly. Sasori, don't tell me you. Didn't I already say he took forever to kill? The redhead countered, his tone smug as he crouched beneath the puppet. Besides, just what can a withered old hag with a foot in the grave think she can do about it? Whoa, hold up. Recca stammered in alarm, making a time out gesture with his hands as he looked between the puppeteers in alarm. You're telling me that mutant mannequin is the Sandame cage's body? Sasori's answer was to flick his fingers, sending the former Sandame flying towards the teen, catching him off guard even as a giant claw erupted from within the confines of the red cloak it wore. The tips drenched in poison. Recca braced himself, already flipping through the seals for Madoka, cursing himself for having to call out another dragon so soon, on. Lee to yelp as he was hauled backwards by Chiyo's chakra threads, Hiriko's tail coming between them to fend off the blow, though it shattered under the assault. Not bad, Ba-chan. Sasori applauded, a cold smirk on his face. Having known that the old bat wouldn't have given up such a useful thread so soon, even as the Sandame's other arm separated too. Reveal several storage seals. Try this. Sever. 1,000 puppet arms erupted from the seals, the wall of clacking joints racing towards Recca, who grit his teeth even as Chiyo manipulated his body to avoid the grasping hands. Ryu no. N. The hot-headed teen growled, landing in a crouch even as flames ignited from his forearm, Chiyo and Sasori's eyes widening at the sight. Nishiki, Saiha. Sasori blinked as the gout of flame temporarily too. The form of a spear-headed dragon of flame, before solidifying into a blade of flame that flowed from the teen's teko. A new Keke Genkai, he wondered idly, watching on as the teen made short woe. RK of the arms reaching for him. Interesting, he'll make a good addition to my collection after all. How do ya like me now, Gramps? Recca snorted, smirking at Sasori coyly as he stood amidst a four. Saint of severed arms. I don't know if it's just a puppet or not, but that thing's got nothing on old man. Sarutobi. Perhaps, Sasori acknowledged, Recca's hackles rising as he leapt back to avoid two poisoned kunai as they launched at him. Only to blink as they circled back to bind him tight, pinning his arms in place. But then how about this? Recca cursed as a pipe extended from the mass of limbs, spewing a dark, poisonous fog towards him even as he felt Chiyo trying to tug him free. Damn it. He swore, even as a thread wrapped around his waist. If I could just arrange Saiha right. Several street. Aleto knives severed the bonds even as Kagero swooped in from the side, catching her son as he fell, hurling tagged kunai into the fog and flipping through a series of seals. Ninpu. Bakuretsu. Fusen. The tags exploded, creating a miniature maelstrom between them and the poisonous fog, sending it back the way it came towards a scowling Sasori, who instantly cut off the stream and directed the Sandame puppet to stand before him. The mannequin sucking the gas back into itself. You've got some good allies there, Chiyo ba. The redhead Akatsuki applauded, eyeing Kagero as she landed. Gracefully, a struggling Recca held under her arm, still bound by the ropes, better than I expected at least. Why thank you, Kagero offered, not taking her eyes off the man, ignoring her son's feeble protests for the moment as she slipped another stiletto knife into her hand. Still, I'll thank you not to be so rough with my son. Mom. Recca yelped, face redder than a baboon's ass as he struggled to escape his bonds. Not that he didn't appreciate her coming to his aid, but he'd never live it down if anyone found out his mother had come to his rescue. He could just hear Fuko, Kaoru and Domon's laughter. And then there'd be Mikagumi's high and mighty attitude. Sasori quirked an eyebrow, the scene before him stirring up more than a few memories from his past in Sunagaku, before his eyes hardened. Fingers dancing as he activated yet another salvo of kunai and shuriken at them, catching Kagero off guard with the sudden ferocity of the attack, only for two blurs to intercept them, deflecting the wall of steel from their targets. A gentleman never interrupt a woman when she speaks. Shio pointed out, standing behind the mother and son, two open scrolls in her hands as she glared at her grandson. I raised you better than that. Quote. Oh, Sasori noted, standing upright, a hint of intrigue in his tone as he looked upon the newly summoned puppets his grandma commanded with interest. So you brought those two with you? Indeed, Shio muttered, a look of sadness on her wizened features as she gazed between the puppets to her grandson, Recca and Kagero looking between them in awe. The furs. Chi puppets you ever made, mother, and father. And that'll be all for now. The next chapter will focus mainly on the battle against Sasori, without any of the cutscenes involving Naruto and Kakashi's game of keep away with Deidara. Also, some of you might notice the little joke I played with this chapter, more specifically the name of a certain attack. Hannibal. For those who did, well done. Apache. In background, take it off. Kakashi. But I don't wanna. Whipcrack. Girlish scream, ma balls. Son. Call me queen. Mira Rose. Nervous, you're getting a little too comfortable with that thing. R&R for the puppet show of the century. Chapter 9. To be honest, I didn't think this chapter was going to get posted anytime soon, but I've been wrong before. Hannibal. But of course, you're human. Kakashi. Off screen, that's an out hole. No. Hyugen. Flinches yeesh, what have you been teaching those girls? Hannibal. I despise weaklings, and the only ones stronger than me are Barragan and Stark. Hyugen. Ah, the crotchety old man and the bleach version of Shikamaru, wonder which one has a harder time getting it up. Hannibal. Besides, Tsunade is obviously gay for Aizen, Jin's smile is just plain creepy in Aizen. Hyugen. Narcissists, who needs 'em? Kakashi. Whimpers in background, this can't possibly get any worse. Apache. Tsukijiro, Sierva. Mira Rose. Kuichiras, Leona. Sun. Shimakuro's, Anaconda. Kakashi. Gazing up at the shadowy, leering forms of the released Frashion mother. No Cyclopses were harmed during the making of this opening statement, just manhandled by three very frustrated Arrancar. Women. White versus red. Dueling treasures. Mother and father. Kagero repeated, looking from the backs of the two new puppets Chio had summoned to the scrolls. The L. Dur was tucking back into her sleeves. Does she mean? So you took Mom and Dad out of mothballs, Chio ba? Sasori asked, looking between the wooden effigies of his parents with a bored expression. You've got a lot of nerve. Challenging me with puppets I built myself. Whoa, wait, those are your folks. Recca stammered, looking between the puppets in alarm, before glaring at the man with his teeth clenched so tight they almost cracked from the pressure. You sick piece of. Turning your own parents into Sasori's parents. Chio cut in, not taking her eyes off her grandson for a second. My son and his wife died during the Second Shinobi World War, the one prior to the last. Her eyes narrowed. His father was killed by the Konoha no Shiroi Kiba. At this Recca's eyes widened, and his mother passed away from grief shortly afterwards. So that's why she jumped at Kaka-sensei. The Enjutsu, she realized, looking up at the old crone, a feeling of understanding washing over him. If it had been me and Mom, man, good thing Mikagami ain't here or the angst would suffocate me. Such a dreary old tale. Sasori muttered, looking thoroughly bored as he spoke. I hope you're not still carrying a grudge. It was a war. Father was good, but Hitaki Tsukumo was considered the equal of the Densetsu no Sanin. He shrugged offhandedly. It stands to reason he'd lose going up against someone like that. Recca snapped. glaring at the man in anger that earned looks of confusion from the Tsunade representatives. "That's your own father you're talking about. Can't you show a little emotion? What's it to you, brat?" Sasori shot back, his tone decidedly bored. "You aren't even of Sunagaku. If anything you should be agreeing with me. Sakuma was a Konoha shinobi after all. I could care less if he was from Suna. Konoha are the land hidden in my asshole." Recca snapped back, earning shocked looks from the two kunoichi behind him as he got to his feet. "I don't give a rat's ass about who killed who. But what I won't stand for is you badmouthing your own father, who died fighting for what he believed in." Sasori's eyes widened, looking the full-mouthed youth over in alarm, for once in his life completely lost for words. Having never encountered a situation like this in all his years as a shinobi. True, he'd never voiced his opinion of his father's death before, as quite frankly, he didn't believe it was anyone else's business how he coped. Chiyo, being his grandmother, had of course showed him love and affection, and he'd never forget her for doing so, not to mention her introducing him to the family art of Kugetsu Jutsu, one of the founding arts of Sunagaku. There were other Kugetsu specialists in the village, but his family had created the technique, and their puppets were considered the finest around. His father, though not in Chiyo's league at the time, had been considered one of the finest Kugetsu masters of his generation, and had actually written up several innovative new ideas for the Puppet Research Bureau that would have made him famous, had he not gotten it into his head to challenge the legendary White Fang to field test them. And Sasori's mother had been a beauty, even now. Staring at her effigy before him, the Akatsuki member couldn't help but note that it was far from doing her justice. The lifeless puppet was lacking the essence of the woman it had been based on. The warmth in her eyes that had always made him feel safe, just as Dad lacked the calming presence that would lull him to sleep as he rested between them. He snapped out of his daze with a curse as the puppets, their palms resting against one another's, lunged at him at Chiyo's behest, filament wires extending from their fingertips as they severed the remaining tubes and arms from his sandame, forcing him to pull back and deploy several bladed, close-range weapons to fend off the attack from his parents. What followed next could only be described as poetry in motion. As the two Kugetsu masters dueled it out between themselves, the two Konoha shinobi looking on in awe as they manipulated the puppets with little more than a flick of their fingers, the parent duo clashing repeatedly with the larger, stronger sandame, in a blaze of sparks and clashing metal. When Kugetsu practitioners battled, blood was only spilled when the loser's puppets were completely destroyed. Anything less than absolute destruction could leave your opponent with a weapon to stab you in the back. But between master-class practitioners, you never knew how many puppets you'd be up against. Let alone how many weapons each puppets had won them. And it was a common trait to completely change the less effective armaments around to keep with the element of surprise. Which is why, after a good 5 minutes of battle, both sides reeled in their respective puppets, Sasori scowling as he noticed the sandame's close-range weapons had been completely thrashed, even if the parents' weapons were in no better shape. "This is getting us nowhere fast," the traitorous puppet master muttered, moving his hands in a specific manner as the sandame's mouth opened with a clack, a thick metal lip cloud exiting its mouth. "Time to get serious. What the hell is that stuff?" Recca wondered, aloud, inwardly marveling from the sight of the high-speed puppetry he'd just witnessed, but snappin'. G alert as the cloud grew thicker. "Looks like black sand." "I suspected as much," Chiyo muttered, glaring at Sasori's puppet with grim confirmation lining her wrinkled features. "That puppet can use the sandame's jutsu. It's been a while since you last laid eyes on it, hasn't it, Chiyo-ba?" Sasori called out, a small smile on his face as the clouds continued to form from sandame's mouth, the jutsu for which the sandame cage was considered the strongest of all. "What on earth?" Kagero muttered, looking at the gruesome puppet warily, not taking her eyes off it for a second. "Chiyo-sama, what is he talking about? What is that black cloud?" "The most feared jutsu ever created in Sunagaku, Satetsu," Chiyo explained, her eyes hardening at the sight. "It was created by the sandame cage, who based it on a jutsu the previous host of Shukaku used. The sandame's body had special physical traits, allowing him to grant his chakra properties similar to magnetism." Whoa, hold the phone here," Recca stammered, looking at the old woman in alarm as he made a Time out. With his hands, I thought that thing was made from the Sandame's body. How can a corpse use ninjutsu? Because he didn't make it from a corpse. Chiyo replied darkly, glaring angrily at her grandson as she spoke. He turned the Sandame into a puppet while he was still alive using a kinjutsu called hitokugutsu. It's a forbidden technique that imbues a puppet with all the chakra the victim had while they were human. Are you serious? Recca stammered, his face filling with horror as the implications of Chiyo's words washed over him. Are you telling me that you puppet masters can actually do that? No, only Sasori knows the mechanics behind hitokugutsu, Chiyo assured the Enjutsu Shi, though shish. He didn't take her eyes off Sasori, he designed the technique after all. Then should we assume, Kagero stated, locking gazes with the redhead as she got to her feet, stiletto knives slipping between her fingers as she braced herself, that Sasori can access all the jutsu of those he turns into puppets through this technique. Indeed, Chiyo admitted with a scowl, realizing just how serious the situation had become with a grimace, and that, more than anything else, is what makes his hitokugutsu so dangerous. Of course, Sasori cut in, a cold smirk on his admittedly handsome face as he looked his opponents over, seeing as he's part of my collection, his jutsu aren't the only things you have to watch out for. You sick fuck, Recca snapped, clenching his fist and stepping forwards, ready to flash fry the freak. Only to blink as Kagero stepped between them. Stand back, Recca, the immortal Kunoichi ordered, her tone commanding, brooking no argument from her son. While I can understand your desire to punish this man, we need to at least try and take him alive for interrogation. She shot him a concerned look. Besides, in your state, the Karyu would run amok. Recca blinked, before looking down in shame, gripping his teko to calm himself, even as Chiyo shot her fellow Kunoichi an approving look. If we can catch Sasori and drag him back, we can probably get a better understanding of the enemy's objectives. The old woman noted, looking from Kagero to her grandson, though it still doesn't change the fact we're going up against the Sandame and his Setetsu. Chiyo, as one of the few surviving veterans from the Sandame Kage's era, had had the honor of fighting alongside the man on more than one occasion, and so knew the full scope of his genius and the devastating effect of his iron sand. Quite frankly, the idea of being on the receiving end of it made her more than a little nervous. And knowing Sasori, she muttered, shooting the puppet of the Sandame a wary glance. He's no doubt laced the iron sand with poison, just like any other weapon on his puppets. She snorted, not that knowing that is going to make dodging any easier. Do you really think I'd let any of you escape? Sasori called out, waving his arms, the Sandame's Setetsu whirling around him, reshaping itself into small, iron pebbles, Setetsu Shigur. Like bullets fired from a Gatling gun, the iron droplets launched themselves at the group, Chiyo promptly sending Mom to carry the brat out of harm's way while Dad took up position between her, the beauty and the iron hail, the pet fending off the assault with a chakra shield it deployed from its arms. I see, so you've been tinkering with them, have you? Sasori noted, smiling in approval as the dust settled, revealing Dad crouched between him and his targets. The red-haired puppet trembling as its joints filled with iron sand, but you seem to have forgotten that this jutsu can't be blocked, only avoided. He snorted, got caught up saving the brat. Nadir, a wall of iron sand, eerily similar to Gaara's regular defensive wall, formed between Sasori and the fireballs that Recca launched at him from the side without the Akatsuki member even turning to face him. Muda-da, he intoned, a cold smirk on his face, as Chiyoba explained. This was based off the previous host of the Ikibi, that includes the automatic defense. He leapt back as a blade of fire lashed out at him, his eyes widening as he followed it back to Recca's arm, the team lashing it out like a Kusari Gama. Kusari N. Recca yelled, twirling the flame like Ebola. Before hurling it at the Akatsuki, the blade slicing through the air with an audible hiss of burning oxygen. Don't count me out, fucker. That sand of yours may react like Gaara's, but I'm guessing you can't make more of it as fast as he can. Sasori cursed, as the hothead actually had a point. The difference between the Shukaku hosts and the Sandame's versions of this technique was simple: chakra capacity. Kage-class shinobi generally had tremendous reserves, enough so that facing one in battle was considered folly by even Junin-class shinobi. But a Jinchuriki's reserves, even the Ikibis, outstripped even that by a greater margin. Even when he'd been alive, the Sandaime couldn't create more iron sand without a bit of a delay. It took time to convert the chakra into the necessary state. Whereas Shukaku's host at the time had merely had to use the surrounding sand to his advantage. Still, it was a window of no more than 10 seconds, far too little for some stripling to take advantage of. Chiyo, however, was another story, and she made it painfully clear to her grandson that she not only knew of this weakness, but that she could still react quick enough to take advantage of it. As Mom swooped in and delivered a devastating blow that would have severed the Sandaime's head had he not seen it coming and leapt out of danger, dragging the puppet after him, though it lost an arm in the process. "Stupid," he called out, as he watched the effigy of his mother tremble, before falling bonelessly to the floor. Simply brushing against the Sutetsu is enough to clog the joints. He smirked. "Now you're out of chakra shields, how are you going to dodge now?" "Who says we have to?" a cold voice asked from behind, Sasori leaping back to avoid a stiletto knife to the throat as Kagero somehow popped up right behind him, the raven-haired beauty rushing after him with a ferocity that surprised even him. Such savagery, the puppet master noted, weaving under her strikes. Unable to bring the Sandaime to bear due to the closeness of his opponent, yet I find they do your looks all the more justice. "Woman, flattery will get you nowhere," Kagero informed the redhead politely, leaping back as the Sandaime slashed between them, Sasori's eyes narrowing as he caught the telltale wisps of chakra thread on her, making it clear who had saved her from the ambush. "A shame," he noted, tossing a kunai at Recca, cutting off the Enjutsu-shi's assault as he tried to sneak up from behind. "I was hoping to preserve your beauty for when you join my collection." His EY's narrowed as the iron sand converged overhead, "but then I suppose I can simply work out the damages later." Sat tsu. Kaiho. Shit, Recca swore, leaping back as several, vein-like spears of Iroh sand erupted from the converging mass above, crashing down on the ground below, only his sharp reflexes saving him from being impaled by the poisonous barbs. "Mom. Old hag, who are you calling old?" Chiyo snapped, twisting and turning in midair to avoid the barbs like a shriveled old monkey, shooting a glare at the Enjutsu-shi as she took shelter from the worst of it behind a boulder. "You should respect your elders, sonny. If you rate a nickname, that's a sign of how much I respect you." Recca shot back with a grin, only to yelp as an iron spear came dangerously close to unmanning him. "Shit. Mom, where are?" Chiyo frowned, looking from the paling face of the Enjutsu-shi to the mess of spikes before them, her eyes widening as she caught the reason for his horror as she lay there, a giant spike sticking through her stomach. "No, too bad," Sasori noted, shaking his head in mock depression as he looked over the scene like a conductor in an opera. Still, she knew the risks when she got involved. And at least this way her face wasn't damaged. He snorted. "She'll make an excellent addition to my collection." "Stay away from my mom, you freak," Recca roared, lunging straight at the redhead, heedless of danger. Even as the Sandaime appeared between them, iron sand shaping itself into spears as he hovered in midair. "Naive," Sasori called out, even as more iron sand converged around his puppet. Resisting the urge to smirk at how easily he'd played the brat, it was almost too easy. "This is why I threw my emotional ties aside long ago." He hurled the puppet at the teen, a cold smirk on his face as he looked him in the eyes. "Regret your mistake," and a stiletto knife launched itself at him, stabbing the puppet master in the hand and causing the Sandaime to pull up short, even as Recca leapt right at it. Fist blazing with fire and a cocky smirk on his face as Homura's flames whirled around him. "Ben-en," Sasori cursed, leaping back to avoid the flaming debris as Recca's blazing fist smashed through the Sandaime like a battering ram, sending parts flying in all directions, the redhead looking on venomously as his favorite puppet was reduced to so much kindling. He section that had housed the Sandaime's chakra dissipating into nothing more than smoke and burning flesh. "How?" the redhead demanded, glaring not at the crowing form of Recca, though his desire to turn the teen into a puppet was replaced with one to mount his head on a wall, nor at Chiyo, who was smirking at him in a way that had always gotten under his skin, but at the source of his distraction. As he pulled the stiletto out of his hand. "There is a reason I volunteered to come on this mission," came the response. "The cause of his distraction," slowly peeling herself off the dissolving SP. Ear of iron sand as the chakra sustaining it faded away, leaving a gaping hole in her torso that, to Sasori's disbelief, was slowly healing up, and it was to ensure that my sons weren't rushing into anger without someone to watch their backs. She sighed, tossing her hair over her shoulder as her wound sealed up, the fabric of her dress following suit as she smiled at the stunned redhead disarmingly. The Hokage clan symbol visible on her hand. After all, Kagero opined, is it not a mother's prerogative to protect their children? I'm hardly a child, Mom. Recca deadpanned, shooting his mother a pleading look to stop embarrassing him in front of Chio, as the old woman looked ready to burst out into maniacal cackles at any minute. The ribbing he'd received from Fuko and the rest was bad enough. He didn't need the old bat chipping in her 2 cents as well. No matter how old you become, you'll always be my baby, Recca. Kagero assured him, proving that no matter their age or profession, all mothers live to embarrass their sons in public. As she beamed at him in a way that always elicited a blush, and it didn't fail now. How? Sasori called out, startling the group out of her daze. As he glared at her suspiciously, how did you negate the poison on that attack? No, how did you even survive being hit like that? To answer your first question, I didn't. Kagero shot back, earning a startled look from Recca as she matched Sasori's heated glare with a cool look of her own. It's simply that no matter how strong the poison, it will have next to no effect on my body. She stepped forwards, her eyes hardening as she slipped stiletto knives between her fingers, and as for the latter, only one person has the power to kill me. She didn't even look up at Recca's involuntary flinch, and you are not him. Sasori backtracked, his eyes widening at the sheer strength of the woman's stare, feeling for the first time in years a type of awe and terror that he'd long since forgotten. The same fear he'd felt as a child when he'd witnessed a shinobi battle raging through the streets of Sunagakure. Those eyes, he marveled, gazing into Kagero's black orbs with wonderment, such strength, such emotion. He felt a shiver wash over him, his eyes widening ever more as he watched the woman advance on him like death itself. I've never seen such eyes. Beautiful, the redhead breathed aloud, only to shake himself out of his daze, eyes hardening as he gripped the collar of his Akatsuki cloak, undoing the buttons as he spoke. I give you credit, woman, it has been a long time since I've seen such resolve. He narrowed his eyes, and longer still since I've been made to feel fear. He snorted, dropping his Akatsuki cloak to the floor, smirking as he shook his head at their looks of shock. I haven't been pressed this hard since I joined Akatsuki. Stepping onto a length of coil that extended from his stomach, the redhead looked down upon the stunned onlookers in disbelief, shocking his head in bemusement as the steel wings unfurled on his back. I wonder, just how long has it been since I used myself? He turned himself into a puppet. Kagero breathed, looking on D.'s belief as Sasori stared down at them from atop his perch, unable to comprehend why someone would go so far to further themselves. So that explains it, Chio muttered, not looking all that surprised. As she gazed upon her grandson's puppet body with a frown, the reason he hasn't aged a day since he abandoned the village, he used Hitokugutsu on himself to preserve his youth. Freaky son of a bitch. Recca managed to get out, shivering slightly as he looked the man over. Man, this guy'd fit right in with Morikoran. Kagero said nothing, recalling Kurei's foster father, and his sick obsessio. With eternal youth and life with decidedly less than fond memories. Quite frankly, she doubted any of the survivors from the Urabato Satsujin tournament would ever forget the corrupt business mogul, the menagerie of freaks he'd hired to do his bidding. But that was all the time Sasori seemed willing to give them, as he promptly launched a gout of flame at them from his palms, Kagero and Chio leaping back. While Recca lunged to the fore. You got balls challenging me to a fire fight. The teen called out mockingly, rearing his fist back with a grin. Nintai, Hiken. Orikana. Sasori mocked, cutting off one of the flamethrowers and pointing the nozzle at the teen, sending a blast of high-pressure water at him that cut through the approaching pillar of fire, Recca stumbling out of the W. As it continued to drill through the surrounding boulders. Don't underestimate me. Shit, Recca swore, hurling gunpowder balls at the man, only for the wings on his back to rotate like buzz saws, deflecting them and blowing the smoke they produced out of the way. Fight fair, ya mutant Pinocchio. Shinobi battles are never fair. Sasori shot back, crouching down before straightening up and unching the coil of metal rope at the teen, the bladed point clipping Recca on the flank as it continued on its path, pinning Kagero to the wall through her stomach once again. Die! The redhead yelled, reeling himself towards the woman. The buzzing of his wings tearing through the air as he decided to get rid of the most troublesome member of the group first. Of course Recca was having none of it. And before the automaton got within a foot of his target he was forced to swerve out of the path of several explosive boomerang flames, only to curse as he realized Recca was descending on him from on high. Nintai! The Enjutsu she called out, thrusting his hand out in a knife strike, aimed directly at Sasori's back, Mao-en. A gargantuan fireball descended on the puppet, blinding everyone as it exploded on contact with the color of the destroyed cavern. Kagero making her escape before the shockwave incapacitated her. As the smoke cleared, it was to find Sasori lying in several pieces, scattered all across the crater that had formed beneath the technique. Did that do it? Recca asked, landing awkwardly and crouching down to catch his breath, only to scowl as the pieces of Sasori picked themselves up and hovered towards one another in midair. Right, stupid question. You're young, Shio quipped, sidling up behind the teen as Sasori pulled himself together. It's to be expected you'd ask stupid questions. It gets them out of the way for later. Ignoring the heated look the Enjutsu she sent her way, the elder puppeteer pulled a faded scroll from her pouch, unraveling it to reveal 10 symbols on the worn parchment. Don't you worry, though, she assured the teen, as 10 plumes of smoke erupted around them, clearing to reveal 10 white-clad, humanoid puppets. With this, the final curtain falls. Impressive as ever, Chio ba. Sasori applauded, looking over the assembled puppets with a sense of pride. It is said that a puppeteer's strength is measured in the amount of puppets they can control at once. He smirked at the old woman. 1 finger for every puppet. It's said you once brought down an entire fortress, walls and all, with it. He shook his head in approval. Ignoring Rekka's look of shock. Shiro Higi. Juki Chikamatsu no Shu, he scoffed. And not only that, you're using the first Kugetsu Masters, Shikamatsu Monziman's 10 treasures. Kagero said nothing, too torn between marveling at Chio's ability to control so many puppets and staring at the 10 treasures themselves. Each one was decked out in a flawless white robe, a contrast to the black of the standard Suna puppeteers and the red. Sasori apparently garbed all his works, and each, while clearly a man-made construct, gave off a feeling of realistic beauty that even Sasori's Hitokugetsu couldn't match. Even though most of them looked anything but human. Truly, you've assembled the very finest class of puppets. Sasori allotted, only to snort as he pulled a scroll of his own from his back, unraveling it in midair as he opened a section of his chest, from which emerged countless chakra threads. However, with these at my control, he intoned, as an army of crimson-clad puppets appy. Red overhead, I took down an entire country. The group gaped at the sight, Rekka's eyes widening until they bulged out of his skull, the Enjutsushi nearly falling on his rump as he took in the sheer amount of foes they had to face. Only to look back as Sasori's chuckling reached his ears, the redhead lowering his face and running his hand through his hair, as he chuckled self-mockingly. Though I really can't believe it, the redhead admitted between scoffs, shaking his head in disbelief, to think that an old hag at death's door, a hot-headed chimp and his mother could force me to play my final hand. He looked up. And the group shivered at the coldness in those eyes. As a reward, let me show you my Ugi, aka Higi, Hyaki no Suin. Okay. This is bad, Recca deduced, backing up so he was standing next to his mother. Shooting one of the 10 treasures a wary look as he did so. You got any more puppets in that scroll of yours, old hag? Even if I did it wouldn't matter. Chio uttered solemnly, I can only control a maximum of 10 puppets at a time. And I doubt he'd give me the time to pull out any more with that bunch looming over us. She smirked, but don't you worry, kiddo. The Monziman's 10 treasures are more than a match for any puppet created in this era. Famous last words, Sasori opined, even as his army of puppets launched themselves at the group, joints clacking loud enough to deafen. And poisoned blades screaming out for blood. Recca swore, leaping in front of his mother and flipping through the seals for one of his strongest attacks despite her protests. Sorry ma. But at this rate it's do or die. He insisted, even as flames gathered around his feet. Besides, if I can get them in midair it shouldn't affect him as much. Sasori scowled, wondering at on earth the brat was mouthing on about, only to blink as a pillar of fire erupted around him, convalescing into a giant, one-eyed dragon with a gaping maw. What on? Koku, Recca roared, pointing at the rushing wall of puppets with a glare as a ball of fire formed in the one-eyed dragon's gaping maw like a miniature sun, Hado-en. But of course, Koku agreed, the eldest Karyu all too eager to comply after being cooped up for so long, launching the mother of all laser beams at the mass of puppets, blasting through their ranks, reducing all in its path to kindling, before blasting out the back of the mountain and into the distance. What power! Sasori marveled, eyes widening in disbelief as over half his puppets were annihilated in the blast, and those dragons, could Konoha have more than one Jinchuriki at their disposal? Whatever the redhead's thoughts on the matter were, he didn't have the time or liberty to pursue them as Chiyo, who was quite used to the little pyromaniac's antics by now, promptly brought the full strength of the 10 treasures to bear on what remained of the 100 puppets, and with the odds reduced to less than 5 to 1, it was clear that Mon Zeman's masterpieces weren't considered the finest of their kind for nothing. During all this time, Recca and Kagero weaved between the dueling puppets, Recca flash-frying the constructs with his Florida Mies while Kagero fended off their attacks, the two of them working their way towards Sasori, taking out as many of his puppets as they could to take the heat off Chiyo, though that simply meant Sasori turned his attention towards them. Sanbu Kyukai, Chiyo called out, 3 of the treasures forming a pyramid, a vacuum forming between them that sucked up the puppets that were trying to sneak up on the mother and son duo from behind, shredding them to pieces within the confines of the vortex and dumping them on the floor behind them, little more than scraps of wood and metal. Old bitch, Sasori ground out, sending the largest of his troop after the woman, only for it to shatter under the punch of the first of the treasures, the ox-horned puppet seeming to glare at the redhead for daring to assault his master. I'll have your incoming bitch, Recca snapped out, Sasori cursing, dragging one of his puppets into the line of fire, leaping back as Recca reduced it to kindling with a blazing fist, only to blink as he realized that was just what the duo had been waiting for as Kagero launched a ball of chakra in the shape of Shukaku's head at him, the treasure that had bequeathed it to her, kicking aside one of his puppets to give her the chance, Sasori's eyes narrowing as the toothy maw drew closer. Bull's eye, Recca cheered, watching with glee as Sasori's body was slammed into the wall, a sealing array forming around him as the Shukaku head's teeth pinned him to the wall. Nice pitch, Mom. You should try out for the majors. I don't think they'd hire me on account of my age. Kagero quipped back, smiling at her son serenely as she rolled her shoulder. That, and I don't think they play baseball in this world. Then maybe I can introduce it, Recca suggested, holding his chin and smirking. Yeah, I can see us doing away with the Chunin exams in favor of sports, be a lot less messy for one thing. I never agreed with the Chunin exams to being with, Chiyo opined as she shuffled up to them, a wry smirk on her face as the 10 treasures remained on guard. Letting enemy shinobi into your walls is as bad as putting a knife to your own throat. Don't we know it? Recca muttered with a flinch. You guys and Orochimaru sure did a lot of damage 2 years ago, not that we're pointing fingers or anything. I consider it a compliment. Chiyo shot back with a cackle, earning a glare from the hothead for her daring, which she ignored. It means that the next generation has less growing up to do than I thought. Well, that's always cause for celebration. Kagero agreed with a smile, earning a shocked look from her son at how well she was taking the elder's sass. Maybe next time they'll win. I doubt there'll be a next time. Chiyo sighed, though she didn't so too apologetic about it. For one thing, from what I can tell the current Kazekage has strong ties with Konoha, with a certain redhead we both know so well. Ah, I take it you mean my son, Naruto. Kagero noted with a nod, smiling slightly at the memory of the last time the Kazekage had visited Konoha. Gaara-kun was always asking about him during his trip with Jiraiya-sama. Why does everyone insist on referring to that girl as a boy? Chiyo demanded, squinting up at the woman in annoyance. I'm old woman, but I'm not so old I can't see a pair of tits and hips that many a girl would kill for back in the day. Yes, well, Kagero noted with a cough, smiling as Recca blushed beetroot and started banging his head against a rock to get rid of the images the old woman had conjured up, it's all a very funny. Abanai. Chiyo blinked, only to curse as Kagero pushed her out of the path of a katana that would have stabbed her in the back, the blade slicing over her arm as the raven-haired woman. En took the blade herself as she grabbed hold of Sasori, for indeed it was him, and held him in place. And to think I'd made the switch without being noticed. The redhead muttered, twisting the blade of his poisoned katana viciously. Earning a grunt of pain from Kagero, who merely tightened her grip on the man. You're proving to be more of a nuisance than the brat. I'm a member of the Hokage ninja clan. Kagero admitted with a calm smile. Despite the blood trailing from her mouth from the injury, we have a history of getting in the way of people we don't agree with. Quite, Sasori noted, suddenly leaping back, revealing a hidden blade attached to the joint of his puppet body, leaving the startled Kagero with the katana in her stomach as he rushed in, only to be cut off as two blades pierced the exposed piece of his chest that was all that remained of his original body. How? He wondered, looking into the puppet features of his parents as they embraced him, the blades of the katanas in their hands piercing his core. Eyes widening as he realized he'd been set up. You let your guard down, Sasori. Chiyo muttered, looking equal parts disappointed and saddened as she looked upon her grandson. Trapped between the first puppets he ever created in a twisted mimicry of parental affection. No matter how many puppets, how many bodies you create, in order for you to retain your ability to create and use chakra, a part of you must remain flesh. His eyes saddened as blood trailed from the puppet's mouth. That's the one weakness of your hitokugutsu, it's why there was always nay part of your chest that was cut the same, it's so the mechanical bodies of your puppets could house your true form, your heart. Sasori snorted, looking over his paternal grandmother with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Only for Recca to deck him right in the jaw, his head spinning around like a propeller from the blow. The Enjutsu, she snapped, glaring spitfire at the puppet master. In the hell do you get off acting so smug? You want me to burn you? Not really, Sasori muttered, looking at the teen impassively despite the sizable crack the youth's blow had left on his face. Not that it'd do any good. This body doesn't feel pain, so either way I wouldn't know the difference from being burned alive or drowned. You freak, Recca growled, rearing back for another blow. NLY to pause as Kagero laid a clamming hand on his shoulder, the stab wound in her stomach already healing over as she stepped up to the redhead. Smack! Recca and Chiyo gaped as the immortal Kunoichi slapped Sasori, knocking his head to one side, the redhead's eyes widening in shock and, to his own disbelief, pain. Don't stand there and say you can't feel anything, Kagero stated calmly, her hand still raised from the blow. I saw your eyes as you came up behind Chiyo-sama. If you'd wanted to you could have stabbed her and none of us would have been the wiser. His gaze softened, but you waited until I met your gaze. You deliberately gave yourself away before making the final move. Sasori, Chiyo muttered, looking between Kagero and her estranged grandson in confusion, meeting the redhead's gaze for several precious seconds, before the man scoffed and looking away derisively. I guess I really am a bigger failure than I thought, Sasori muttered, a cold, self-mocking smirk on his lips. I couldn't even finish off an old hag with one foot in the grave. You couldn't kill your heart, Kagero insisted, drawing the man's attention back to her again. You strove to gain an eternal body by becoming a soulless puppet. But your own, human heart prevented it. She smiled at him. You didn't just preserve it to maintain your ability to use chakra. You couldn't completely abandon your past as a man. Sasori eyed the woman in silence, his cold eyes locking onto Kagero's warm ones for what felt like an eternity, before snorting and looking down, just like a woman, prattling on a boo. Meaningless things that make no sense, he scoffed, but then I'm not much better, seeing as I'm about to say something pointless too. He looked up, meeting the group's gaze with his own. You mentioned Orochimaru before, he asked, continuing unbidden. Well, 10 days from now, at midday, a spy I planted among that serpent's underlings was to meet with me at Tenshikyu Bridge in Kusagakur. He irked at Recca's look of shock. It'd be the best chance you have to flush the snake out. Why are you telling us this? Kagero asked, looking the man over in confusion, only to blink as he smirked sardonically, causing the crack on his cheek to widen proportionately. Like I said, no reason at all, Sasori muttered wryly, before looking over towards Recca with an unusual stare. That said, that D-headed chick that went after Deidara, she does know the hosts, dead already, right? He's alive, Recca countered, glaring at Sasori coldly as he spoke, matching the impassive stare with his own, fiery gaze. He's alive and we're gonna save him before his chakra runs out. That's so, Sasori asked, a hint of disbelief in his tone, before snorting. Well, if that's the case, then I guess, it's alright, he smirked at Chiyo, who blinked in confusion. After all, it just didn't sit right, killing my own grandson and all. And with that, Akasuna no Sasori closed his eyes, the sight of their shocky faces forever seared into his soul as he closed his eyes and drifted into his final rest, secure in his parents' embrace. Plot twist. Kyugen. Bet you guys weren't expecting that. Hallible. It makes sense, in a really twisted way. Kyugen. Nothing phases you, does it, Hallible-sama? Hallible. No tilts her head off screen, might want to go easier on him, he's up next. Apache. Panting, hi, Hallible-sama. Mira rose. Panting, wheel, take that, into consideration. Sun. Even breathed, but flushing although, he has lasted rather well. Kakashi. I can't feel my crotch. Kyugen. Let it never be. Said I did nothing for Kakashi, nothing good that is. Hallible. You call making him go at it until it falls off a good thing. Kyugen. Hey, I never said I'd be nice about it. R&R for more, plot twisting goodness. Chapter 10. Man, so many plot twists recently. I had that samurai guy pegged as Madara because of his wrinkles at one point. Hallible. Do not judge based solely by appearance. Apache. The gray one just left, H. Salabel-sama. Kyugen. Time to earn your porn. Kakashi. Notes Sun smiling, Sun. Holds up pilfered tactics, he'll have to come back for it. Women are scary, make note. Mangekyu Kakashi. Deidara's big crisis. Did he just say what I think he said? Recca gaped, the Enjutsu Shi's eyes widening as he stared at Sasori's silent corpse, the fallen puppet master L. Ying between the equally still forms of his parents. I assure you he did. Kagero spoke up, reassuring her son that his hearing hadn't been on the fritz, and that Sasori's last words had indeed not been a flight of fancy. Does this mean, Chiyo-sama? How can this be? Chiyo muttered, looking over the silent form of her grandson in disbelief, her face one of absolute shock from this latest bow. MB Shell, how could he have sired a child without me? Knowing, perhaps he didn't want to risk losing them as he had his parents. Kagero opined, looking over the still form of the master puppeteer Saul. Emily, or perhaps he just didn't want them following in his tracks. It'd explain why he went so easy on Kankuro. Recca spoke up, blinking in realization as he recalled the Middle Sand siblings' description of the battle. I mean, he purposefully challenged him instead of teaming up with that something or other guy. All this time, Chiyo muttered, looking down at her grandson's wooden rem. Ains in disbelief. I had thought my grandchild was a traitor to our village, now I learn that I have 3 more. Old bag, Recca queried, looking over as Chiyo slumped, his eyes widening as he noticed the cut on her shoulder. Shit. Mom. The poison. Chiyo-sama, Kagero called out, scooping one of the anti-poison Madogu pills out of her pouch and holding it up to the elder's mouth, looking armed when she refused to loom up at her. Please, eat this. I'm okay. Chiyo assured them, though she did accept the pill, looking up to reveal tears streaming down her cheeks in rivulets. I'm just so sad and happy. She snorted mockingly. I must be getting old. I've never been so worked up before in my life. Family will do that to you. Kagero agreed, recalling the first time she'd laid eyes on Recca since sending him into the future, the joy and tears she'd shed at seeing her son, alive and healthy, after centuries alone. But this isn't the place for this, we should regroup with the others first. Yeah, Recca agreed, looking around the battlefield in distaste. No offense, but this place reminds me way too much of the House of the Dead. Chiyo snorted, before popping the pill into her mouth and swallowing it. Rising to her feet with a little help from Kagero, the 10 treasures whirling over her head as she tossed their scroll in the air, resealing them back into it with a flourish, before tucking it away about her person. Let's go, she ordered, stepping away from Kagero with a confident air. I have a great-great-grandson to rescue. What about? Recca began, tilting his head towards Sasori and his parents, which were lying where they'd left them. Chio looked back, a look of sorrow crossing her features at the sight, before sighing and shaking her head. Leave the MB, she stated calmly, they're together again, at last. Holy freaking sheep shit-un. Deidara yelped, leaping out of the path of yet another frenzied strike as the redhead Jinchuriki's sword missed his neck by a scant millimeter. A small scratch lining his cheek. This ain't no firecracker. She's like a crate of nitro. Coward. The fiery redhead snarled, rising up in the blonde's face again, blade singing for blood. Only for Deidara to fly out of reach once more, losing nothing more than an inch of forelock to the strike. Face me. To hell with that, Deidara countered, visibly shaken. From the sheer amount of killing intent the redhead had leveled at him. This is bad, I'm practically out of explosive clay. He glared at the pursuers. Normally Sharingan Kakashi would be my primary C. Concern, but the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's some sort of monster. It had all gone to hell when the redhead had released that burst of crimson chakra from her tekko, blinding everyone before leaping up into Deidara's face and nearly cutting his head off in the process, despite his mount being well out of range of a chakra-propelled leap. Should have figured a monster would have monstrous strength. He reasoned, suppressing the inexplicable sense of fear that had washed over him from the feeling of the Kyuubi's chakra seeping out from the brat's tekko. That thing must act as a seal. She only opened it or a second and all that chakra just burst right out at me. He smirked, which means she has next to no control over her chakra. Not that this was a lot of comfort, while his golems tended to be self-sustaining unless he detonated them. They still required him to direct them with chakra, otherwise they just lay there like decorative paperweights, albeit paperweights with the force of C1 explosives. As it stands my chakra's already pretty low to be taking on a Junin even Itachi respects. Deidara muttered, grimacing at the mention of the taciturn Uchiha, who he just plain didn't like, but respected for his skills and ability nonetheless. But if I can goad them on just a little further. He smirked as the Kyuubi brat tried using a cage bunshin to leap up at him, only to fall short by about 10 feet, almost, He called out, smiling mockingly as the brat glared spitfire at him, keep it up, why don't you? Maybe you'll get lucky in another 10 years or so. The roar of rage from the riled up redhead was well worth the gash he received on his cheek from the kunai she'd hurled at him as she fell. But only just. Naruto. Kakashi snapped, leaping up alongside his charge as she came down from her fall. Gripping her shoulder tightly despite her attempts to throw him off, his Sharingan glowing as he forced her to look at him. Calm down. Naruto snarled, actually moving as if to draw her sword against the Junin. Only to blink as the subliminal order from Kakashi's Sharingan took effect, the redhead shaking her head with a grunt as the battle frenzy faded to nothing. That's better, Kakashi offered soothingly, though he breathed a sigh of relief. The second the crimson chakra had exploded from Naruto's tekko, the Junin had instantly gone on edge, waiting for his chance to leap in and calm his students without drawing the Hanyu's murderous attention towards himself. That was a close one, wasn't it? He asked cheerfully, keeping his grip on the redhead's shoulder as he guided them to a protruding tree trunk just below their opponent's mount. Why yeah, Naruto muttered, a little shakier than normal as she caught her breath, glaring up at Deidara, who had come to a halt just out of reach as usual. Bastard's trying to wear us down, isn't he? Yeah, Kakashi allotted, patting his student on the shoulder and turning to regard the annoying Akatsuki that had been adding them steadily away from the hideout. He's low on chakra, my Sharingan can read next nothing from him, so it's clear he's trying to buy some time to recover while his partner handles the others. Where the heck's Gejimayu-sensei's team? The redhead muttered, teeth clenched in concern for the older shinobi's whereabouts. They should have been back well before now. That they should have, Kakashi agreed, his eyes narrowing in concern for his annoying, eternal rival, as believe it or not he did care about Guy. When Rin and the Yondaime had passed away, leaving Kakashi the sole surviving member of Team Minato. Guy had been a lifeline that had kept the Junin from going mad with grief, as it was hard to stay focused on moping when a man in day-glow green spandex keeps popping into your lee. Fate to challenge you to asinine contests of skill. He still hasn't figured out how I'm able to beat him at Janken. The Junin chuckled, as Guy had a nasty habit of always leading with rock no matter who he was up against. Likely a result of his always clenching his fists before a match, but that doesn't help us now. Naruto, he called out, not taking his eye off the Akatsuki as they leapt after him. Bringing his hands into a ram seal as he closed both eyes, keep an eye on him for me, I'm going to try something. Kaka-sensei, Naruto wondered, looking over at the Junin on confusion, only to blink as she noted the small smirk under the man's mask. Come on, Kakashi chuckled, looking at the redhead with an amused twinkle in his normal eye, didn't I say you weren't the only ones that have gotten stronger these past 2.5 years? He smiled and turned back to the task at hand. Let me show you, this old dog ain't out of tricks yet. Konohamaru, Lee yelled, spiraling upwards, to collide with his double's own attack, following it up with an axe heel kick that was promptly mimicked and turned aside. You're tenacious. He applauded, flipping away and landing on his feet in his ready stance. The double mimicking him as always. I can see that the Akatsuki are truly something to be feared if they can deploy diversions such as this. The double said nothing, merely charging towards him with a Goriki Senpu that rather than blocking, Lee ducked under, rising upwards in a Konoha Shofu that clipped his double on the jaw, sending it sprawling backwards. Guy-sensei, he called out, tapping his radio in the short break, are you alright? Bahaha, came the man's jubilant reply, having just finished another brutal exchange of blows with his equally tenacious double. Haven't had a challenge like this since Kakashi and I sparred last week. He's fine, Neji's voice muttered over the line, the Hyuga's tone as dismissive as ever, though he sounded like he was breathing harder than normal. That said, the Akatsuki know their stuff. These things aren't regular doppelgangers. Strength, speed, technique, Tenten listed, her voice filled with awe. Hell, mine even has its own weapons scroll. And my weapons too. Weapons, Lee muttered, blinking as he looked down at the rings he'd placed on his fingers from Kagero. Tenten, what about the Madogu we got from Hanabishi-san? No, it's pulling things out of my old scroll. Tenten muttered, confused at her teammate's question as she looked at her double, only to blink. Wait, you don't think? Let me try something, Lee muttered, turning to face his opponent, the Lee replica charging him with an unnaturally impassive face, the original's eyes hardening as he clenched his fist, focusing his fledging chakra cap. Abilities on the rings Kagero had given him as he thrust a fist out at the double with a yell, Ku-dan. A blast of concentrated air pressure flew from the teen's fist, crashing into the double and sending it flying into a tree trunk, bringing the whole thing down on top of it with a crash of falling timber. Lee, unwilling to let up for a second, charged the double before it could regain its footing. Leaping into the air and delivering a second blow, this one smashing it into the firmament like an iron spike. How do you like that? He demanded, landing in a crouch nearby, ducking under a retaliatory kick from the double as it rushed him, looking decidedly battered but still going strong. Still limiting yourself to taijutsu, Lee muttered, his eyes narrowing in confirmation of his suspicions. That proves it. Ducking under a punch that, from experience, could have pulped his skull flat, Lee promptly opened 3 of his inner gates, his skin turning crimson as his chakra skyrocketed, a howl tearing from his lips as he delivered a punch of his own to the double's midriff, the sound of shattering bones promptly being followed up with a point-blank air hammer from his other fist, the blow literally punching through his double's chest, sending it flying backwards to land in a boneless heap, slowly resorting back to a lump of lifeless wooden pulp. Tenten, the bowl-cut sporting teen gasped, collapsing to one knee as the inner gates shut themselves once again, leaving him winded and sore, but otherwise all right. They can't replicate Madogu. I know, Tenten agreed, her voice sounding oddly chipper despite her exhausted pants for breath. I trapped my double inside the sphere Kagero-san gave me, she revealed, the smirk on her face carrying over the radio waves to her team. Mates, I think Tsunade-sama'd like to examine it later. As expected of my youthful disciples. Guy cackled, even as he backhanded his own copy into a mountain. Neji. We cannot let ourselves be outdone. We must let our youth explode to defeat these foes. I've already finished mine off. Neji countered, his voice haggard, but otherwise as infuriatingly calm as ever. Guy-sensei, you're the only one still fighting. Guy's world went gray as he froze, tear stains running over his form for a scant second, before he snapped to attention, his eyes igniting with righteous flames as he pumped his fist. Yosh! He roared, opening 6 of the gates as he spoke, knocking his double of its feet once more as he unwittingly backhanded it again. I cannot set a bad example for my students. I will defeat my youthfull handsome opponent in the next 10 seconds, or I will carry everyone to Konoha on my back. There he goes again. Tenten sighed, even as the sounds of the greatest act of self-mutilation in the history of mankind echoed through the air. Despite the distance between them, he does know this isn't a contest, right? Neji, I defeated my opponent before you. Lee crowed, sounding oddly ecstatic. Even as Tenten's face faltered from the sheer stupidity. Yosh! I will etch this moment in my memory forever. Idiot! Neji muttered, not quite scoffing as he put down his energetic teammate, Tae. Nten thanking the kami that at least one member of her team was sane. I defeated mine the very moment you opened your gates. Fuck you, Kami-sama, Tenten muttered, pounding her head into the ground. Then as Lee's vows to surpass the smug Hyuga clashed with the sound of Guy-sensei tearing himself a new one. Fuck you very much. Kaka-sensei. Naruto muttered, her tone growing more impatient by second as she glared up at the airborne Akatsuki, who was hovering above them just outside her jumping range, almost tauntingly. I know you asked me to wait, but if this takes as long as you normally do. Patience is a virtue, Naruto. Kakashi quipped, smirking to himself as he felt the redhead glare at him. Still, I suppose it's more than I should expect from my cell, but that's not a problem. He opened his Sharingan eye. Naruto blinking as she noted the transplanted organ was different from before. I'm ready now. Kaka-sensei. The redhead stammered, blinking in confusion at the sight of the 3 sickle-like blades of the pinwheel that spun in place of the traditional Sharingan Tomo she'd come to recognize. Is that what you meant by? Yep, Kakashi admitted, regarding his redictable student with both his eyes as they leapt along. I did some work with my Sharingan while you were gone. This is the result. Naruto said nothing, recalling the tales of Itachi and his so-called advanced Sharingan from Jiraiya. Wondering just what type of training Kakashi had undergone to awaken his own. Before looking up at their prey with a growl, Kaka-sensei, she muttered, teeth clen. Ched, if anything happens, I'll finish it. By all means, Kakashi chuckled, turning deadly serious as he turned his eye upon the airborne foe. If you get the chance, that is, he added as an afterthought. But for now, hold back and give me room. His brows narrowed authoritatively. Trust me, you don't want to get caught in this. Naruto blinked, surprised by the dead certainty in the Junin's tone. Before nodding and falling back slightly, out of Kakashi's field of vision but close enough to leap in should he need a hand. Here goes, the copy nin muttered, the Iobito bequeathed him focus. Ing on his airborne target with hawk-like intensity. Mangekyo Sharingan. Deidara, soaring overhead and wondering what the hell was taking them so long to make their next move, flinched as a peculiar sensation washed over him. Akin to being dumped in the middle of the ocean during a storm, only without the water. What the? He wondered, looking around in alarm as the air itself seemed to distort, as if caught in a heat haze. Looking down at his hand in disbelief as it warped like superheated metal. What the hell is this UN? He paused in mid-freak out as a section of the distortion focused on his heart. The air around it seeming to compress, like it was pulling in on itself. Don't tell me. He swore, the lens of his eyepiece clicking away as he focused down on the advancing copy nin. His visible eye widening as he espied the exposed, eerily familiar pinwheel sporting Sharingan glaring back at him. Dojutsu. Shit, Kakashi swore as the bastard swerved in midair, making it hard to focus on his main body for the desired length of time. Not good, he muttered, he's figured me out, making his body a moving target. Not giving up in the slightest, he kept up the assault, closing his normal eye to enhance his concentration of his acquired dojutsu, the spatial distortion of the space before him intensifying, as if light itself was being refracted and sucked into the spot his pupil rested on. which just so happened to be Deidara's right arm. Gotcha. The Hotake grit out, his eye widening as he pinned the limb down, Deidara gaping in alarm as the distortion refused to release its hold, a small black hole appearing in the center that sucked the surrounding light into it. With an audible sound of tearing flesh and bone, a portion of Deidara's arm from the elbow to forearm vanished. His severed right hand falling to the ground even as the distortion shrank to the size of a pinhead and vanished. Still can't fully control the size and position of the barrier space. Kakashi noted with a grunt. Even as he covered his Mangekyo with one hand, the strain of using the dojutsu like a searing migraine. Gritting his teeth beneath his face mask, the Hotake pushed the pain aside. Using it as a focus for his second attempt as he leveled another glare at the crippled Akatsuki shinobi, who apparently was too focused on the pain in what was left of his arm to focus, as his mount had started to drift lower. Son of a bitch. Deidara gasped, gritting his teeth to keep from screaming in agony as he knelt atop his golem, the bleeding stump of what used to be his right elbow and lower arm staining the flawless white of his clay a dull crimson. Why the hell weren't we warned about him having a dojutsu of that caliber? He shivered, shaken out of his desire to blast Itachi to kingdom come for his negligence as the peculiar sensation washed over him again, this time centered on his face. Letting out a curse and ducking to make himself a smaller target, the crippled nin realized that, in his agony, he'd allowed his golem to drift lower than was safe, meaning the copy nin had a better targeting range. Not this time, he swore, using the bare minimum chakra to remain planted to his mount as he commanded it to swerve out of the range like a kite in a breeze, only to curse as the distortion followed him at a doggedly faster pace than before. Damn. He muttered, crouching as low as possible to his mount in an effort to hide. Gotta get to higher ground before. Something in his peripheral vision, a flash of blue and red, caught the nin's attention, his head snapping to the left just in time to see the Kyuubi Jinchuriki bearing down on him with a spiraling sphere of concentrated chakra in hand, her eyes glowing a murderous red as she reared her arm back to ram it into his face. Not so fast there, hot stuff. The blonde pyrotechnic countered with a smirk, leaping back to put some distance between them, only to blink as the redhead smirked at him knowingly. Before drawing her katana with one hand and swiping at him as she let the chakra sphere die out. Fuden. Tachi K's. Deidara, caught mid-leap and off guard by the Jinchuriki's switch from short to long-range combat. Nonetheless managed to use the wing of his mount as a springboard, kicking off it as it descended and dropping out of the attack range of the severing wind, even as said wing was reduced to so many lumps of clay. Using a dojutsu like that as a distraction, Deidara muttered, landing awkwardly on the branch of a tree in the woodlands below, wincing as the landing jarred his wounded arms. If they'd mistimed it by 1 second, the two of us could have been sucked up together. He smirked as he caught sight of another clone helping a haggard-looking Kakashi. Yar, no W. Onder Itachi had a hard time of it 3 years ago. Not only was he up against someone with a dojutsu on par with his, he turned his head heavenward, where the real redhead was severing his golem's EAD from its falling body, but the Kyuubi's host is turning out to be a real as a monster, Gaara. Naruto yelled, pounding on the severed head of Deidara's golem, summoning a Kage Bunshin MID freefall to help steady the thing as they landed on a tree branch, unaware that Deidara was watching them not 50 feet away. Can you hear me? She roared, digging into the surprisingly malleable clay and opening the contents into the sunlight. Gaara. Inside the hollowed-out chamber of the golem's skull, bathed in the beams of light that her opening that slipped past her head lay the silent form of Gaara. The Cage's eyes were closed, and the armor of sand that covered his face was riddled with cracks and holes that normally wouldn't have been tolerated by Shukaku, who despite the seal keeping him from tormenting Gaara in his sleep, could at least maintain a constant guard over his host's defenses as he rested. Hey, Naruto urged, reaching into the clay prison and shaking the red's shoulder desperately. Come on man, she stammered, eyes widening as flecks of sand armor fell off the prone teen from the motion. Quit goofing off. It's useless you know, Deidara called out. Fie. Gurring he should get his last digs in before hightailing it to a safe point to signal for backup. He's dead has been since the cave. Fast. Kakashi gasped, eyes widening as he gaped down at the equally gobsmacked Deidara, who simply laid where he'd fallen at the end of the trench. I didn't even catch the attack with my Sharingan active. Kaka-sensei. The Kagebunshin Naruto had sent to assist him called out. Kakashi blinking as he noted the fear in the clone's tone, looking up to see her trembling, hand clenching her sword as if preparing to draw it. We gotta run. Kakashi, wondering, gee, just what could unnerve the clone so much, could only hold on to the branch for dear life as a wave of killing intent washed over him, dispelling the clone and forcing him to look back towards the battlefield in alarm. That's Neji, Lee yelled, falling back to kneel beside his teammate, gripping his shoulder in concern. The team had reformed after Gai-sensei finally stopped wailing on his OPP opponent long enough to realize it was already dead, and had been making their way back to the cavern when Neji, who had been using his Byakugan to scout ahead, had collapsed on the ground, covering his eyes with a scream. I'm fine, the Hyuga stammered, panting for breath like he'd just run a marathon, tears streaming from his eyes as he blinked up at them. That chakra, so intense, almost blinded me. You serious? Tenten gasped, looking over the Hyuga in concern as he allowed Lee to help him to his feet. The fact Neji accepted help from anyone was a shocker in itself, but it only went to prove how serious the situation was. Was it, Akatsuki? Lee asked, looking towards the woods in concern, only to blink as Neji shook his head. No, the Hyuga muttered, his face decidedly more calm than it had been a second ago as he looked them all in the eyes. I can't believe it myself, but it was Naruto. Guy, who had been silent throughout the entire exchange, grimaced as his students gaped at one another in shock. Understanding all too well what those words implied. We're speeding up, he ordered, his tone clipped and authoritative as they turned to address him. Neji, avoid using maximum range in case of another surge, but keep a lookout nonetheless. Kakashi, the green beast muttered, resuming his race towards his rival's position with a determined gait. Hold on until I get there. What the hell? Deidara stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he tried to sit up, a difficult task without arms to support him, only to find his world go wobbly, as his inner ear had apparently been rattled from the blow. Who? What? Where do you think you're going? A cold voice called out, Deidara whipping round just as a foot snapped out to kick him in the face, sending him crashing into another tree trunk. Falling with a gasp of pain onto the floor below. Who? The blonde Akatsuki panted, rolling over to glare at the tall, muscular figure that was walking towards him. Features hidden by the shadow of the canopy above, save for a pair of murderous red eyes and a mane of crimson hair. Who are you? You thought you were so smart, the red-eyed specter growled, Alking towards the downed nin even as it dropped something from its hand, Deidara's eyes widening as he recognized the teko the Jinchuriki had been wearing, hovering out of reach like a damned mosquito, leading Kaka-sensei and me around by our nose hairs just so you could waste our time. The figure came to a halt, standing over the terrified Akatsuki like some wrathful deity, the sunlight forming a halo behind his head. Even as it raised a hand to its face. And unfortunately for me, time isn't something I can waste on garbage like you. The figure muttered, clenching his fingers in front of his face. The crimson eyes blazing as he glared down at Deidara angrily, so I'm pulling out all the stops. Holy shit, Recca yelped, watching in disbelief as a section of woodland between them and Kakashi's supposed location exploded up ahead. We walk into a shinobi war or something. That Akatsuki fellow Sasori was partnered with used explosives according to Baki's report. Chio opined, a frown on her face, but that didn't sound like a bomb. If anything it sounded like those times that Slug Woman would go on a rampage. Tsunade-sama does have a temper. Kagero agreed, recalling, countless advisors had fled the Godime's office for disturbing the woman's naps, those that were fast or smart enough to avoid her first blow that is, however, I get the feeling that this is something else. She trailed off as the branch she was standing on trembled, her eyes widening as the entire tree tilted sideways from a blow that had uprooted it like a sapling in an earthquake, only a quick use of the Ikai Gyoku saving her from a fall to the forest floor below. Recca, like the monkey he was, flipped in midair and landed on a different branch, while Chio used her chakra threads and kunai to correct her fall. What was that? The Suna elder muttered, gripping the trunk of the tree for stability as she gazed down into the dust below with a suspicious squint. Is there someone down there? The mother and son duo followed the wrinkled woman's gaze, squinting into the cloud of dirt with kunai in hand, ready to let fly if Sasori's partner reared his blonde head, only to blink as the dust cleared, revealing a large, almost 6-foot figure with wide shoulders and a mane of spiky red hair. His back, which Kagero noted was decked out in a Konoha vest, was turned to them. And in one hand he held the battered form of Sasori's accomplice, who was looking like he'd been put through a meat grinder, his Akatsuki robes reduced to shreds, both arms and one leg torn off and dripping blood. But what drew Recca's attention was not the utter savagery of the Akatsuki's beating, but what the redhead held in his other hand, namely a familiar, compact ball of violently wrought aiding chakra that released a distinctive hum. "That's a Rasengan," Recca yelped, eyes widening as he recognized the technique, despite its crimson color, gaping down at the stranger in confusion. "But the only ones that know that are me, Domon, Naruto and Ero Sennin. Who is that guy, I wonder?" Kagero muttered, her eyes narrowing as she stared down at the figure from on high, eyes narrowing as she caught a flash of a sadistic smirk on his lips. Who is this mysterious stranger? How does he know Rasengan? Will Deidara make it out of this alive? Is it really that hard to guess? Tune in next time to find out. Leave reviews in the usual spot. Flames will be used to boil ramen. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.